Good morning and welcome to the 50th anniversary of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. I'm Rihanna Kareen and I'm joined by Amanda Jarrett, and we cannot wait to bring you all of the action live from right here in Alice Springs. It's Method Race Wheels Prologue Day, but we have had so much excitement already. Amanda, things started early in the week on Wednesday with a Legends dinner, and then of course we had the street party and scrutineering last night. The vibes were electric at scrutineering.
Oh, it was so much fun just to be able to sort of go through the crowd and interview everybody. Of course, Toby Price was a big standout. He sort of entered the chat the last minute, which was so exciting that he gets to race the 50th. We're going to be looking out for him. And look, it's just been great to celebrate the last 50 years of Finke. I know Jeff Curtis, who won the very first Finke Rihanna in 1976, his bike has been on display, so it's been so cool for everybody to sort of see that. I spoke to Phil Stoker, who also raced the first Finke. He won the second one, so just really being able to chat to those legends has been so cool to look back.
It really is Finke bigger and better than ever. We have over 600 bikes entered for this weekend and over 150 cars that will be taking place in the race. It is simply incredible. The vibes around town have been absolutely insane. As you mentioned, some of the legends that we've had here across the weekend, we got to speak to some of them earlier in the week, and they were sharing their stories of just how much this race has changed over the last 50 years. If we talk about some of the riders that are competing in the race this weekend, as you mentioned, Toby Price is back in the cars. Of course, David Walsh, the local legend, he is back on a bike, back on a Honda. I know you spoke to him earlier in the week, and it is very, very cool to have him back and part of this race.
Oh, there are so many great riders and drivers, and I can't wait to chat to them and see who crosses the finish line over at Finke first thing. So I'm going to be down that end, and I just can't wait to receive them over there. But look, today is all about Prologue. I guess a lot of them just really want that clean air, so being able to get that good positioning is important.
Yeah, we've got a huge amount of numbers, so critical is Prologue this morning. We just had the cars heading out on their sighting laps. We're just moments away from the first car leaving for that first lap of the Method Race Wheels Prologue for 2026. So for now, we'll hand it over to our expert team of commentators who will bring you all the action live, and we'll continue to bring you all of the updates from down here at the start-finish line. So good morning to Josh Curran, Dan Curran and Josh Graveling.
Yes, thank you very much. The wait is over, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tatts Finke Desert Race, the 50th running, and we're here for Method Race Wheels Prologue. All boys, it is going to be epic this morning. A heap of cars, over 150 cars hitting the Prologue track here this morning, and it is on for young and old. As the girl said there earlier, it is prime. It is so important to get a good Prologue this year with the amount of vehicles out there and the dust still lingering here after the sighting lap. Oh, I cannot wait to see what today brings.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. There's no question about that. There's some big dogs out here ready to rumble, and it's going to be one of those things that Prologue is. It's all the fun's been had now. We've done Bojangles, we've done the casino, we've done all that action, we've done scrutineering, and now it's time to put those game face on. We've already seen a few people out here put their game faces on in the sighting lap, and they're trying to get every little advantage that they can and have a look around and see what the different parts of the track are going to be like. And then it is going to be full noise because we're going to get Prologue proper underway here very shortly.
Well, I think it explains how stacked the field is. We were actually scheduled for a 7:45 start time for Prologue. Cars were still out on the sighting lap. That's the how awesome a field we have for the 50th this year. So very exciting times, but yeah, we are not far away from getting underway. Got our sports, side-by-side sports off the line to start off with, our Lone Warrior, and then we'll go straight into Class 7 as well. But the crowd already starting to build here. It is a cold, crisp morning. I think it was about 5 degrees this morning when we jumped in the car to head out to the racetrack. So well done to all the spectators, competitors, everyone that's here, braving the cold nice and early. We're excited because there is going to be a crack in the air very shortly.
Yeah, no, there definitely is, and a great addition to the start-finish line precinct is the Chicane Lounge. That's what we're looking at right now at the moment. To all you lucky people there, I hope you're having a great time as we cut back to that iconic start-finish line banner. 50 years, it's come so quickly, but we are so excited. The crowd is building. There is so many people in town this year. I cannot believe it. There's got to be over 20,000 people that have made the trip to the Red Centre for this amazing, amazing event. And to all of you on the live stream, I can see it in the comments. You guys are from all over the world. We've got people from the UK, we've got people from NZ, and everyone is tuned in. They've got their big screen TV at home. If they can't be here, they're watching the live stream. So shout out to all of you at home. Make sure to give it a like. Make sure to give it a subscribe as well, so the algorithm does all the right things and pushes it out to all the motorsport mad people out there. It's great. The fans are in, they are ready to go, and we should not be too far away whatsoever from getting Prologue underway.
Yeah, also just be careful out there with the stream. There's a few dodgy streams out there as well, so just make sure you're on the official stream. If you are getting asked to put money in, no
one wants dodgy streams.
No, it's not the right stream. But we'll throw down to Rihanna. She's down on the start line with Craig Lowndes.
And we have the all-round legend of supercars. Craig Lowndes is back at Finke for another show with the Chev. And you've got Dale Moscott alongside you. Lowndesy, now, I love you, but you are sitting in that car with a heated steering wheel on. I need to be sitting in that car.
Well, we've got the heated steering wheel for now and then the air conditioning for later. But it is, look, it's great to be back. It's great, obviously, the 50th anniversary is massive for the Finke. But it's, yeah, look, we've quite excited to obviously get this part done. And then that sets the scene, obviously, for tomorrow and the rest of the weekend.
You guys just had an opportunity to have a sighting lap. Can you give us some insights as what the Prologue track looks like at the moment?
Yeah, it's pretty rough. We were up here a couple of weeks ago with the Brekkie Bash, and not much has really changed, to be honest. There's a few water puddles out there, which we opted to go later this time just to sort of see where that spray was. A lot of the side-by-sides and a lot of the trophy trucks actually went through that and sprayed it all. So, look, it's going to be a little bit that side of it. Dust is going to be a big part as well. Thankfully, we're the first of our class, so we've got a little bit of a gap to the side-by-side. But at the end of the day, we just got to try and put it all together.
Chev put in a huge showing this weekend with the super cheap car. Just give us a little bit of an insight about the car and what you guys have got underneath you.
Well, it's the same car as what we had 2 years ago. We actually have upgraded the suspension in the sense of the shocks. Everything else is pretty much the same. So we've had a lot of time, a bit more time this time for learnings, but also for development and understanding. And Dale and I, this time he's got an electronic, basically controller that looks after the navigation side of it. But other than that, it's pretty much the same truck. So looking forward to it.
I was just going to mention that. I don't know if Will can get a shot of that. I mean, that is pretty cool within the car. It's electronic navigation system for Craig and Dale. That is awesome. Lowndesy, we'll let you go. All the best. Enjoy it out there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great to hear from Craig Lowndes there, a legend in all feats when it comes to the Tatts Finke Desert Race. He's unfortunately hasn't finished the event just yet, but he will, and we cannot wait to see how he goes this weekend as well. An absolute legend of the supercars, 5-time winner of that famous Mount Panorama circuit, and a bit of inspiration as I saw this morning watching back some of the clips and see how cool it was to see some of the vehicles' liveries. The Comiskey mining truck must have one of the best. I can tell you that right here, right now. Proper old school. Proper old school. So, not too far away whatsoever from getting our first side-by-side done. Well, often racing, really. As you can see, the boards under the Method Race Wheels banner that we've got. A massive thank you once again to all the volunteers and the committee for getting us all ready and rock and roll this morning, as well as my man behind me as he sneaks through, Mr. Dan, the timing legend. If it's not for him, we don't get all the exact timing up here in the combox to spread out to the feed around the world. So a massive shout out to him and his crew for all the work they do to make sure all the timing is done, gets done. You can also follow along at home if you want to at raceresult.com. Just make sure you are on the Tatts Finke Desert Race side of things. And here we go. 1 minute. 1 minute for everyone at home and here live at the venue. 1 minute to go.
So good here. Side-by-side sport's going to be first off the line. Boys, we actually had 3 entrants. Only one is lined up, and that's going to be John White in the Honda Talon, the 6634. So quite cool. Out of West Ulverston, Tasmania. So the boys making the big trek up to the centre of the desert. And what's crazy about that, they're also going to be first off the line in Prologue at the Method Race Wheels Finke Desert Race 50th anniversary.
30-second boards up and done. We'll wait for the traffic lights to show up. Hopefully we'll be able to chuck that on the stream once again. But orange flashing at the moment, so we're not too far away whatsoever from getting this Honda Talon off the line. Oh, there we go. And we are racing here at Prologue. The 6634 off the line.
So one of the unique things about that little Honda Talon, you would have heard hopefully on the live stream, it go up through the gears. So rather than a CVT style transmission like a lot of the Polarises and early Can-Ams and early Polarises run, that vehicle actually has a 5-speed sequential box. So very cool bit of kit, the Honda Talons.
Yeah, and unfortunately it is going to be our only competitive, so a competitor in that class, so side-by-side sport. So, guys, if you've got a side-by-side sport at home, you want to run it, Finke.
Evans.
Now's the time to join in and get amongst this sport. Obviously, there's a fantastic gaggle of competitors in our open side-by-side class. It's actually, side-by-side pros, one of our biggest classes by far. So, as soon as you start going into that modified class, but the production thing is really cool. It takes an element, a skill set to be able to manage the speed and do all of those things. And John White's going to hope to bring it home in a solid position here this weekend. So it's going to be very cool to see how that goes. Now, listen, we're going to throw down to another interview with Amanda for the Method Race Wheels Prologue.
I'm down here with Clay and Abby in the buggies. They're local Alice Springs crew. How are you feeling this morning?
Pretty cold.
Pretty cold even though you're local.
That's it.
Now tell me, you've just had a sighting lap. How is the Prologue track looking?
Looking good. Few wet spots, but should be fun. We'll go out there and have a go.
Do you have a little bit of a plan?
Just have a go. That's it.
Just have a go. I absolutely love it. How many Finks have you done now?
This will be my second one driving, third one total.
How nice. And for the 50th. And are you two just mates?
Yeah. She's my partner's sister.
Oh, I love it. All right. Well, look, have fun today. We're battling for the Alice Springs locals. Good on you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Found one of the absolute legends of the local scene, Clay Agru. Great to see him out there in the Moles Motorsports machine, one of 2 cars here this weekend. And for the people at home, if you have seen the pro version of the Moles machine, you will know what I'm talking about. Has one of the coolest engine sounds and notes out there. But we're not too far away. Everyone on the live stream asking when Mr. Craig Lowndes gets going. It's in 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, so I hope you are tuned in nice and early. The Super Cheap Autos entry. Make it super here for Method Race Wheels Prologue. The 5-time King of the Mountain. Can he turn it into a King of the Desert in production 4-wheel drive? Not too far away whatsoever from Craig Lowndes getting off the line.
Yeah, great sounding race car, that V8 production 4-wheel drive. Great choice. Plenty of options in the Silverado range for suspension and bits and pieces. These guys have done a great series leading up to this event on how they've completed and competed and how they've built. But again, there's going to be plenty of guys out there chasing them as well, with Hank the Tank, Hank Parker behind him, as well as gentleman Jeff Pickering, So it's going to be very interesting. This class is going to be one to watch because, again, it's a class of attrition. It's a class where, you know, the vehicle capabilities have to be used as best possible. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes because, hey, Craig's very experienced, but Jeff Pickering, unbelievably experienced in the desert. Hank Parker has been racing this cruiser now for a number of years, so it's going to be great to see how they go overall. And again, it's going to be a battle in the performance four-wheel drive class as Hank is off the line now. 2 V8s, 1 diesel, 1 petrol, and then the turbo petrol Ranger Raptor.
You love to see it. There's nothing better than seeing a Toyota drive off into the Aussie sunrise. But we've got another interview down on the start line with Rihanna.
And we've got Jessica and Kylie Foley, mother-daughter from Alice Springs. Jessica, how are you feeling this morning?
Pretty excited, pretty cold. Should be good though.
What were your thoughts after your sighting lap before?
Should be good. Looks fun. Yeah.
How are you feeling, Mum?
I'm lucky that my daughter's a good driver.
We wish you all the best. Try and enjoy it out there. Good luck.
So we are back and rolling. It looks like the next class will be out there very, very shortly. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, class 2. Yeah, class 2 will be out next up.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the other note there is Jeff Pickering went out. Now, boys, I'm looking through my my little booklet here. It is one of the best things I've seen, the collector's edition, 50 Years of Fink official program. Now, I think they've, the only one mistake I've seen, because everything's been pretty awesome, is they didn't put the buffer in between production four-wheel drive and extreme four-wheel drive there for Trav Robinson.
I did see that.
Because I rolled through and I said, oh, who's the next Class 7? Travis Robinson. That's a interesting conundrum there. I didn't know Trav was in a Class 7 car, but he's definitely not. He's in Class 8. We've got Bo Robinson. So those guys are going to be out later. And, yeah, going to be cool to see those 3 Class 7 cars off the line. And we're going to be in Sports Light quite soon, which is Class 3.
Yeah, John White back into what we love to call the stadium section here in Alice Springs. We'll see sort of what the first time is and the one that needs to be beat today in the 6634, the Honda Talon. You love to see it.
Now, boys, about 8 kilometres this Prologue track. I think there's some varying numbers there, but that's what we've come up with. We've decided that it's about 8 kilometres long by the time they snake their way through this Prologue spectate area. Again, you probably, us old boys talking about, it used to just be 2 S's on the way in. They just did basically a big left-hand corner, a big right-hand corner. So Fink have continually developed this bit of the track, put in some jumps, some berms, some corners, and it is a real show here sitting down on the, you know, the stands there. There's some great area. There's the Chicane Club over there. So very exciting times here on Prologue.
Yeah, definitely. But we do have another interview down on the start line with Amanda.
We've got Russell here in the beast that he calls the Kinger, all the way from WA. Russell, how are you feeling this morning ahead of Prologue?
Oh, look, yeah, a bit apprehensive. I haven't been here for a long time. I've done 2 other Finks, and I have never done it in this in a car like this. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a hell of a challenge, but I'm up for the challenge.
Yeah, looks like you are. Look, turn those nerves into excitement. Now tell me, you've done a sighting lap. How does it look? How does the track look?
Oh, look, it's rough. It's rough for this car. It's smooth for the big cars. Yeah, look, I'm just going to have to be really neat and tidy and try and avoid the bumps, keep the car nice and settled and do my best.
Russ, in any case, you are racing the 50th Fink. That must feel pretty special to you, mate.
Oh, absolutely. 50-year-old car, 50-year-old body, 50 years of Fink. Can't wait.
I love it. Make sure you have fun today, okay, guys?
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Amanda, as the Chambers engineering machine gets off the line. The 269 of Ricky Chambers Bradley Garrity, his teammate, already off the line and racing in Prologue so far. We shouldn't be too far away from seeing Mr. Craig Lowndes make his way into the stadium section as well. But John White sets the fastest time, 7 minutes and 10 seconds, with an average speed of 66 k's an hour. So he was pushing. But here we go, the Super Cheap Auto entry of Craig Lowndes and Dale Mosket in the stadium section. Oh, running high on that berm. These guys have done a lot of work to suspension. That was sort of their main thing, is they wanted to get the suspension right for the running and the roughness out here at Prologue and out on the track. Great to see such a well turned out machine, and let's see what sort of a time he does here in Prologue.
Yeah, and you know they're taking it very seriously. I mean, they always take it seriously, this team, but you know, they were out at Brekkie Bash, making sure that they were running through there. So, you know, they're doing all the things right to get the most experience that they can. As Craig Lowndes makes his way back in past the start-finish timers, going to be great to see this time come through.
There we go. Wow, good time there. 6 minutes 14 with an average speed of 76 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, very impressive down in the low 6 minutes, second time. The low 6 minute times is, for production four-wheel drive, is an excellent place to be. They'll know the pace that that car can do, using all the big Chev's power. Hank Parker now coming into the stadium area as well. Again, as Russ Cullen just alluded to, you can see with these limited classes, these guys are racing just as hard as anyone else, but you know, that suspension working hard. In the big unlimited cars, that isn't even a rut, but in a 76 series, it's bone jarring.
Yeah, Super 1650s now out on track. The 296 of Gary Coop and Tanya Coop. Great to see them out. Another pair of Alice locals. There's a few here this weekend, and I am rooting for every single one of them out here. Great to see. On our timing screens up here, there's a sea of Northern Territory flags. So it is awesome. But Hank doing really well in the 701 in that lovely Land Cruiser.
So a bit of info there, Josh, like obviously the Class 7 production four-wheel drives, they run standard suspension pickups, standard motor, standard gearbox, basically lower part of the motor, so they can do things like flow heads, flow turbos, modifications like that, but essentially this is a registered Land Cruiser, or could be. Same with the Raptor, same with the super cheap production four-wheel drive Silverado, so keep that in mind. And then the Super 1650, so again, 2 on the roof as the first number. They are limited to 1650 cc's. That by nature, there is actually, you know, they're a buggy. You can do a lot of other modifications to them, but by nature means that they've got to be a light little car. So you'll see these are quite a small chassis compared to a pro car, and they'll run a smaller tyre, more less centrifugal weight, those sort of things. You know, you're trying to save every little bit you can, because the 1650cc motor category essentially limits all the other modifications.
Yeah, no, definitely does. Hank Parker does a time of 6 minutes 54, so around about 39 seconds off the pace of Mr. Craig Lowndes, but I think Hank will still be very happy with that, as we see should be Bradley Garrity making his way in his Super 1650, the 210, the tiny built machines, one of 2 here this weekend, and it is the Garrity machine, as Leah Driver gets off the line with Wayne Driver, a father and daughter combo here this weekend. If I'm not mistaken, Dad will be prologuing the car in the 242. Great to see them back out for another attempt at Fink once again. And it's great to see all the vehicles getting underway. Very well built, these tiny built machines. They sound very good as well. Great to see both those vehicles back here in Alice. They've recently moved down to SA, so haven't been racing around the local circuit, but it's great to see them back out here for the 50th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Awesome to see.
Yeah, and another part of this class, it's so great because, again, no one really knows the exact combo that is the winning combo at the moment. Like, do you build a little bit of a heavier car that gets through the whoops? Do you build a light car that's fast out of the corners? Everyone's still doing their here's a beam car as an example. So that has a torsion bar front end, as you can see with that suspension being very different to an A-arm. So at the moment, everyone's still got a lot of options in how they want to build their race car. Very cool class.
It really is. And that last vehicle off the line was Jess Foley and her mother in the navigation seat. Great to see them out here. You would have heard from them a bit earlier with one of our presenters having a bit of a chat, but the second of those tiny built machines, the Chambers machine 269, making its way into the stadium section. Bradley in the 210 that we were looking at just before does a time of 6 minutes flat with a 9.4, so very good time indeed for the little Super 1650. And really, this is where a lot of people start their motorsport career in the Super 1650 class. So it's great, definitely great to see so many young'uns in this class, and it's one for everyone out here. Young Timothy Button started in these machines, and he's now stepped up to a Class 4. So it is great to see the progression as the next of our machines make their way. The first of the Moles Motorsports also in the stadium section, and we will have a look at the time once they're close to the line.
Pretty crazy that this early in the morning we have just about dipped into the 5-minute mark. Like you said, Bradley Garrett there with a 6.00. That's an impressive time there, as Ricky Chambers in the 2.69 pops across the finish line in a 6.26 as well. So our little Super 1650 buggies are laying down some awesome time this morning. These guys are not just here to make up the numbers, they're here to put on a show as well.
Yeah, there we go. Clay, 5 minutes 47. Didn't need to wait long. The Moles Motorsports machine gets it done in the 235. Jerry Coop making his way in with his wife Tanya in the passenger seat here this weekend. Great to see them out, and if you get to have a look at this car, you definitely need to. It's got a Roadrunner-esque paint scheme on it, and it is really, really cool, the 296. So we continue to have all our vehicles make their way through. We shouldn't be too far away whatsoever from Class 5 making their way out as well, if I'm not mistaken. But great shots coming here live from Alice Springs. And it should be Class 2 up next, Performance 2-wheel drive.
Yeah, so we see them getting on. That's Michael Shifton in the 5.85. Nice big V8, first of the, I guess you'd say the modified V8s that we've got in here. We had Craig Lowndes out early this morning in the Silverado, but it was relatively quiet compared to what some of our Class 5s are going to bring. As we also see the 296 Jerry Coop across the finish line.
Yeah, 6 minutes 12, not bad at all for the 296 machine. Here we go, the old Kingswood. There's nothing better than someone driving a Kingswood, but to do it at Fink at the 50th, why not? This thing looks insane.
You reckon they've blasted a bit of classic Aussie rock, bit of Barnesy in there, or maybe a bit of modern? Maybe they got the chats. Acker. I'm on Smoko. Oh, now we've got our lights as well. So that's the green light in the bottom right-hand corner. So give you a bit of an idea of their start time as Russ off and running.
Yeah, legend of the off-road scene over in WA and around the place. He's cool enough. He comes to the Don River and turns up and has assisted us with a bit of commentary, Josh, in the box as well. So Russ is just an avid off-road racer and has a young development team that normally the boys out of WA. So Russ doesn't drive this car that often, I don't believe, and often spends time over there, you know, getting young racers into cars. So Russ, a great guy for the sport and very enjoyable. If you get the chance, go down and say hello, and I'm sure he's got some tall stories for you. So excellent stuff there. Hey, so just going through some of our classes at the moment now, boys. So Craig Lowndes, obviously in production four-wheel drive, the fastest with that 6.14, and then Hank Parker with a 6.54. So that's about a 39 second gap between those two.
Sorry, just looking at the numbers there across the line, that means we are missing Jeff Pickering.
Correct. Did he go out? I actually, now that I because of our position here in the commentary box, we've had a little turn in the commentary box, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the start-finish line. I don't know if I actually saw the Raptor Ranger go out, Josh. So anyway, we won't. I'm not really sure. We'll try to get you an update on that. I'm sure someone will know what's going on. But also in the Super 1650 buggies, again, Jamie Lightfoot at the, Clay Agnew, I apologise, 235, 35, Maltz Motorsport. They know the top step well. Yep. So 82 km/h average speed with a 5:47, and he's got a little bit of a gap, about 13 seconds back to the 210 of Brad Garrity. So keeping those numbers coming through, but I'd say that Clay is in a great spot to capitalise on that Super 1650 position. So good run there from the guys. But all of them up over 70 k's an hour average speed. Great to see. And as you were saying before, great class to enter into with racing. Lots of, 1650 cars that have been sitting in sheds for a little while. Might be an option to get on offroadracing.com or something along those lines. Get onto the classifieds, have a little bit of a look around. There's plenty of Facebook pages that sell cars, and get onto looking at a Super 1650 buggy. Not bad. The other class that I do really like, Josh, is those little Class 10s. That's a great racing class at the moment.
Definitely is. The 242 was across the line. That's Leah and Wayne Driver. They did it in a time of 6 minutes 30. Average speed of 73 k an hour. Not bad whatsoever. These things, once you get into those big rolling whoops on the back near the fence, they're quite rough on the body. Let's say that. But the Foley machine making its way back in. Jess Foley, another one of our Alice locals. She's having a good push with Mum in the Navi seat. The Foley family are definitely motorsport minded, and they do a heap of it. But it looks like we're not too far away from side-by-sides coming up, and it looks like Amanda will be down on the start line for a chat with Justin Ryder.
We've got Justin Ryder and Steve here, all the way from Queensland. How are you going today?
Really good. It's a bit cold this morning. The toes are feeling it.
It is a little bit chilly. Now, tell me, you did a little sight lap. How is the track looking to you?
Yeah, really good. We got to go out the other day, a bit of a look, and this morning was nice to get out there and just check it out for that one last time before sending it. So we're looking forward to it. We can't wait to get out there.
Do you sort of plan to make any kind of modifications after Prologue to the vehicle?
Yeah, I'm going to take the brake pedal off, so we don't need the brake pedal. We'll just use the throttle pedal. The brake pedal we don't need it.
Just full noise.
Yeah, we're just going to send it.
I love it, and I love the lads. If you can see here, the lads is written on the side here. Is that what you call yourselves?
Yeah, the lads podcast is what we do, so thank you very much. We've got to go.
I love it. Enjoy, guys. Have fun out there.
So I was just getting a few updates as well on the hotline was blinging. My man from Kalgoorlie, none other than Slippery Muldoon, underwater cave diver. He was just let me know that no Jeff on any of the timing or on the off the track as well. So we'll try and find out what happened there with gentleman Jeff and see what happened.
Probably a good time to say too, Billy, we're thinking of you, mate. Obviously, shame not to see you. He had a bit of a wrestle with a cow.
Billy Geddes, never heard of her.
Correct. Anyway, moral of the story is if anyone's wondering why Billy's holed up in the farm, he was chasing cows, and mate, get well soon, and we look forward to getting you back here racing. We need a bit of Hellboy action.
Yeah, we definitely do. It was very upsetting not seeing him make his way back to Alice Springs. But mate, enjoy the live stream. We will keep you updated. We all love a little bit of Slippery Muldoon action. But it looks like we get to speak to the box man, Mr. Toby Price, for an interview on the start line.
A huge story this weekend. Toby Price is back here at Finke, but Toby, in a vehicle that we're not used to seeing you in. How are you this morning?
Yeah, very good. It's exciting to be here, and yeah, looking forward to getting out here. Definitely a little bit different vehicle, but yeah, slightly nervous, but look, yeah, we're just here for a good time, and yeah, lucky to be here, and yeah, can't wait to get out there.
You've dominated on a bike, you've dominated in a trophy track, you're here in a Can-Am. Tell us what the sighting lap was like.
Yeah, not too bad. Honestly, from memory, they normally wet the track a lot, but there's actually quite a lot of dust here, so yeah, it's only a couple little wet patches in some inside of the turns, but yeah, we know the track pretty well, so hopefully we have a good little bit of a run and, yeah, just enjoy being back here for the 50th.
This was so last minute. You're running the full incognito. We can't even recognise you.
No, exactly. It's full incognito. I've had to borrow FIA socks and the whole lot of everything. So I definitely wasn't expecting to be doing this, but yeah, we're here. We're excited, and big thank you to Glenn Brinkman for yeah, letting this all happen. So yeah, let's get out there and we'll have some fun and just see what the Fink weekend will bring.
So great to have you here. Enjoy it out there. We look forward to seeing what happens. Well done.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Yeah, great to hear from Toby Price in Side by Side Pro this weekend. If you're just joining us here for the live stream and didn't get to tune in last night or haven't been on Facebook, you've been living under a rock. Mr. Toby Price is in Side by Side Pro this weekend with Glenn Brinkman having a little bit of back issue, so Toby came in to save the day, and as he said, they're full incognito. You can't even recognise him. There's no Red Bull or anything on him as we watch the 583 make its way in. This thing just looks amazing in the sun this morning here at the start-finish line.
Now, Josh, while we were talking there, the 585 snuck in there. Michael Shipton did anything but sneak in, actually, because ran a 535, which is absolutely awesome. 85k an hour average speed. Definitely going to be the front runner in Class 5. He's done a fair few laps around here in that Ranger, or I don't know, it might be a Bravo or something like that, but you know, it's got a lot of modifications, that Performance 5, Class 5 car. And again, as you said, Russ Cullen out here in the Kingy. It's so good to see. Actually, the live feed's getting a bit worked up about getting a Charger out here, 265 Valiant. Now, it'd be a bit disappointing if we wrecked a 265 Charger doing that, but there used to be a lot of Valiants racing around down in the South Australia scene, so I'm sure there's a few old race cars and speedway cars hidden around, so, but it would be cool to see a full Class 5 of Australian classics, wouldn't it? Maybe fiberglass panels.
Could even start a class, like remember that HQ racing they used to do?
I think that still happens, Joshua. But yeah, absolutely awesome. Now the 622 off the line, was it?
Lachlan Bailey.
Oh,
now,
yes.
Lockie last year had a great qualifying run. I'm going to say, I think he ended up somewhere around about 12th or 14th last year in qualification. So he's definitely going to be one to look out for in our side-by-side pro category. So side-by-side pro, these are the turbos, a few modified arms, bigger suspension, a few things like that. So these cars quite fast and can qualify quite up the pointy end of the field.
Now, Josh, actually just having a look, and I'll say it quickly while we've got the time board, a couple of notes on the live stream. First off, excellent to have you along. Mopar or no car, completely agree. Why there's such a delay between cars starting? Guys, between classes, we've got the fastest of the class starting off the line, so they actually have a couple of minute delay to make sure that they're not in the dust of, say, the Class 5. So you'll see it, obviously, these limited classes, there's only a couple of cars, so it feels like a big gap, but when we're running 20 pro cars, then a short gap, and then the fastest of the Class 8s and bits and pieces, as in Travis Robertson, Smoothie, and that, it just gives them that little dust gap, because essentially we don't want it to be a disadvantage to be a fast guy in your class. So yeah, these guys have a short break, and then as it gets back towards, because theoretically, now I say theoretically because we don't always get it right, but based on previous performance, they try to let the faster guys in the class go, and therefore dust should be less of an issue. However, we've absolutely seen guys pass in the Prologue area. There's been issues, they've had reruns, you know, those sort of things do happen, but the reason that they do it this way is to try to minimize any issues or interferences.
Yeah, try to give everyone that great shot at Prologue as well. You don't want to be eating dust for the whole 8Ks of the lap, so very important. Around about a minute in between each car, just so there is a dust gap out there. Now, we are in side-by-side pro, and I can tell you right here, right now, these vehicles have come such a long way. To be completely honest, 10 years ago, these things were sort of I don't want to say it, but they were...
I'll say it, mate.
Yes.
They were rolling roadblocks. That's what they were.
Exactly,
They were bits of farm implements. We used to struggle to get around them on the track. They created... It was like quad bikes back in the day, and I know the quad bike boys like that, but for the motorbike boys, that's hard work. So these side-by-sides, but they are now dead set, fast race cars, and there's lots of guys struggling to catch them. They are awesome bits of gear. Can-Am, Polaris, Honda, they're all pushing Yamaha, they're all pushing the limits, and these things are truly awesome little race cars now.
Yeah, they definitely are, and even the suspension department in these machines have really gotten a lot better than what they did with when they first started. And as you can see, one of the Can-Ams here now with these really cool sort of front wishbones. They sort of look like praying mantises. Like it's awesome, but the suspension on these things have just gone through the absolute roof because they're such a popular car to race nowadays, not only here in Australia, but a lot of development coming out from the States, and they're doing great things. As we have a look at some of our Finke ambassadors, they have been very busy this weekend. Great to see Levi out there as our first male ambassador as well. He really has grown up around motorsports and more of the bikes, but the 604 not too far away. That's Jeff McNiven on the start line. Oh,
now Jeff, a great competitor.
Yeah.
Regularly up the front of the field here. I'm tipping him and Lockie. Probably throw Toby in there as well for a excellent battle in this side-by-side pro.
Listen to that thing.
Wowzers. A bit of anti-lag.
I was
right
about
there.
to say that obviously the boys have got it tuned right up. The JSW boys, that's Jeff McNiven, very, very fast. These guys have run right up the front. Am I on the right track, Josh? I think he actually ran third once at Gundawindi outright, the McNiven car. So
here we go, the first of our side-by-side pro machines, the 622 making its way back into the stadium section. And it is great to be here. And Josh Curran, mate, the live stream have a question. When are you racing again?
The live stream's full of dogs. But the 622.
If anyone would like to give Josh Curran a whole bucket load of money. Yeah. No, the 622, again, Royden Bailey. Lachlan, sorry.
But has raced with his father, Royden, in a twin-turbo V8 element, so Lockie knows exactly how to go fast. That's right. I think we're going to start to see the times tumble. As I said, that anti-lag before on the start line, that actually caught me a little bit off guard. That was not something I was expecting to hear as Lockie threw with a really great run and straight to the top of the timetable with a 5:05.
Bro, almost in a 4-minute race. This is insane.
94 k's an hour average. That is absolutely insane. That's how far these vehicles have come over the years. The 601 now making its way. Glenn Ackred and Michael Price in their side-by-side machine with the Fuchs on the side. Great to see it. They definitely are. They are quick this year. They've been just getting better and better. And this is the thing now, is these side-by-sides are so quick here in Prologue that they will sneak up the field this weekend. And for some of the people that don't get a very good time here at Prologue, it's going to be hard. They're going to have to chase these guys down and get past them.
Yeah, I mean, every class is going to be true, but particularly in this side-by-side class where, you know, again, they're sort of limited by suspension travel and bits other pieces down the track, to get a good qualifying start is going to be night and day for them.
Now, I believe Kane Jones on the start line there, the 657. So Kane actually last year's defending champion in the side-by-side pro class. Dan, you look like you've got something you want to say.
No, not really. I was going to ask you to roll the mouse down on my screen.
Sorry. Yeah, Kane, the defending champion. Now something a little bit different about Kane, actually in a Polaris as well, one of the new pro Polarises. So out here battling and representing for the absolute gaggle of Can-Ams that he has to battle. This one of the new Maverick Pros on the screen as well. You can tell by the upper control arms.
How many is that, Josh, a gaggle? What's that official number on that?
Slightly more than a...
More than 6? Less than 10? What's a gaggle? No, I like it, boys. Absolutely. But you're right, these Can-Ams, and we've seen them at races. Originally, they were quite fragile, right? This is probably another thing that's come about with these side-by-sides. But now they're racing things like King of the Hammers and surviving and winning outright You know, control arms have come a long way. Suspension parts have come a long way. And yes, Josh,
the ability for them to have a tyre size, like we said, some of these Can-Am machines running 35-inch tall tyres,
far out,
which is unheard of. But particularly, I think that's as that become more and more popular to race as well, that companies and the technology have started to get behind. We talk about Tensor tyres and Method race wheels actually designing rims, bead locks, bead grip technology to use in this side-by-side class to allow the reduction of weight.
It's going to be extremely close out here, boys. Zach Marsh has come through, 5:06.9. He's only 1.8 seconds off Lockie Bailey. 93 km/h average. This is insane. These things are turned up to 11 today. Everyone at home's having a good old time watching, and we might just have a bit of a break. I'm not going to speculate anything, but looks like the red flag is on the start line, so we might not see a little bit of action for a while. But the JSW machine, the 604, this is what we're looking forward to seeing come across the line. Very tuned out machine. And see, this is how far these cars have come. They've got PWR coolers on the back of this thing. Like, they have really stepped up.
Yeah, the guys from JSW have run a really good program for a long time. Jeff McNiven, he's got Jake Nicholson in the passenger seat with him in the Maverick R out of Queensland. Man, that sounds good coming through that stadium area. Ladies and gentlemen, a bit hard to see on the live stream, but all the stadiums are packed here. The dust is hanging a little bit. The camera probably makes it look better than it is. When you look out the window, it is definitely thick out there at the moment. So it's going to be an interesting year prologuing for all of these teams.
Oh, here we go. In-car footage. You love to see it.
So Justin Ryder, 627 there. So I tell you what, they are on the social media right there. They got the live stream going from the car. They're now also filming themselves as well. We got it happening from all angles. But how great is that? Justin Ryder, Steve Tessie, the Lad podcast crew as the 699. That's Lachlan Waters and Kevy Walters. No, Kevy Waters. Thought Kevy Walters was making a bit of a cameo there.
Yeah, Jeff McNiven did come across the line 5 minutes 22 with an average speed of 89 km/h with Jake Nicholson in the passenger seat here this weekend. The 699 having a good old push towards us here at the finish line, across the line. Let's see what they do. Just waiting for the time to pop up. Just waiting. Apologies out there to everyone watching along, just trying to see where that vehicle has come in on the timing.
So geez, feel a little bit sorry for Kane here. He's been sitting on the start line for a while there. He's probably all psyched up, ready to rock and roll. And now just a slight delay. But we have a look at the crowd. Like we said, we haven't seen much of the breeze blowing right now. That beautiful breeze blowing right there. As we have a little bit of a look at the in-car here, as they just sit in line, they'll be waiting for a little while there until they get going. But yeah, it's been a beautiful morning here this morning. Not much of a breeze at the moment. Probably hoping that will start to pick up in the not too distant future, blow some of the breeze away, or blow some of the dust away.
Now, boys, just a quick run through some of those times. So again, we've still got Lachlan Bailey right on top of the pole at the moment. So the 622 with the 6140 of Zach Marsh. Now, Richard Tassin has done quite a bit of racing. So to have Richard in the Navy seat as a competitive driver is also awesome. Jeff McNiven right there as well. All of those guys, you could throw a blanket over them. Wow, the splits are tiny in there. And then, sorry, boys, we're sitting in the 627 at the moment. Is this Ryder's car? So you can see, look at that dash, look at the information that they've got available to them. GPSs now, they've got that sequential shifter down there as well. All the safety gear, These guys run head and neck restraints, 5-point roll cages, window nets so that your hands don't go out. These cars are very advanced with all their safety features. You can actually see in the last vehicle that we're in, I think we were in the 626 there for a second, had the wraparound headrest. So safety is a really good product. Well, to the Velo race seats. So, got that sort of technology that's coming into it at the moment. And I think that that's a fantastic thing that everyone involved. I guess I just want to show you how important the safety aspect of it is to the racing. They also run air pumps, so in case you've never seen it before, those tubes going in pump fresh air. It's actually filtered. And
there we go. That's why we are having a wait. The 644, sorry to cut you off there, Dan. Logan Gill, unfortunately, and I just got a message there from my insider. The 644 had rolled over and was blocking the track. We just wanted to make sure that the driver was okay first. I didn't want to say anything. So unfortunately there we are going to have a little bit of a delay at the moment. Someone was pushing a little bit too hard out there on the Prologue track this morning.
Yeah, and as we talked about, that's going to happen this weekend, particularly at Prologue. They've got to lay it all down. They're cold. That's what's so hard about Prologue is, lots of these guys probably haven't wheeled their race cars since the last race. They're now in it and they're having a full-on. And I mean, it's got to be a 10/10 crack in Prologue to make sure they get the right spot. Now, tomorrow, they're going to be able to warm in, get the first 10, 15 Ks out of the way, start feeling the car. I know, Josh, when we used to race, like the first 20 was honestly horrible for us. We were often, trying to work out the pace and trying to work through the dust. And then, by the time you get out of the stadium area and you're 20 Ks down, you're starting to feel the car. The brakes are up to temp. Everything's starting to get warm and work well. So it's just, Prologue has always been notoriously hard for, most of us, I've got to be brutally honest, lots of guys there really struggle with Prologue, but it's something we got to do. It's part of the race. And then we've got some guys that are just unbelievably good. Like, Boston looked really good. I'm sure he's going to be on the bopper, ready for, it's early, I know, but let's do this. Yeah, they're just going to be up it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out this weekend. Again, these guys will actually get this car. It doesn't look bad at all. They're going to get it fixed and they'll get seated and ready to race. So their race weekend is not over.
Yeah, definitely not, but it does look like we've got another interview on the start line with Amanda.
We've got Tyson Garver here racing with his dad all the way from the Goldie. And mate, I hear it's your very first Fink.
Yeah, very first Fink. Keen to see how it go. Fourth race. I started racing about this time last year. We've really just progressed with the car. We've just put in some new suspension and done some put the S3 arms on. So really looking forward to seeing how the Rush Can-Am goes. And
do you think maybe after Prologue you'll change anything or modify anything about the vehicle?
What was that one say?
Do you think after doing the Prologue and going down the track you'll change anything about the vehicle after if you need to?
What was that? I couldn't hear. Sorry.
It's very hard to hear down here, I know, mate. All right, so tell me, how are you going to go with Prologue? How was the track doing the siding one?
Yeah, well, we're looking to probably maybe sit top 20 in the Can-Ams.
Okay.
We're just going to stay steady through the Prologue course. We don't want to stuff anything up or break the car before Fink starts. But yeah, really looking forward to it.
And how's Dad feeling? You reckon he's a bit nervous or just excited? How's Dad going? You reckon he's nervous or excited?
Excited right now. As we get up to the start line, I think the nerves will start to kick in.
Yeah. Good luck for Prologue. Enjoy it, hey?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great to hear from the 647 there. First timer here at Fink in the side-by-sides, and what a better way to get started in one of those machines. Again, they've come a very, very long way in the 10 years that we've seen them racing. Probably 10 plus years we've seen them racing. But this shot here just shows how many people are out here. And look at all the caravan and campers that have locked in a prime position along the fence line. There we go. That's the shot I was looking for. Everyone enjoying along there, and I can tell you right here, right now, I have some extremely fond memories of being along the fence line there. That was our family tradition, was going along the fence line and watching this great event. I know my older sister is in the chicane lounge as well, so she's having a great time here this weekend. So shout out to her and her mates that have made the trip here to watch the prologue. A little bit of a wait at the moment, but these shots, they're absolutely amazing. There's so many people here in the Alice, and as the Chief Minister said last night, that we're expecting around about 15,000 people down along the track with the offer there, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. It's just great to see the vibe here this weekend, and wow, we've still got a heap to come as well. Heap of action. Here we go. We'll have a look at some of the side-by-sides in the lineup at the moment. I'll just grab me old mouse.
Yeah, that was Nathan Shivers, lots of racing, the 670, the 6183 there as well.
Yeah, Keith McReynolds in that machine. And then it should be the 6149 of Carl Reed there lined up. Scott Garver and Tyson Garver. The whole Garver team right there, the 647s, they are pumped. They
Looks like they've got the tunes on.
Yeah, they must have the tunes in the earpieces here this morning. And then Ashley Foote, the 636. So the double, I do believe. Oh no, that's Danny, sorry. Danny will be doing the double. I apologise there. The 612 out there as well, Matt Deck. And then the King's machine.
Now, Ronnie Wilson in that one, the 6153. So very cool car and a very cool story. The Wilsons race over in Mexico and in Southern California. Anyone that's familiar with Wilson Racing. And that's Ronnie Wilson driving that car, the 6153. Sorry, we missed that. There was John O'Hanson, Matt Stanford as well. And then John O'Hanson. Gee, they're cranking down through there.
Yeah.
Old cameraman's on a sprint. The
There are a lot of
696.
side-by-sides down there. I did just have a quick look out the back window, and they are lined up.
Ian Downey there, so the 696. 6165.
Benjamin Ward, the 6165 there. And then the 6144, who will be behind him, of Craig Anderson. Hopefully we shouldn't be too much longer. There's
that side-by-side pro class is absolutely packed, isn't it?
It's packed.
And I think what's interesting about it is there's lots of names that, you know, don't do a full season or don't race the full year, you know, may not have raced before. They jump into a side-by-side, coming a lot of guys off motorbikes. And we know historically that there's a lot of talented guys that come out off bikes. They can read the terrain, they can read it at pace. So I think it's going to be awesome to see how that runs through and those side-by-sides. And I suppose what my point there was that there'll be some people in this pack, you know, that we may not know historically name-wise, but they're very, very fast and competitive in this class.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm just trying to wrap my head around who would have actually gone out there for a lap. I don't think
Toby's behind Kane.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So I was just trying to make sure that no one else's laps had been hurt or anything like that. Just some vehicles who were out there may get another crack at Prologue just because of that incident out there. But the fans are set up. What a setup that is on the back of, I'm going to say, Ram maybe.
A 4x4 Ute.
A Ford bike, yep, exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Josh. There's a gaggle of people out there. That's what I'm going to say. There's a lot of them.
It's awesome, though. The spectators have such a incredible... There's so many great vantage points around the racetrack to have a look at. As like you said, we're just making sure that the track is clear, the recovery vehicles are off the track, but we will not be far from getting back underway from a short delay. We do apologise, but we need to make sure that we do recover these people safely, and then the track is in a A1 condition, safe for them to race.
Now, rough numbers here this weekend, they're talking about having 140 cars race this weekend. And now, I just had a quick count up, over 60 of them are side-by-side pros. It's a big class.
How many times did you have to take your shoes off to count the 60,
I actually
mate?
had to take your shoes. Whoa. Anyway, the moral of the story is that is
pay for this trip out here somehow, mate.
Giant class, and it's, you know, it is the biggest class by far now in any collective group. Obviously, the pro buggy's always big. Pro lights are always quite a growing class. But yeah, the pro full side-by-sides now is one of those classes, and it's a group that's come along again. predominantly, I want to say, motorbike guys. With age comes a cage, as they say, and they've moved on to that. And, you know, they're now racing a side-by-side pro. It's an excellent class. And, again, it's proving time and time again how fast it is. Gives you a lot of options.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And it's great. Like, we've got so many different classes here this weekend that we'll continue to get to watch after this little bit of a break. But yeah, the boxman Toby Price is not too far away from getting off the line, and it looks like we do have another interview lined up with one of our side-by-side pro competitors there on the start line with Rihanna.
We've got Paul Colgan and Brent Temple. Paul, we've just been sitting here for a little while now. What's running through your mind as you're about to take on that Prologue track?
Just trying to vision it in my head where we can sort of keep it on and keep it flowing, and try and look out for some of the obstacles that are in the track, the wet spots and bits and pieces. But yeah, other than that, just trying to run it through in my head.
Tell me about your experience here at Finke.
So this is my 5th one. I've finished 4 so far, and hopefully to make it number 5.
And who have you got alongside you today? Have you guys always been side by side together?
No, this is one of my lifelong mates. Brent is actually from Broome, originally from Tasmania. So he made it over from Broome, and we come up from Tassie. Yeah.
Awesome. You guys enjoy it out there. Have fun, stay safe. Look forward to seeing you at the end.
No worries. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy.
So it seems to be a little bit of a common theme there from most of our competitors, a chilly morning here out in the red centre.
Yeah, I think it dropped to around about 3 degrees.
That is cold. This
morning. So, for all the locals here, it's been like stupidly nice weather in the lead up to the event. And some people have literally just got out of bed along the side of the track there. The rooftop camp is such a great thing, and being able to quite literally sleep on the roof of your car, just open up the zip this morning and you're right there. You're in locked prime position. It is absolutely amazing to see all these great people around here this morning.
Danny Curran, definitely a big fan of the rooftop campers there. He had one a couple of years ago, thoroughly enjoyed his time up Cape York in one of those. So what a great way you're able to camp right beside the track, just pack it up in the morning and get going. I know, yeah, Dan, massive fan of them. Yeah,
definitely. It is quite chilly this morning. So an update, 6:01 and 6:99, those competitors have finished, but we're just adding the manual time. So won't be too much longer there.
And then for any of the competitors that were slowed down by the rollover, they'll get an opportunity to run the track again if they want to, if they feel it slowed them down. But they won't run in our side-by-side pro class. They'll get their lap at the end of Prologue, because it is quite hard to seed them back into the large amounts of side-by-side pro that we have in the field here. And then they'll get the opportunity to run at the end. So if you are following along and you're not too sure about what is happening with the cars that need to run again, they will happen right at the end of Prologue after our field has been run.
Yeah, definitely, and not too far away whatsoever, ladies and gents. Thank you for being patient here at the venue and on the live stream at home. Just gives you a great opportunity to cook up some breakfast if you're at home, and grab something to drink, grab something to eat, and enjoy all the action that we will bring you in not too distant future. Just a bit of a break now at the moment to make sure the track is in tip-top condition, and the drivers of that machine that had a bit of an oopsie out on the Prologue track are all A-OK. Safety is the #1 priority here this weekend, and I think it's a great opportunity now to be able to jump in and have a chat about our safety for this weekend, whether you're along the fence line and are heading out to your camping spot today after Prologue, or you're here at the venue and you're planning on going out camping this weekend. Please, please, please stay 30 metres back at all times this weekend. The safety message is pretty simple this weekend. Don't be a dick. I'm going to repeat it so many times this weekend up here in the comm box. If you're too close to the track, you could have this race stopped. It's as simple as that. So please be respectful of the spectator marshals out along the track. listen to them and apply all the bunting rules and everything like that. Make sure you're 30 metres back, and as well, if we could have some self-policing of yourselves this weekend. If someone's had a few too many red cordials and is acting up, just pull them back into the line and make sure this great event does not have to stop here this weekend.
And I think one of the real common sense ones that we probably haven't covered yet is the outside of corners. Outside of corners is not a smart place to be. And then I guess with the reverse running of the track on Monday, where a great or safe spectator point was on Sunday may not be a safe point on Monday. So just keep your wits about you, keep alert out there, and let's keep this great race going for another 50 years. Definitely.
You don't want to be the reason this great event has to stop or has to finish up. So don't think we are too far away from getting back up and going.
Yeah, and I know the committee and even the racers put in a huge effort. There was a couple of years there, they put the call out for anyone in town to come and help put some bunting out. And a lot of the racers got involved and were down the track on Thursday, flagging off, bunting off areas, driving star pickets. That's because most of these trophy truck drivers are just farmers. Old Gigi would have been down there in his element. He would have thought he was running out a bit of irrigation for his onions. That's how it goes, isn't it? You run irrigation, yep, in a Tisco truck. If the ATO is listening.
No comment.
Again, great positions to be here. There's still opportunity to grab a ticket online for the Chicane Club. So I tell
Looks
you
like
what,
a pretty good place to be.
It would be a fantastic spot. All the staff over there are like, no more, no more.
Well, they've even got, I can see out the window, a little fire pit happening at the moment as well. So head outside from the shed, hang around the fire pit. What time does the bar open over there? 10?
It's already open, brother.
My man. My man.
Good to go. But no, it's excellent. Some fantastic spots to view around the course. Again, we talk about that down the fence line. It's historically a great spot, although I'll be brutally honest, if you haven't got your spot by now, it's a bit too late. Yeah. She's packed it, gets packed there yesterday afternoon. People camping down there.
Yeah, definitely. Great spot to watch. But it looks like we have lined up another great interview on the start line with Amanda. Take it away.
Away from Western Australia. Seems like there's a few Western Australians down here for Fink, but this is your first one.
Yeah, it's our first Fink, and yeah, we've got a big crew of WA people over here this weekend. It's going to be good. I think we've got a few contenders too.
I love it. Now, what are you expecting for Prologue today?
We just want to get through and survive and sort of... Yeah, just get through and in one piece, and yeah, our goal this weekend is just get to the end.
Being your absolute first Fink, tell me what talked you into being part of this crazy desert race?
I don't know. It just sort of evolved and sort of things just get bigger and bigger. So yeah, I've started doing the national series this year, and sort of this is part of it. So no, I'm looking forward to it and ticking off this one and going to Love Day next.
Wow, awesome. Okay, so a little bit of a tour for you guys. Yeah. Tell me, you've done the site lap. What does it feel like? What does the Prologue track feel like for you?
We went and had a recce, and it was pretty dusty out there, so we couldn't really get a good look at it. So we'll sort of have another look when we can do Prologue, I think.
All right. Well, look, good luck. Have fun out there, okay? That's the main thing. Enjoy your very first Fink Desert race.
Thanks so much. We're looking forward to it.
Go WA.
Yeah, it's so cool to see everyone from all around Australia racing here. We were talking about how we seem to get a huge contingent from WA. Plenty of people from Tasmania too, which is completely crazy, coming across on the Spirit of Tas and bringing their race car with them, having a good look around, coming to the Red Centre. And it's a pilgrimage down here. or out here or around here, however you look at it. As we've got another one of our side-by-side, Kane Jones, off the line.
Yeah, so last year's defending king in the side-by-sides. An awesome job in that Polaris there. So a little bit of a nervous wait for Kane, but how good we are back underway and racing for the Method Race Wheels Prologue. You can hear that Polaris high up in the RPM all the time. So I tell you what, Kane ready to throw down, ready to race. I think he was struggled a little bit in Prologue yesterday, but then charged hard last year, but then charged hard through the field to take the outright victory. As we see the kick-ass machine on the Brink Motorsport with Toby Price behind the wheel, ready to rock and roll on the start line.
Yeah, yellow flashes means it's almost time to go. Green lights very, very soon for the 6-time King of the Desert. Toby Price is off and racing for Method Race Wheels Prologue.
6 times on a bike, 3 times in a car.
3 times in a car.
Absolute madman. Rolling incognito. So the 6104. Charging hard that Can-Am. The 646 machine rolls up onto the start line as well. That is Sam Cummins, Lockie Benny, part of the West Line crew there.
I was about to say, for a team that wasn't really involved in off-road racing, they've come in with a vengeance. They had a pro car, now they've got 2 trophy trucks and a side-by-side running. Such a great thing to see these West Line guys here. They roll in and they roll in deep.
Great to see all these vehicles out here today. Next up on the line should be the 646 of Sam Cummins. He gets off the line in his side-by-side machine. And for the West Line boys, we've got a lot of vehicles here this weekend. Great to see such a great turnout of them. And we continue to push through the side-by-side category here, side-by-side pro, so you can run the old turbocharger on these things, wick them up a bit, and not too far away from seeing Royce Gill and the 616 machine get off the line. Very interesting indeed. Great turnout, great little livery on this car. In the bottom right-hand side of your corner, you get the flashing yellow light soon as the green goes. That means it's foot to the floor and get it around this 8-odd-K track here at the start-finish line precinct. Very technical, tight track with a lot of big moments out there. I have been lucky enough to drive around it and have a bit of a go, and it's tight and technical.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's crazy because it's such a fast course, but you're absolutely right. The way that it has undulations and changes, it seems like a flat track. It is not a flat track. It's very interesting, and it changes even between, from starting your sighting lap to now we've had, 100 cars on it for the guys that are top contenders in those pro cars and the unlimited truck classes, let's call it, because it's a bit of an interesting one now. 2-wheel drive trucks, 4-wheel drive trucks. In Australia, the category is not really there for the 4-wheel drive trucks, we want to say, but so we put them in class 8, which is our extreme 4-wheel drive. My personal opinion is that we shouldn't be running Masons against Brumbies, but I guess if that's what it fits in, that's what it fits in.
So the 626, actually a cool story here. Daniel Challen this weekend is doing an Ironman. He is racing both this side-by-side and then is going to jump on the bike. So another one of those competitors going for the Ironman. And Kane Jones is on the absolute bopper.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's making all that suspension work. You can see those guys, really it it looked a little bit like they were right at the end of their rear end suspension travel. So, they're going to have to manage that speed through there, and it's always going to be a balancing act between a vehicle that handles and then a vehicle that can take those big whoops. So, but Kane Jones knows his way around here, like we said, champion last year.
That's the 626 that we're riding on board with there, back to them. So how great is this? We were talking about it yesterday, the addition of Starlink in-car cameras. The offroadracingcrew.com.au really been at the forefront of that, as I tell you what. Toby Price having an absolute hammer down there.
Yeah, going to be really interesting to see what sort of a time he puts down. The time to beat at the moment is 5 minutes 05. And
well, boys, no stranger. Toby Price again. What a weapon! But he runs a side-by-side quite a bit for pre-running, doesn't he? So I do believe that he, it's not like this is his first time ever getting in a side-by-side. He's raced these competitively before in the side-by-side Australian Championship as well. So, he's actually going to be quite comfortable in that car, isn't he?
Yeah, Kane Jones does it in the time of 5 minutes 28 with an average speed of 87 k an hour. And will we see any of these side-by-sides drop below that 5 minute marker? That really will be a telling story. But 6104 making his way, having a real good push is Mr. Price, and comes to the line now. Wise done it, 4:59 in Prologue for a side-by-side. We are under the 5 minute mark in side-by-side pro.
Super impressive.
Wow.
Almost 100 k an hour average speed. Fantastic.
That is insane. Goes to the top of the timing boards.
So who was off the line there, Josh, at the moment? I missed that.
I believe that was Jamie Harrison, the 639.
Oh, very cool.
But it looks like we've got another interview on the start line down with Rihanna.
Ben Ward and Kashan Wall. Ben, a 5-time Finke participant. Kashan is taking it on for her first time. Ben, how are you feeling this morning?
Oh, I feel great, but to be honest, this long wait is making me need to go to the toilet. So
you're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. You've got 8 kilometres ahead of you. Tell me what brings you back every year.
Oh, just to beat my brother and my dad, who are also behind me. So as long as I do that, I'm pretty happy.
Tell me a little bit about your story. Where have you come from, and who's helped you to support you to get here?
Well, I'm from Muswellbrook in New South Wales, and since my mum and dad pay the bills, they helped me to get here. So.
And Kashan's first time. How are we for first time nerves?
I'm actually pretty nervous, but Ben is very good at keeping me calm, so pretty good.
You've both got big smiles on your faces, so enjoy it out there. We look forward to chatting with you over the weekend. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Great to hear from some more of our side-by-side competitors. Yes, that wait is sort of not helped in the needing to go to the toilet department for some of our competitors. But we have side-by-sides coming through thick and fast at the moment. Greg Campbell was off the line just before, and another one of our competitors making their way off the line will be Ben Nixon in the 6168 machine. Great to see him back out for another run here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race 4 Method Race Wheels Prologue, the 616 in the stadium section now.
If you're just joining us again, welcome. Great to hear you both in live at the track and on the live feed. Just quickly though, run through, so this Saturday, the Method Race Wheels Prologue, we run the vehicles this morning, starting off, they were about 7:45 lead, and run them in what we would class as a reverse order. Now this will be tricky because I think some of these side-by-side pros are going to be right up the pointy end, but what was historically the classes, they run the fastest guys in those classes backwards, so we're going to see our trophy trucks and our pro buggies towards the end of the day. I'd say about, as in the end of the morning, about 10:45, and then the motorbikes will be off the line about 12 noon. We'll see our top 20 bikes run first, and then our classes again in what we call reverse score. So if you're looking for David Walsh, boys, about 2:30, 3 o'clock, they're going to be running those bikes as well, because he'll be in a class 5 bike. So again, it's sort of like, it's a bit of an odd number, but it's a reverse class, but with the fastest people in that class first on the grid, if that makes sense. So you'll see them all over the course of the day we're going to be running. And then Sunday we'll be off the line tomorrow at 7:30 for cars. The bikes will leave at 12 noon, and then it will be on corrected time on Monday on the way home. So they'll be leaving Apatula at about 8:30 a.m. on corrected time. First 20 minutes, all those vehicles on corrected. And then motorbikes are the same. They'll be coming home about 1:30. And then, boys, casino time. The most important part of the weekend.
Yeah, no, Monday is always a great night down at the casino. We do the presentation at the convention centre and then we sneak around the back exit into the casino. They don't see us coming until it's too late, I can tell you that. It's always a great time there. The 679 off the line, that is Terence Flynn Doyle and Ella Martin in the Navi seat. So great to see them off and racing. Daniel Challen comes through, did it in a time of 5 minutes 30 from the Northern Territory. Great to see him having a good old push there. This is the next of our competitors across the line as well. As you can see, the timing loop is a little bit further. It's not actually at the start-finish line there, so I believe that was Justin Ryder, which did a 5 minute and 28 seconds. But it does look like we're going to go back down to the start line and we're going to have chat with Danielle Foote, who's doing the double.
I've got Danielle Foote here, absolutely no stranger to Fink. I believe this is your 10th?
I think it's my 7th or 8th, but it's my 10 years since my first one.
But this is the first time you're driving?
Yeah, we're going to have a good crack and yeah, see how we end up today, but it's all about just getting around and having fun while we're doing it.
And mate, you're actually doing the double this year, is that right? Oh my goodness, how do you find the energy to do that?
Yeah, I'm super excited. We'll come back in from Prologue and then basically gear up for the bikes.
Yeah, wow, I cannot believe that. Look, all the best with it. Now tell me how you, oh my goodness, you're gonna see what's written in here on the steering wheel. Come on in here, I just saw this. I'm not gonna say it out loud, but I absolutely love it. Now that is words to live by, Danielle. Now tell me, mate, the track, how are you feeling about the Prologue track? Let's start with that.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I mean, it's bloody rough out there, but as long as we keep it all together here, and especially on the bike, I think I'm a bit more nervous. It's pretty rough out there, but I suppose we just got to get through it, and yeah, the real race starts tomorrow.
Look, mate, I'm going to let you move forward, but good luck. You're doing the double, absolutely amazing, and trust me, as a woman, you're doing us proud, mate. Very proud of you.
Thank you so much. I mean, I've got to make sure everyone knows chicks can do it too.
Have fun out there. See you later.
Righto, so in that time we also had 670 Nathan Shivers off the line, Keith McReynolds we saw with Harry Day. So taking off the line, again, these guys powering through. We've got one of our side-by-side competitors. Look like they're looking at the front left hand of that vehicle parked there through our whoop section. So out of interest there, Josh, just for the people that aren't, regular Fink racers, that the best idea there, let's call a spade, you stop and then, they'll get pulled back in between rounds and then, you'd get seated, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and obviously based on some of your previous results, if you've raced here before, but they might also have a genuine issue there, maybe deciding to pull up rather than continue.
No, sorry, I wasn't saying there's anything untoward. I'm saying that person, that's not the end of their weekend. They can,
oh, no.
So what happens is that they'll get their car back, they'll get it fixed, and then they'll fix that car and be able to continue racing.
Yes, and maybe rather than push it on and try and get across the finish line and doing a bit of extra damage to the vehicle, they may have decided to pull up, if it's dragging an arm or maybe it's pulled done a little bit of damage to a coilover in that front of that car. They might be wanting to try and limit the damage.
We've seen a number of pro cars. I think, was it Jack Rhodes rolled over one year and then had a fantastic run after a roll right in front of the crowd. Another bloke that knows how to roll in front of a crowd's a guy called Josh Curran.
Never.
Did you get it sorted and get back on the track?
Definitely not. The front half of the car was pulled in half. As we see I move on subtly, the 6168 Ben Nixon across the finish line as well, and the 653 Troy Beishman making his way in as well. I tell you, it is cool with these modern technology of these cars, almost the rolling anti-lag that they have, listening to them almost wind down and wind up as they come past our commentary tower. The plus side, I guess, of doing it in front of the crowd is there was lots of video footage.
Yep, always about the footage, there's no question about that. So Flynn McDowell out having a good run here back into the stadium area with the 679. Ella Martin in the passenger seat of that vehicle.
So vehicles that had come across the line when we're having a chat there. Ben Nixon did it in time 5:33. Greg Campbell did it in 5:35. Michael Shipton Oh no, sorry, that was the performance two-wheel drive. Just trying to get my bearings here. I believe McNiven with the 5:22. That's a very good time indeed there. And vehicles just getting off the line, thick and fast. Still the time to beat a 4-minute 59.03. Absolutely ridiculous there from Toby Price.
So that's Ashley Foot off the line. So the 6.38 off the line did sound fantastic. And again, we've got that great footage from inside the car. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I know we just keep promoting. It wasn't that long ago. 15 years ago, you were listening to the ABC radio, absolutely no footage, and then you'd get it in a magazine. You know, only a couple of years ago, we basically had start finish line footage only. Now we've got in-car. This is absolutely brilliant.
And not only in-car, live in-car. It's not a replay. This is happening right now as we speak. And to have a look at the information, you see the rally safe up on the top right there. That beautiful digital dash in the centre of that machine. We see the speeds that they're banging out. We saw slightly north of 140 kilometres an hour at one point in time there, so an impressive run.
Another one of our vehicles off the line, the 612. That's Matt Deck and Murray Kiffer in their machine. Off the line and having a crack at the 8Ks. Great to see now another vehicle making their way in that back whoop section. These things aren't rolling. They're big boys. And they're next of our side-by-sides making their way in. Oh, great to see the suspension work there. There is some rough parts of this track, I can tell you that right here, right now. Even with just the side-by-sides, haven't gone through the 6183, which is Keith McReynolds and Harry Day making their way back in to the stadium section. Now we're getting a little bit of vehicle in here, which is always lovely. There's nothing better than hearing these things get off the line. And there we go, the King's machine.
Yeah, well, this is Ronnie Wilson, so the 6153. So these guys have come all the way from Southern California to run this car. They're actually racing another little Cosworth-powered Jimco, and that didn't quite come together, so that would have been an absolute fairy tale story, but they're still here racing this weekend. Such a great thing to see, and big shout out to all our Southern California friends that are out listening.
Yeah, massive shout out to them, and oh, big moment, just a little bit off track. We're going to wait for this one to come across the line and see what sort of a time it does. A great run there from, was that Lockie Bailey? No, sorry, someone else there. Terrence, the 679, does it in 5 minutes 11. But we're going to go down to the start line with Rihanna for another interview.
Thomas and Alison Stevens back for the fourth time competing at Finke. Now, Thomas, nothing says I love you in a marriage like a morning prologue together.
Oh yes, it's good to do it with Alison, my wife now, and I've done it with each of the kids the last few years, so good to do the 50th with Alison, and we'll hope for the best.
Tell me a little bit about your story. Where are you guys from, and what's brought you here year on year?
We're from Central West New South Wales, a little town called Canowindra. Yeah, and we're here because this is Finke and this is what off-road's all about. It's good.
And have you always been in this sort of vehicle?
Yeah, we only started, we spectated at Finke for 2 years and we got the bug. Well, we bought a Can-Am and yeah, we've been in the Can-Am for 4 years now, so we're, yeah, I think this is it for us. This is where we'll be.
No worries. Enjoy it out there. Good luck. Good luck, Alison. Have fun.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
So again, we're still running through our side-by-side pros at the moment, which is absolutely crazy. 60-car field. There is cars just still off the line now. That is the 613 of Jono Hansen, Kyle Smith in the passenger seat there. And then Toby Price, just running through those side-by-side pros. So the 6104, Toby Price, Neil Woodley, ran a 459. Then next we have Lachlan Bailey, Jordan Zollo with a 505, Zach Marsh and Richard Tassin, 506, Terence Flindale, Alan Martin with a 511, Jeff McNiven and Jake Nicholson. That's our top 10 with a 522. All these times are on race results, so you can go and have a look at whoever you're chasing and the numbers that you're chasing, but at the moment, that's where we're at. Also got some noticeable, again, 657, Kane Jones was our last year champion. Is that what we're saying in side-by-side pro? He's got Jeremy Kempson in the seat with him, 528, so he's in 7th at the moment. So keep an eye out for all those races. But again, more than 60 side-by-side pros. This is a giant class.
Yeah, and like Dan just said, all the information that we are reading out to you, the times, they are publicly available. Head to the Finke Desert Race website, go to competitors, cars results, and you can head into the prologues. Just follow the drop-down tabs. We are just getting all the information direct off the internet.
And again, it absolutely blows me away because, again, 15 years ago, we used to hope that someone listening to the ABC radio would send a message out, and you may or may not get a message on these times. Absolutely mind blown to see how much information is available here for you guys, particularly sitting at home. If you've got your multi-screens up, your iPads going, it's all there for you to have a check out. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and if you're here at the venue, in the middle of the venue, we've got the sort of half-looking shed, and there's some TV screens there, and that will show you all the timing that you need to know. But we're going to go back down to the start line. Amanda's lined up a great interview with another one of our competitors.
Here with Taylor and Kristen Apostolos, another 2 people from Perth. Now, you guys are no strangers to Finke. How many is it now?
This is our 4th year coming and 3rd year racing.
Holy moly. Now tell me, what is your plan for today for Prologue? Are you trying to get a good position so you get a bit of a cleaner air out there?
Yeah, I definitely think we want to come home with a clean run. Obviously, we'd love to be middle of the Can-Ams. That'd be really ideal for us. But all together, we just want to, you know, start the day tomorrow with a fresh car and end the day today with a fresh car.
I love it. And how special is it to be part of the 50th Finke? Is this something that's going to go down in history for you?
Oh, I think it's amazing. It's definitely a real experience. I'm super appreciative to be able to be here and be able to compete in the 50th. It's a really amazing experience for both me and Dad, and we're really happy to be here.
Look, go out there and have fun with your dad, okay?
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Best of luck.
Righto, the John Deck Engineering 612 came through there as well. Matt Deck at the wheel there. Murray Kofer in the passenger seat out of Western Australia, Lansdale. So, and again, we were talking about the King's sponsored car. Ronnie Wilson, Brad Zacher. We'll have to get an exact word on who is driving that vehicle. I know they're sharing some duties. Again, the old guard, Joshua. These boys have been around a long time. Brad Zacher of Zacher fame, you know, generational races.
Yeah, Craig Anderson in the 6144 was last off the line as well. The 6108 won't be too far away from getting off the line as well. Matt Brain, Guy Williams. Great to see this King's machine though. Sounds wicked out there. Do believe there's some sort of anti-lag system on that thing because it's just popping and cracking all the way to the finish line. And oh, this little S section here is it's proving to be a little bit tricky for our side-by-side competitors, but let's see what sort of a time it does, the King's machine, across the line.
Yeah, well, Josh, you say about it being a bit tricky in a side-by-side. You wait until some of our wigged-up trophy trucks and pro cars come through and they're doing double the speeds into the corner. Going to be dragging on turn and brakes and making things happen. We've often seen, and even with our race bikes, we've seen them go over the top of that berm, haven't we?
Yeah, there's been some big moments over the years. The 650, Matt Stampliff, or see, there we go. The first of the names that will stump me this weekend. I do apologise to anyone watching at home or re-watching the live stream. I'm not trying to butcher your name. Welcome to Alice Springs, and a kid who didn't finish school. Let's just say that me numbers and me letters aren't the best out there, and I'm not afraid to put that out there. But the next of our competitors, Matt, making his way across the line, the 650 machine. Great to see him across the line. Just waiting for the time to pop up as the 696, if I'm not mistaken, Ian Downey that was off the line, or the 669, Sean Dagan off the line there. So I do apologise, yeah, 669. So Sean off the line with Jack Rosevier in the Navi seat there.
Were you talking to me, camera 2, before about moving position?
And the next of our side-by-sides making their way through. Once again, just great to be able to see the suspension really having to work on these side-by-sides. The 613 making their way in.
Josh, those whoops out the back there that we're talking about were a reasonably recent addition. Used to be a straight run, or actually an S-bend run in there, and they straightened it out and put some big man-made rollers in there. First couple of years they were a bit nasty, but they've actually progressed really nicely into, again, what I would call almost a natural set of whoops out there along the fence line, and we keep saying it is a spectator favourite out there. As Coughlin is off the line, 637.
Yep, Paul.
And Brent Temple in the passenger seat of that one.
So they're off and running. The 613 out there on track. Great to see all these competitors having a good old crack at Prologue today.
Man, we've got some WA contingent card up. WA 613 Trident Motorsport. So John O'Hanson, big shout out to all the people listening from WA. Again, I suppose they've been dominant over here. They've had a couple of winners with OBR. The WA boys taking the crown home.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the joys of it being in the red centre, just as far for us to come from the southeast or the east coast of Australia. But I tell you what, there is an absolute group of Class 6s here to be racing today. But isn't it awesome, you know, that we have such a full field, so much action to be watching here, and these Class 6s putting on a fantastic show.
So again, we can see now these guys starting to pack up a little bit. This is what we were talking about with this reverse order. You know, a lot of competitors now, you know, that dust gap starting to close up. So again, this is why they run it in that particular order. Obviously, we don't want a Toby Price 456 or 459 time running in with the 620s. And again, there's nothing wrong with the 620. You know, that's a great position to be in. If you can be in that mid 50, 60, and honestly, boys, let's call it reality. Like, the difference between 35th and 50th and 55th is probably not a lot, but if you put it on its roof, it's a lot.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting conundrum. Once you're back a little bit in the group, really you need to conserve, save, and then have a smart drive tomorrow.
Yeah, Danielle Foot off the line now for her first Prologue of the day. She'll go out on the bikes once again, but great to see her out there. She's got Tyson Dunn in the Navy seat, Zach Gunston and Geordie Little in the 689, Alice Locals out there as well, and this side-by-side having a good old run on the whoops. Far out, the suspension has come a long way in these cars. It is great to see, just eats it up.
Well, I think what's awesome is that we're going to be able to see this and then later on see the likes of Smoothie and the OBR cars come through in those four-wheel drive trophy trucks, the Masons, the big pro cars. We're very excited about the likes of Spanner. Shannon Wrench is back in the 33 with that Jimco Hammerhead, the big long trailing arm car. So we want to see how they handle this terrain as well. We've heard lots of competitors say that it's very rough. Now is the 677, is that off the line? That's off the line?
Yes, the 6-7, Eddie Shivers.
Shivers. Now these guys used to run the AM side. Now I'll tell you a story. Josh and I were back at this story out. The Shivers racing car, they used to run Amglam Oil, or the oil company anyway. They were one of the first ones that I realised that these Mavericks could actually be competitors. We were lucky enough to pace them down through the, we were on the service road back in the old days, and they were doing 85, 90 through the Bonduma whoops, and I went, gee, these things aren't golf carts no more.
Yeah, definitely not, but we're going to go back down to the start line for another interview with one of our side-by-side competitors there with Rihanna.
We've got Ash Sudholtz and Blaze Man. Ash, we were just chatting before, and you started off your Finke experience as a volunteer. Yeah. Now you find yourself behind the steering wheel. This is pretty exciting for you.
Yes, very exciting. It's, yeah, we were on track volunteers last time, so yeah, we thought we'd have a crack at it.
Yeah. What made you step up and actually get amongst all the action on track?
I just decided we'd have a crack at it. Yep. So, yeah, no. So we normally race in WA anyway, so yeah, no, so we'll just have a go at it.
You've come across from the west. Tell me about your trip to Alice Springs. Has everything gone smoothly so far?
So far, so good. The plane flew very well.
Yep.
And I'd like to thank all my guys that brought the cars over for me. So I very much appreciate it.
And tell me a little bit about Blaze, your man alongside you here. Have you guys raced together before?
Yes, we raced last weekend back in WA and we come 14th. And yeah, so we had a ball, very wet last weekend, so we'll see what happens today.
How was your experience as a volunteer at Fink?
I had an absolute ball. We recovered a lot of bikes on the way home, so yeah, no, it was great.
We certainly couldn't do this event without our volunteers, so thank you for all the time you've spent and enjoy out there, your first time tracking the Fink track. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great interview there down with Rihanna as Colgan makes his way in to the stadium section. That sun's going to start becoming a bit of an issue as they get in back on this early morning run. Around about 9:27 local time, Australian Central Standard Time. Running a little bit behind schedule just because of an incident out on track, but we are now back and pushing through these side-by-sides like no tomorrow.
Yeah, Paul Coolgan on screen, Brent Temple as well. Side-by-side action here. It's what we love to see, the sights, the sound, the dust, the red centre. You can see the flag there starting to blow a little bit. Looks like we are getting a little bit of breeze as we jump to some awesome onboard footage as well. Looks like we're out the back. Get a little bit of an idea of some of the water that is laying on the track still. Crazy that it is so dusty out there as we ride on board with the 654.
Which is Warren Ward Refrigeration, Josh Ward.
Yeah, so these guys early on in their lap, from my knowledge of the Prologue track, they're probably only about 2 or 3 kilometres in. Right on target, mate. 3 kilometres right there on the little roadside.
I hope you guys can hear it in the ear. I can hear the old mate is laughing his guts out as they just hit that whoop. So the Navy's obviously having a good time.
Yeah, so you're going to get a ride on board with these machines, and it does sound like we've got like in-car talking. So I can't remember exactly what it's called, but
intercom.
The intercom system that we can hear. We're probably going to actually be quiet for a little bit so you can listen into this, because this is absolutely amazing.
Yellow coming up now. Woohoo! Love it! Woohoo! Into a left. Nice work, mate. Getting tighter. Stay to the right. On the right, stay to the right. Beautiful. In the whoopsie-doos. Woohoo! 300 metres, we're going to hard left. Well, no, it's not. Sorry, there's no sweat on here. That's all right. Yep. You all good? All good? Yep. Wait. Do a hard left. Hard left caution. Into a hard right. Beautiful. Doing well. Whoopsie-doos. Yellow. Yep. Nice, mate. Into a left. Into another left. Beautiful. Going well. Into a right. This is the one that's not marked. Yep. Into a left. Opens up. Yep, beautiful. Into a right. Into a left. Getting tighter right. Beautiful. Stay right. Yep. Nice. Man, that suspension feels awesome. Into the left. Stay right. Beautiful. The sweeping left. Into whoopsie-doos. Beautiful. Nice work, mate. Oh, they feel good, eh? Yeah, nice. Go straight. Lovely! Woohoo! Love it! Got a copy, Liddy. Nice work, mate. Oh, I'm going to throw it around. You're sweeping left. Stay right through here.
Yeah, we're going to go. He's going to get out.
Lovely! Woohoo! Stay left. Oh, beautiful.
I hope you've enjoyed listening to the intercom as much as we have up here in the comm box. But we are going to have a look at the stadium section here. This is a great camera shot. Very, very cool indeed. So hard left here, as you heard on the intercom there. These big rolling berms. They've got like little whoops in them themselves. Like it's a very technical little section here. Still water around, lying on the track as well. But this has just been absolutely amazing to listen to and to watch. And the navigators had the absolute best time out there as they make their way in now to the finish line. Let's see what they do. What a great one. Congratulations. Happy as this is just so good. We're going to go down to the start line for a chat with another one of our competitors, the only solo competitor in the side-by-sides.
David Adams here, all the way from Adelaide, doing his third Fink. Now, David, tell me, is it an advantage or disadvantage that you're all alone on the open road out here on your sports light?
Look, it has both. It has its advantages. You sit in the middle of the car, which means that it's sort of a bit of a smoother ride, but you haven't got that extra set of eyes in the dust, which is a bit of a disadvantage.
You did tell me it's more peaceful as well. No one yet shouting at you.
Yeah, you get into a bit of a zone. Sometimes you drift off a little bit. You've got to wake yourself up a bit, but yeah, it's a nice peaceful ride all the way down there.
How did you feel about the Prologue track earlier?
Look, it's got some nice big bumps in it, which will challenge people a little bit. It's probably set up a bit more for a side-by-side, I think, than the actual Fink track itself. So, yeah.
Well, look, please don't lose any confidence. We have all the confidence in the world in you. Have fun today, okay?
Thank you. You guys have a great day too.
Oh, yeah. We definitely are having a great day. Not as good a day as the driver and Navi from our side-by-side in-car before. Those guys are having a great time. That is fantastic. But that gives you a little bit of an insight as to how enjoyable and what a fun weekend it is here at the Fink Desert Race Method Race Wheels Prologue. As that was the 655, Robert Knight, that whipped across the finish line, as well as we see the 611. I'll take the name of this one, Brendan Hill. I'll get that one out. So that's a name correct in the box for Josh Curran for the weekend. One and only.
How epic of you, mate. You really put the effort in there. No, and we're still running side-by-side pros, boy. What a class this is. Still getting them off the line. The Method Race Wheels Prologue. And I tell you what a fantastic, those guys have stepped in. They've put in a big effort now the last couple of years with the Method Prologue, and we want to give them a big shout out. They had a big stall set up last night showing all the wares. They've got the bead grip technology, so now you can legally run. Essentially, it's nearly as good as a bead lock. There's lots of guys racing on these Dakar races, you know, when every ounce of weight counts. You know, these bead grips are a great thing now. So very interesting technology that Method's bringing to the table. Hey, Clayton, Taylor, are all tyres built equally? No, they're not. No, they're not. I totally agree.
No, they're not. They're not. He's a nerd, and he would do the studying to work that out. But
did you just call the Method dealer a nerd?
6138, Jack Livingston. No time for that, Dan. Got to move on. 6138 out there, as well as the 607. Hannah Nicole killed her dead. Dear, if you're listening, that one's for you,
that
mate.
That one was for you. Very good.
But that is Taylor Apostles. in the side-by-side Pro.
Now, listen, another little note. We are trying to read a few of the messages on YouTube. Big shout out for the live feed. Hey, just if you're having a drama, I was just thinking, make sure you click your live on the YouTube. If you're getting a fair bit of lag, because I tell you what, it's pretty good here. We're seeing everything live. We're in the commentary box using our eyes. So if you think that there's a big lag, I reckon I'd be pressing the live button on your YouTube and seeing whether that makes a big difference.
Not
telling you how to suck eggs.
Are you telling us that we can see everything live with our eyes here at the racetrack?
No, I'm saying I can see it on YouTube as well. I'm saying it's pretty up to date. What you're seeing is what I'm seeing. And if it's not, well, then you need to look in. You need to update your plan. You need to talk to Telstra or something. I don't know. But that's a you problem is what I'm saying, basically.
Oh, great. It is, we're having a great time here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, the 50th running here for this amazing event, the 683 off the line, which is Jason Neat, and the 606, oh no. Having a little bit of a moment there. Maybe the car having a little bit of a bog down, which is not the best, but they're out. One of our officials.
The thrifty rental is what I'm impressed by.
Probably Simon, the absolute legend who gets around collecting vehicles and helping out. He's a great bloke. Another one of those volunteers that gives up a huge amount of time over the weekend. Wind has picked up here at the start-finish line as well, as you can see by that Finke flag. It's great to see. The dust is still hanging, but it's not hanging as bad as it was before. As the next of our competitors across the line, the 606. And continuing to go through, not too far away from seeing the first of our sports lights, which is the 10 class, which I'm really looking forward to indeed. As the next of our side-by-sides enters the stadium section, the 609.
Dad's Army race team, Glenn Howe, Richard Bell, the Can MX3 out of Bright, Victoria. So if you listen along in Bright, the Rotex is whipped up and they are on the go on their way home. They've had a safe, consistent prologue time and they're going to have a good run. The old Dad's Army.
Loves it.
Nice clean drive here too. Picking good lines. Again, it's interesting. A lot of these limited classes, the cars that are, you know, in more of a stock type arrangement, trying to run the inside line, shortening the track up as much as possible.
Well, just got the secret inside person detail once again. Unfortunately, after this vehicle comes back in, we're running another red flag. So someone's come a cropper out the back there, and that's why our thrifty race car, we'll call it. Anyone watching from Thrifty, you did not see that. You didn't hear me say that. I promise you that. They'll look after that machine and it'll come back just how it was when it first came in. The Broomhall machine making its way in though, 6159 as well. That's Clint Broomhall in that. Great to see them out on the attack, as well as the 6159 with Clint. That's him. Sorry, I'm getting me numbers and people mixed up at the moment, but great to see them coming through for a good attack.
Yeah, Clint Broomhall and Robert Quillam in that Polaris Pro XP out of Stowport, Tasmania.
Tassie, wonderful place to be. It's a beautiful place to be, but we chat down as we throw down to Rihanna, catching up with some of our wonderful sports light teams.
We've got Shane and Corey Greening, who are locals here in Alice Springs, attempting Finke for the 5th time. Couple of brothers. What brings you back year on year?
The atmosphere, the crowd, everyone who gets behind you. It's great fun as well. So.
And first time with your brother alongside you, is that correct?
Yeah. First time sitting next to each other in a car for, I think, 7 years or something, so should be good.
Tell me a little bit about the car. I mean, we can see it from a mile away. The livery's awesome. What have you got underneath you this weekend?
It's a Honda Class 10, so it's 2.4 litre. It's an SS Race Tech. It's first race in it. So, yeah, we've upgraded from what we used to have, which is a bit old. So we've got some new technology in here and it's really fun. So.
And are you guys working on the car yourself in between racing? How does that work?
Dad does a lot of work on it, absolutely. I lend a hand where I can, and then Corey, he's just flying. He just comes whenever he feels like it.
The weekend warrior, we call them. The guys that just fly in. Now, tell me about what your observations were when you had your sighting lap.
I actually didn't go for a sighting lap. I lined up in my work ute, and then I got told I couldn't take my car out, so we just didn't do one.
Okay. What are you hearing? Have you been sort of hearing things about what the track's looking like?
Yeah, apparently it's no different to usual, so I've done it enough times now. I'll just go out there and up it.
You guys look pretty cool, calm and collected. Wish you all the best. Enjoy it out there.
Have a good weekend.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Absolutely great to hear from that machine. Grog Runners Racing, love to see it. Got some new tech, the new SS Race Tech machine out there this weekend, and great to see those two boys out there once again. Love to see it. Some more inside knowledge here coming through. Apologies, Nina Kells. I'm getting all me stuff wrong here this morning. I do apologise to the Garrity boys. They are still here in Alice. The Apostles, though, making their way across the line. Great to see Taylor back out for another attack in the side-by-side machine. Very well put together car as they come across the line.
Yeah, love the livery on it. Well, got a very good pop of colour, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely does. The 683 making their way through. Jason Neat, that is, having a crack in the stadium section. Great to see so many vehicles out here this year. Over 150 cars making their way out on Prologue today.
They call them Mongrel Dog Racing, Jason Neat. Chris Johnson in the passenger seat of that Can-Am X3 out of Ross, Northern Territory.
So down from Darwin, if I'm not mistaken.
I was about to say, mate, you're a bit more local than us. Where is Ross?
Yeah, I'd say Ross is up in Darwin. I'm trying to remember. If I'm wrong, don't hold me to it.
We are.
I'm from Central Australia. I'm not from the top end, so I don't know all me Darwin suburbs. But great to see them across the line. The old Neat machine. And once again, that famous start-finish line banner. It's all going to go a little bit quiet here at the moment while we recover the vehicle that's had a moment out there. And you can see in the background of this shot, actually, the planes that are out the back there. And during COVID, it was that joint was absolutely packed. We pretty much had a plane graveyard out there, but we still have some big planes out there. And this morning, you would have seen the shots on the live stream of all the mist and the dust. It looked very, very eerie out there. But it's time for us to take a quick break here up in the commentary box. I hope you're having a great time so far, whether you're here at the venue or on the live stream. We're going to hear from some of our sponsors for a little bit, and we'll be back.
You couldn't ask for a better day.
It's been amazing. I can't swear, can I?
I think it's the biggest American truck gathering of the year.
We're at the beach, we've got methods all around.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get amongst it. It's a day you just do not want to miss. It's so sick.
Bloody epic. It's so good to see so many people in the industry coming together under one banner and having such a good day. It's been unreal.
The best wheels and the work that they put into them, they're not just there for show. They actually do work really well.
Look, apart from the fact they look good, obviously they just work. They last, they're built, they're designed to do what you do with them and take the punishment, so they just don't let you down.
It's a no-brainer for us. There's no other brand we'd ever look at.
See you in 26.
The international race attracts drivers and off-road racing enthusiasts from all over the world.
Off-road racing is important to Boston Science because, simply put, it tests the envelope and it clearly makes or breaks the progression aspect of what we do and why we do it. The racers out here are the 1% pushing it to its full potential. This is a proving ground for every aspect of lighting.
So back and up and running. We had Tim Wadlow in the 685 and Paul Good in the 678 off the line there. Not too far away from seeing them back around into the stadium complex, but we are here for Method Race Wheels Prologue at the 50th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Great to see all these amazing vehicles out and running.
It's absolutely packed here too, Josh.
Yeah, it is.
There's crowds everywhere, the food, the nachos, there's burgers going, the fun. It's standing room deep down there at the side of the fence line there. The stadium's packed. We are back, baby. It's the 50th.
Yeah, no, we definitely are. Warren Ward off the line in the 659 machine as well. Great to see another one of those side-by-sides off the line and raring to go. Not too far away from seeing some of the sports lights make their way out. We've got through the massive class of side-by-side pros. Only a couple more, if I'm not mistaken, that I can see to run out there.
Yeah, 659 was Warren Ward and Steve Perkins off the line, Musselbrook, New South Wales. So great to see some New South Wales competitors again. It is truly every state here racing this weekend. The Method Prologue. Great to see those guys again. They have the big area set up over there, the wheels, tyres, the Baja design lights and bits and pieces. So absolutely awesome to see all that gear that's tried and tested. The 648 off the line as well.
Vaughan Hogan.
Scallywags.
These names, this is what I love about the program this year, is everyone's been able to chuck in a team name this year, and there's some absolute crackers in there this year. So once again, ladies and gents, if you haven't been able to get one of these collector edition programs, your official program, you need to get one. Make sure you get your hands on one, because there are heaps of stories both in the cars and the bikes, some really cool, funny stories as well about the history of the event, how it started, and all that kind of stuff. It literally took me hours to read in the lead up to the event. It was awesome, and I learned so much. You hear stories, but the stories in this book are absolutely amazing.
Hey, just thought I'd slip in too. Bumped into Clayton Taylor while I was downstairs just before grabbing a drink of water. We were talking about the absolute large contingency of side-by-sides that are here. He said, don't forget, Method also putting their money where their mouth is this weekend. $1,000 cash for the fastest side-by-side, $1,000 cash for the fastest motorcycle, and then $2,000 cash for the fastest overall, be that any class, 2-wheel, 4-wheel. So Method Race Wheels also getting behind, throwing a little bit of money back into the sport as well.
Yeah, great to see Simon Brown off the line there as well, the 6190. I do apologise before to Jason Neat. I said Ross was a part of Darwin. I'm an Alice local. I should know that the Ross Highway is Ross here in Alice Springs, so apologies to Jason there. I do apologise for that. Lucky I've got my older sister out in the crowd to keep me informed of all the suburbs of Alice Springs. I really should know that. But next off the line, we do have, once it pops up on the time screen, is Kristen Rich in the 619 machine. Great to see that Hoonigan sticker on the side of that machine.
Those boys are out of Wandoan, Queensland.
Next of the side-by-sides making their way over those rollers, the whoops out the back there.
Reckon that's Randall Kilner standing down there getting rollers, old Dirt Comp days. Get all our media, get right back as well. Don't be the reason, 30 metres back. So that is a rule for everyone. So guys getting it down the track, make sure that you keep a good eye on the course. Don't stand on the outside and 30 metres back.
Yeah, Paul Good making his way into the stadium section now, but we are going to go down to the start line with Amanda, who has another one of our Sports Light competitors.
I have found myself some South Aussies here. Adrian Gardner in the driver's seat, and we've got Samantha here in the Navi seat. Sam, I hear this is your first Fink.
It is, yes. It's very exciting. Yeah.
How are you feeling about it?
Really nervous, actually. Really nervous.
I was going to say, I can see your lip shaking, mate. If you're feeling okay. Turn the nerves into excitement, hey? And tell me, what are you guys expecting with Prologue today?
We just want to make it through. A clean run.
Yeah. What made you come to Fink? Have you just heard about it growing up and you know, was it a lifelong dream? Or tell me about the journey.
Yeah, all of that, and we wanted to do the Nationals, so that's part of it, so we have to be here. And it's 50 years, why not?
I love it. All right, well, look, good luck. I know you're a bit nervous, but be excited. It's going to be a fantastic day. Just enjoy it, okay?
Thank you so much.
Well, the other cool side about that is that they're in an Australian-built Honey Badger, an Ursic car. So they're in the right bit of equipment. They're out of Port Augusta, South Australia, Honda K24 with Honda motor. I'd always say that could be Ursic's old car.
That's a fairly good call there, Dan. Isn't it great, though, that we have so many Australian-built options floating around at this point in time? Like you said, we've got the Honey Badger, we've got the Elements, we've got the SS race frames, and they are all represented here in different classes as well, Pro Light, Sports class. It's absolutely fantastic. Even the prep and the build of machinery as well. I heard some information that Can-Am that Toby Price is racing actually all, now yes, started off as a factory Can-Am frame, but had a lot of modifications and a lot of upgrades made by Dan McKenzie, driver Z as well. So unfortunately, you might know that name from Comiskey Motorsport. Unfortunately not here this weekend, tore a bicep, had to have surgery, so not able to make it out. So, you know, he'll be watching and cheering on Comiskey Motorsport team in that the 6-litre Tisco truck.
Yeah, great to see the competitors still in the side-by-sides making their way out. Tim Wadlow was across the line, does it in a time of 7 minutes 01, as well as Paul Good got through in a time of 6 minutes 44. So not too far away whatsoever from the first of our sports light machines making their way out. The 659 in the stadium section now as well.
Sorry, Josh, I'm just going to pull up there for a second. Are you suggesting that that still has the same motor in it that it had when Toby was racing?
Yeah, I think they've been spending a bit of time and effort developing the War Speed motor for the all-wheel drive. The Tisco, a proven race package. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, don't touch it. So it was left as a 6-litre, and they've been developing that War Speed motor for the all-wheel drive.
Then assumably you'll run a 7-litre, the same package in both trucks.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. I'm thinking that's an exclusive. Dan McKenzie's going to message you and say you're a knob and that you've got no idea.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with what I just said.
Correct. 6:46, so the boys in for a run there.
659 of Warren Ward across the line, 7 minutes 02. And the 648 or 6. 8, yep.
The stylised numbers are a trick for a commentator, in case you don't know.
Well, I just got the update from Billy Geddes. He said, yes, still the same motor in the Tisco. So that is, when it comes to Class 4 knowledge, Billy Geddes is a man that has his finger on the pulse as well. Bunged up knee, I got a message before as well. I think he purposely bunged his knee up because he was laying in a recliner watching the live feed, drinking a rum at 9 o'clock in the morning.
They do it different in the caves.
Sorry, babe, I got to rest the knee, doctor's orders.
Oh,
thin the blood with some rum.
The old sugarcane champagne out in force early for the Geddes machine. Oh God, you love to see it, and he is a machine. I can tell you that right here, right now. Vaughn Hogan across the line there, does it in the time 7 minutes 03. The 619 as well, making their way into the stadium section. Just trying to adjust my eyes to find the right number there. Christian Rich there. Once again, that Hoonigan sticker on the side there looks great. Great to see representation for them out here, and once again, rest in peace to Ken Walk. We do miss him.
And Josh, that's probably a good example there where you can see a guy that obviously hasn't raced. They don't know where to seat him exactly. He was visibly quicker through there than a number of the other people. So, you know, next time that he qualifies at Finke, he'll be much further up the qualifying order.
Yeah, no, definitely not too far away from Sports Light getting underway here. Just keeping my eyes peeled on the times. We have section times here up in the comm box as well. That would be very useful for the bigger classes that we get to see, like the class 4s and the pro class and all that fun stuff. So not too far away whatsoever. Still production four-wheel drive. If you've just joined us, Craig Lowndes was your man on top there. But it looks like we're going to go back down to the start line of Method Race Wheels Prologue with Rihanna for an interview.
It's definitely not Finke without the Patriot Games boys here, Christian and Ashton Montesalve. Welcome back to Finke once again, but it's a new class for you. Tell me about stepping up to this class.
Yes, we've had tons of fun in the car in class 10, but we had this engine sitting up on the shelf. I just thought that we'd happen and have some fun.
And you've a new livery as well to celebrate the 50th anniversary. Tell me a little bit about the story behind wanting to change things up for the 50th.
Yes, so we've always ran it as loud. We've always run it white and green, but adding in the gold or the 50th, thought that it'd be fun.
Well, we love having you guys back year on year. The car looks fantastic. Enjoy it out there on the track.
Lovely. Awesome. Thank you.
Great to hear from the Montesalvo twins. Cannot wait to see what they can do in their new machine here this weekend. I know they've done a little bit of driving over in Mexico, as well as Dad, who bought a truck for over there as well. So great to see them back out and racing here in the territory. The 1074 off the line. David Adams, the first of our sports lights, out on track. Oh, sorry. Yes, Stephen Graham. I do apologise.
Yeah, while we were doing that interview with Montesalvo's, Bowie actually headed out for a run, so he's going to be one to watch. Bowie is absolutely wicked up every time he goes onto a Prologue. Just pretty much every time he straps the helmet on, boys. The man is an absolute animal.
Yeah, he is an absolute beast. Father and daughter.
Well, I'm pretty sure Montesalvo said, stuff it. If Bowie's there, we're moving out of the class. That's what I heard.
It's a pretty smart call, really. Bowie is an absolute madman. Much like the hellman that he is, he's put Class 10 on the map, that's for sure. Regularly puts it up inside the top 10 at, say, events like Gundy. You know, that beautiful little Class 10 car. It's great to see, and it's one we'll be keeping an eye out for.
That's a cool car too, Josh, a Racer Engineering Class 10 car. So Conrad Racing, Travis Conrad and Alistair Conrad in the navigator seat, and with a VQ 25 in it. Ooh. So it's a little Nissan motor in that Class 10. That's cool to see.
The confab machine sitting on the start line. Love to see this thing back here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race once again. There's a bit of a veteran when it comes to racing here. Yellow lights on the bottom of your screen means he is about to go racing here.
So hopefully someone chimes in there. There'd be more gurus than us. VQ, do they do a Nissan 4-cylinder? Is it a D-stroked V6? Because the VQ iconically ran in that 3.5. Many people have raced that, so interesting to see that in a Class 10. And Visser, Rod Visser off the line. This guy's done more Finke starts than I've had hot breakfasts. Because I don't really have many hot breakfasts. Mostly cereal.
Yeah, Rod Visser, very, very good at the sports light class.
Mad motorbike boy back in the day. So has raced motorbikes, then moved into the buggy scene.
Yeah, just did a quick Google, mate. Believe it or not, you can find a lot of information on the internet. A VQ25 is a naturally aspirated 2.5 litre V6.
What a choice. Nissan very well supported in the Australian off-road racing scene. Didn't know that was a thing. Well, keep going, Josh. What did it come out of?
A Nissan. So one of the great things about Class 10 is there are lots of ways to skin that cat. It's not a sealed motor class like, say, Class 10 in America, but it is limited to 2.5 litres. So a couple little options there that they can all run, and it is cool that, you know, we're seeing different ways to race here. But this Class 10 sports light, great class. What a great way to learn, cut your teeth in. It's affordable racing.
So another one of these Chambers Engineering cars that, you know, they've obviously put a bigger motor in for this, so out of Super 1650. Wow, was there a bit of flame spitting out the back there? Oh, that might be because Bowie's in the house, boys.
Yes, the 1065 making its way through the stadium section. Going to be great to see what sort of a time this thing can do. A very good turned out machine here today.
Yeah, beautiful little Lumicraft. Lumicraft have been very popular in Australia, going very strong. Beautiful radius roof. They are a magic looking bit of gear.
The 1008 on the line. Grog Runners Racing. The two brothers, the Greening boys, out in their new machine here this weekend. Didn't get a sight lap because they weren't allowed to take the company car. They had to go in their race car, which they didn't want to do. So, Shane Greening behind the wheel of that machine gets it off the line. Going to be very interesting indeed to see what sort of a time he can do. And yes, I'm going to say 10:08 this weekend because his dad will kill me if I say any other number there. Stephen Graham across the line though. What a time, 5 minutes 10.
Yeah, but interestingly, guys, that puts 3 side-by-sides faster than our first 10 car, our sports light. Absolutely crazy to think. That's not words that would have come out of my lips a few years ago.
No, not at all.
Well, mainly because Class 10 didn't exist a few years ago, yes. but no, these Class 10 super fast class, so very interesting to see that. But again, those four-wheel drives, I'd say, just so much traction, so much horsepower out there.
Big moment for Adams there. in the single-seater variant of Class 10, the 1074 here this weekend, David Adams, and then off the line as well, the 1025 of John Wise. Another very well put together machine. Gotta love all the liveries getting around this weekend. A lot of people have actually wicked them up this year for the 50th anniversary, which is really, really cool.
Racing out of Narangba, Queensland, so that's the Gecko Racing, John Wise.
Great to have some more Queenslanders make their way over. And the Conrad machine making their way in. This thing looks wicked up. The 1006 here this weekend.
So a fun little fact about the Conrad buggy as well. It was Ben Ersich's car. So that's the buggy they ran in Baja with Luke Ersich as well. So Ersich's having a fair bit of an influence here in Class 10 with some Honey Badgers, some of their older cars here as well. So thanks a lot for that info there, Tom, sending it in on the live stream as well for us.
David Adams gets across the line as well with a 5-minute 51, so not bad at all from him. Adrian Gardner off the line as well, but I do believe that's Mr. Visser on the screen, and he is foot flat through the rollers. He is pushing hard in that confab machine.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. He ran a single seat sort of super light style car for a while there. And actually talking about that, you know, because I believe that he had did he have a Hayabusa powered single seater? And interestingly, that Patrick Garricky, that tiny build, it actually has a GSX-R 1340. So it's Port Broughton, South Australia. So that was the 1009 single seat car we were talking about before. So fascinating. Again, still plenty of ways to build yourself a race car here. If you can dream it, you can build it. Build it and they'll come, they say.
Yeah, no, definitely. Travis Conrad across the line as well. Did it in a time of 5 minutes 39 off the line. Christopher Solid has done very many Finks over the years. The 1063, he is off the line as well. And we're looking, though, to Mr. Visser to see what sort of a time he can do in this Class 10 machine. He's been on the loud pedal, gets this final little S section done very well, and across the line does it in a time of 5 minutes 30. Not bad at all there.
Yeah, puts him in second place. So at the moment in the sports light category, which is our 10 group, 1065 with Steve Graham and Ella Graham, ran a 5:10. Then Rod Visser with Cody Visser, running at 5:30.
Yeah, so just got a little update there. Sometimes when they've got multiple drivers listed, it is hard to know who is driving at what time, but just got a message in as well. Cody doing Prologue today, so that's Rod's son.
James Wallen off the line in the 1020 machine. This thing looks very good as well.
Yeah, beautifully turned out car. That's a local car too, isn't it?
No, I don't think that one. This one is.
Okay, 1020. Yeah. We'll have a look into that. But 1006, Travis Conrad is our current third place position, and the 1047, David Adams, running a 5:51. So all of them down under the 6 minute mark. Yeah. Shows you just how quick all of these sports light cars are. Transaxle cars, so running a Porsche style or a Volkswagen style gearbox. You know, motors hanging over the back. Very much comes out of a Baja Bug style era of racing.
The 1009 of Patrick Garrity came over the line in 5 minutes 39, but on the screen at the moment, the Grog Runners Racing Machine, the 1008. Once again, a new car for these guys out here and racing off the line. Peter Blouch in the Cranky Cat Machine. Still has the cat on the roof as well in the 1052, great to see that. One of the local cars here this weekend, part of the gaggle of all the local competitors. There's a heap of them here in the car section. Shane Greening having a good old push in the 1008. What can he do to the line? Where does it put him? 525, not bad at all. That will put him in second position if I'm not mistaken. Just waiting for the update. It does. What a run there from Shane Greening. The Wise Machine, if I'm not, yep, the Wise Machine, the 1025 making its way through now as well. That is John in the 1025.
So Australian-built car, I think, boys, rev range at Mark 1. So pretty cool to see these guys out here having a run. It's a great looking car. One of our larger 10 cars, probably will work very well down in the deep ruts and whoops at Bonduma.
Really reminds me, someone's gone over the berm there. That is him, that is our man that we were just talking about. Really reminds me of like the old school Subaru Rally livery there. So great to see this car out there, and if it's Aussie built, we absolutely love it. It's great to see so many Aussie machines out there this weekend, and such a resurgence of builders getting these vehicles out. But across the line for Mr. Wise, does it in 5 minutes 41, not bad whatsoever. So around about 6th place for him there, provisionally. Gardner making his way in as well in the 10:55 machine. Having a good old push as well. A lot of people running the spares on the rear. And when we get to the trucks, it will be interesting to see whether they're running 2 or 1, and whether they want the back end planted or loose out here. Very, very interesting indeed, isn't it?
Absolutely. Talking about back ends, that's something interesting about this Luke Ursik car, is the rear trailing arm. You can see that it's got an upper arm. It's almost like a 5-link design, quite different to what a lot of the other buggies have, Josh. So very cool to see it working here in the rough.
Yeah, no, definitely. A lot of these cars love the rough, and they work very, very well. But we're going to go back down to the start line with Amanda, who's lined up another great interview with one of our competitors.
We're getting through some of the last Prolight buggies now, and I have Kimberly and Angus McKay, some fellow Territorians here. How are you feeling today, Kimberly?
Yeah, we're good. We're good to go.
How did you feel about the track before when you did a little sightseeing?
Yeah, no, it's quite wet out there, but no, it was good. Very dusty.
It's not your first Fink. You've done it a few times. Do you feel like you know what to expect, or does the track just keep changing?
Well, I think, yeah, the track has definitely changed. Angus is 23rd year since he's been racing, so he's had quite a few Finks. I'm on my 7th one this year.
Now, you're a married couple. Is it hard to be a navvy for your hubby, or do you argue a lot, or are you sweet?
No, definitely not. We have a bit of fun together, which is good.
All right, well, look, have fun out there, you guys. It's pretty loud back here, but enjoy it. Hey, enjoy Prologue today.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Doing a great job. Not too far away whatsoever from Prolight buggies making their way out onto the Prologue track.
The Solid Co cars. And now, boys, I recognise this now. James Whalen, now ex-Tough Truck competitor, Josh. This is where I've seen this buggy before. Built it himself at JMW Engineering out of Dubbo, New South Wales. I knew it was a very unique frame and that I'd seen it somewhere before. I realise now that it is the JMW entry.
What a machine on the line. The 120, Christopher Solid just came across the line as well, though. 6 minutes 15 for him. But very, very well turned out. Prolight.
Yeah, an Aussie Jimco special. This was the absolute cutting edge just a couple of years ago in both Pro Class and Pro Light. The Aussie Special Jimco probably has shaped more of the mid-2000s Australian racing than anyone else. Kittles had them, Wrench had them, lots and lots of professionals racing right at the tip of the spear racing.
There we go, off the line.
Gee, Brent Martin seemed quite gentle off the line there, but I'm sure he'll be anything but gentle out the back, the 120. This man has run as far as up into 3rd, stood on the podium in a 3.5 litre V6. So limited there, although they have absolutely no limits on modifications. The guys wind them back up. Actually, I think this is another Wrecker motor, isn't it?
Yeah, they actually did experiment for a little while there with a stroked, so out to 4 litre V6 in it, but had a few little dramas with it. They said they loved it, made great torque, but couldn't get the thing to hold together, so they're back with a 3.5 litre naturally aspirated motor. But yeah, Brent Martin, a wild man, drives well, looks cool, calm and collected as we see the 127 on the start line as well. Johnny Towers as we see the 10.52 whipping in. But yeah, John Towers ran up inside the top 10 last year as well. So I tell you what, plenty of RPM out of that V6 in that thing. I believe it's Honda powered.
Yeah, Towers has been very fast in this buggy for a long period of time. They really know how to wheel it, particularly in Prologue. He's a master.
Yeah, great to see him back out here once again. The 10.52 making their way in the stadium section. That's Peter Blouch in the Cranky Cat machine. James Wallen came across the line as well. Was 5 minutes 59, so not a bad time for him as well. But we're going to go back down to the start line with Rihanna, who's got another one of our competitors.
And lining up the first of our pro buggy cars, we've got Shannon Wrench. Shannon, welcome back once again to Fink. How are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, good. It's yeah, everything so far so good. We had a good week up here. Yeah, it'd be just good to get this one ticked off the list today and get it over and done with. A lot of sitting around this morning, so yeah, it'd be good to get into it.
Celebrating the 50th anniversary, so many cars entered this year. How do you feel that that's going to impact the Prologue track?
Yeah, but for sure, it was dusty in the sighting lap this morning, so it's going to be really dusty. But fortunately enough, we've got a bit of a 5-minute gap in front of us, so that won't be an issue. But yeah, we'll be tough for the bike riders for sure later today.
How's the car handling so far?
Yeah, pretty good. It's all running well. Done a bit of testing with it, and it all seems good. So hopefully it's same story on Monday lunchtime.
What was the Prologue track like for that sighting lap?
It's really dusty. It was hard to see actually. It was yeah. It's good. They've graded a few bits and pieces. So it's not too rough, but it's yeah, very fast. So for sure there should be some quick times. Yeah.
We're very much looking forward to it. All the best out there. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Mr. Shannon Wrench, the first of our pro cars. Andrew Moles was off the line, and now the Montisalvo twins in their 188 machine, jumping up from Class 10, now in the Pro Lights. Great livery on this here this weekend. The white, the green, and the gold. You love to see it.
Mold's another one that you need to keep a great eye out for, that D-stroke BMW motor in Pro Light. He's been right up the pointy end as well. Yep. I believe he's been as high as 5th overall in a Pro Light. And again, that was an era when Pro Lights weren't running up there. So Mold's one to keep a good eye on local, and definitely knows his way down and back.
Yeah, definitely does. It's one of the most unique sounding motors you'll hear in this Pro Light class, but all these motors sound good. You absolutely love it. Orange lights on the tree at the moment. The 153 about to get off the line. Great to see.
That's Alan Dixon, isn't it? So Alan Dixon and Zach. So I think Alan Dixon's driving Christian Boyle in the passenger seat, and they're out of Victoria.
Here we
Brent
go.
Martin in.
Oh.
Now Brent, lineage of races. Craig Martin, a previous Australian champ. That's Dad. Brent Martin, and obviously Dale Martin as well in Pro Buggy. Keep a good eye on them. But this guy has run as high as 3rd overall in Fink against the trophy trucks, against the pro cars. It's the little 3.5 that could.
Sounds very tough in the stadium section here.
Yeah, not just one-off, Dan, multiple times on the podium in a Pro Light, and multiple top 10s as well. So great to see these guys, regular competitors in state races and stuff like that, but great to see them here in the ARB Championship. His brother Brent actually leading the championship at the moment. You can also hear the 122 machine get up on the holy cow. What a tight battle at the top there. Brent Martin, a 458. So just slides in front of Toby Price in the side-by-side pro. We keep an eye out though. Towers as well, an absolute machine. So that was a great run there for Brent Martin.
Yeah, John Towers, the 127, running out of Madawi, New South Wales. This JT Racing, they've run this car in a few different forms, and it has always been super competitive here and in the New South Wales racing scene, Australian Championship. So keep a good eye on Towers as well.
Yeah, Ben Falk was off the line as well in the 122 machine. Great new Monkfab car out here this weekend. Great to see that. The 1-2-1 on the start line now, though, as well. Loading it up. Get the squat down and listen to it rev.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So a lot of these cars, some will be running a manual, like an old school style clutch where they can still clutch kick it, running 3 pedals. A number of these cars also running converters. So these cars are actually a manual, like a synchro gearbox or a straight cut dog gear gearbox, and running a converter instead of a clutch. It's an interesting way to drive. You start them in gear and then just pull them through the gears. So a bit different with buggies where you're only taking off once. Moles in the house now with the 135, the Razorback. Man, this car has done some kilometres at Fink.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And once again, it's just the noise of this thing. It's for a BMW D-stroked motor. It's just absolutely amazing to hear. John Towers has set a time of 5 minutes and 4 seconds. The 155 machine of Jack Weir, if I'm not mistaken. I better get it right here this weekend. He's teamed up with his mate Cody Hodgins in the 155 machine. It is Jack, I got it right, for Todd River Pastoral Co. Great to see them out here once again this weekend. And he'll be quick in the Pro Light class. Andrew Moles across the line, does it in a time of 5 minutes 11. That's a very good run from him. Monty Salvo twins out there as well. Very tight here in Pro Light buggy. You can just hear them now. This is where the RPM starts to build here in these classes. And just a reminder to everyone here at the venue, there is a little bit of lost property over at the competitor information area. We've got a bank card, some sunglasses, and a number plate of all things. So if you're missing any of those things, make sure to head on down to them. And the Monty Salvo twins having a big old push. What do they do? 5:09. So third position so far, that is provisional. Angus McKay was also off the line in the 182 machine and the 108 machine on the start line now.
Yeah, well, Dan, you were talking about, you could hear in some of the corners there around the stadium, the Montesalvo twins clutching that car there, so that's what we're talking about, whereas the way Brent Martin got off the line with that torque converter, very different. So there's a real-world example of something you were just talking about.
153 making their way in as well. That's Alan Dixon. Let's see what sort of a time he can do. Ooh, the 108 did not get off the line very well there. That's Peter Appleby. Gets it started up again and might have just missed the gear there.
Out of Medella, WA.
Still, I'm not going to speculate. Back up and running now. Looks like it's on the push, and here we go. This is, I think that's going to become the line today. Across the line is Alan Dixon, 5 minutes 23.
Having a red hot crack.
Red hot, that car.
Come for the racing, stay for the jokes.
There are some cranky pro lights out in the background, getting the feed through my ears at the moment. And there we go. Ben Falk in the 122 machine, the Monkfab machine.
And this is really going to be the challenge here with Prologue, right? This SS frame, the Monkfab frame, you're saying, one of the larger cars. It's really a pro car with a Prologue motor, so probably historically won't Prologue as good, which is very difficult because now he's going to have to run through the... Don't get me wrong, he's still going to Prologue excellently, I'm not trying to say that, but moving a big car with less horsepower is hard work. That's where I'm trying to get at. And therefore, but then when they get down into the bundle of whoops, the larger car's going to really work in that situation. So again, it's trying to get that balance right of the fastest Prologue that you can get, and then a car that works in the rough.
Yeah, it does it in a time of 5 minutes 15, so not bad at all for the Falk car. Not the slowest out there so far. But once again, these machines have been turned out so well this weekend. Gotta love it.
Yeah, the purple frame, doesn't that pop? Good looking car there.
There we
so
go.
I think there is a little bit of, the drivers, obviously they're all amped up on adrenaline there, but so what happens is you get a solid amber 30 seconds before your start time, and then you'll get 5 blinking lights to count you down for 5 seconds. And I think when the amber goes off, they think it's time to go. They forget about the blinking ambers, but that's all right. You know, these things happen in life.
Do they, Josh?
Yep.
Jay Mitchell across the line, 5 minutes 19. And Jason Gibbons in the 131 machine was also off the line. We're not too far away from seeing Shannon Wrench get off the line in Pro Buggy, but we're going to quickly head down to the start line for another interview with one of our competitors.
All right, a very familiar face here, one of the most successful drivers in Finke history, Mark Burrows, joined by his son. Mark, tell me what it's like to be back at Finke and how you're feeling about the weekend ahead.
Yeah, no, it's always good to get up here in Alice Springs, and this is our 27th shot at it, and been lucky enough to win a few, so we're happy to be back.
Tell me a little bit about the buggy and how much work you've done on it to get it here.
Yeah, no, it's a massive job getting these cars ready. So it's only a few years old, this car, and it was really built to suit this track more than anything, really. So hopefully we're getting close.
And how are you feeling about positioning? Are you really wanting that clean air? Is Prologue something really important to you?
It is to a certain degree. A dust-free run's always an advantage, but I don't think we'll be knocking them trucks off, but we'll just try and get up as far as we can anyway.
I love it. I'm going to let you move up. Enjoy the weekend with your son, hey?
Yep, good on. Yep, thank you very much.
The 182 of McKay Motorsports, Angus McKay, coming back in the Jimco 2000, got a 2GR 3.5 litre V6 in that car, been campaigning it now for a while, and awesome to hear from the legend himself, Mark Burrows.
Yeah, definitely is. Jack Weir across the line as well in a time of 5 minutes 55. So great run from the ProLight local, the 182. As we were saying before, the Mackay Motorsports machine making their way in through the stadium section, and around about 3 minutes until we get our pro vehicles off the line.
Now, boys, I did know this, but I'd kind of forgotten. The 121, it has Jay Mitchell, Tanner James, and Matthew Burrows in it. What a car!
That's almost a bit like a bit of a party bus there, the 121.
Yeah. I believe Matty Burrows might have tipped his car over at the first round, and they're doing some repairs and work to it. They did plan on being here, but man, what a group of racers there in that 121.
Yeah, the 182 across the line as well. Angus Mackay, he did it in a time of 5 minutes 39, but having a look at this new Hammerhead Jimco. This thing looks absolutely amazing. Debuted a couple of years ago by Shannon Wrench. Hasn't raced in a couple of years now, and like we were saying, that normally means some good things for the Wrench team. So we'll wait to see, but a little bit of a gaggle of cars making their way through now.
Yeah, nearly going to see a pass here in the stadium, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely. I think
Well, that is Matty Martin as well. No stranger to going fast. That's the man in the green ProLight.
I must admit, this is where we get it a little bit wrong. I apologise if I'm but how does Matty Martin qualify down there? Matty Martin's an Australian ProLight champion.
Hasn't been at Finke for a while, I suppose, so that's, you know, the way that the system works.
I understand, but
yes, but
he is a fast racer.
Yeah, the 113 machine, Matty Martin.
Now, is this right? I'm scratching my head. It's half a Raceco, half a later engineering car?
Yes.
Finished by someone, Raceco. Yeah, anyway, the moral of the story is that's about a 2011, 2012 era race car. And again, previous class champion.
And Australian champion.
Yeah, that's right. He won the Australian Championship.
As a ProLight, yes.
Absolutely amazing. So again, just shows you the depth of talent here.
It's an interesting one though, but I tell you what, Shannon Wrench lined up. We are about to get into the hot zone. Time to get the jumpers off. The action heating up.
Yeah, definitely. Matthew Martin across the line, 5 minutes 30. I think this is the time now. Yellow's solid, 30 seconds to go, and then we're going to get the flashes, the 108 across the line. Peter Appleby, 6 minutes 45. This thing's sitting really, really high compared to any of the other pro buggies out there, and there we go. The cameraman getting absolutely roasted there by the number 33 of Shannon Wrench, and we're now into the pro class for the Method Race Wheels Prologue.
Yeah, big tyres, big horsepower, big race car, the Jimco Hammerhead. It's going to be great to see Shannon wheel this one. A little bit of a change. He's got Darren Mollix in the passenger seat with him rather than the famous father-son combo that has been running so successfully for all those years. So hopefully Ian's still floating around in the crowd and watching the race and still involved, no doubt. Runs a tight ship. The 131 coming back through. Now, boys, this isn't on our list at the moment, the 131, so it might be a late entry, was it?
Yeah, must be Jason Gibbons in the 131 machine, making his way through the stadium section.
As we also see the number 5, our current Australian Championship leader off the start line, that is Dale Martin. So he's heading out to try and knock off his brother, Brent Martin, off the top position. So I tell you what, Dale and Brent are great off-road racing family, but that Aussie spec Jimco.
Do we have any predictions on what sort of time these pros are going to be doing? Fast, yeah.
Well, what did we see? Did we see them get down into like the 430s last year? I think Trav
440s.
440s.
Yep.
So, you know, that's going to be where definitely the Robinson boys are both going to want to be running that sort of pace again.
The 131, Gibbons across the line, did it in a time of 6 minutes 21. The 85 sitting on the start line now. They're about to get off and racing.
Yeah, the 85 is going to definitely be one to watch as well. Those guys, the 85 Motorsport of Toddy Lehman, Aaron Berham, they've gone through a couple of Jimco specials.
Yeah, stick your head in that one as well. One of the things you'll notice a little bit unique about it, no shifter, actually runs paddle shift as well as the technology comes in. We see it in the Mason trucks, some of the Tisco trucks as well. But now the guy's actually doing a rewire and retrofitting paddle shifting to that Jimco as well. So pretty cool feature.
The 93, AJ on the line. Great to see this machine once again. Had a couple of cracks at Finke in the past and has been up the pointy end as well. Yellow lights now means he is about to go racing here for Prologue. His run at the 8-odd Ks around the start-finish line complex here. Goes out past the drag strip who are next door to us, and a great start there for that machine. Sounds very good for Aaron James off the line.
Yeah, that big Illumicraft. So we saw lots of Illumicrafts in the Class 10 running the smaller, lighter chassis, and now we see one of the full-size Illumicraft Pro buggies here. Got plenty of horsepower there, that twin-turbo motor.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about horsepower, mate, Luke Hendry in the passenger seat of the Red Nut Racing rig, Kai Camilleri out of Queensland. So this is another car to keep a good eye on. Kai's been a great, consistent performer. Had a bit of bad luck at Finke, honestly. And, you know, we've seen him run right up the front in the desert racing. So I feel like this is another guy. We're gonna be saying this quite a bit, aren't we? It's like there's going to be a lot of great cars running out the pro trophy truck classes. So excited to see.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to head down to Rihanna with one of the Method Race Wheel machines.
Kai Floyd and Matt Dix in the Method Race Wheels Pro Buggy. Kai, we'll do our best because it's pretty loud at the moment, but how are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, we're pumped to be out back here in Alice Springs, yeah, for the 50th. So yeah, we'll do our best and see if we can get around in all smooth in one piece and get down to the end tomorrow and safe to go home from there.
How has your pre-running and preparation been?
Yeah, pre-run's good. The track looks good, looks rough. So hopefully we can yeah, get this buggy right up the top end and yeah, like I said, we'll do our best and that's all that we can do.
Car's running well?
Yeah, the car's going beautiful. The boys have put in lots of time, effort, and I can't thank everyone that's helped.
Awesome, mate. Enjoy it out there. Good luck.
Thank you.
Interesting too, Josh, that car, a left-hand drive vehicle. A lot of the Australian-built cars, or sorry, cars built specifically for Australia tend to be right-hand. You know, Shannon Wrench sitting on the right-hand side of that American-built car. But obviously, hey, now off the line, the other method car, Ryan Taylor. Another one to keep a good eye on.
Very interesting indeed. 5 minutes flat for Shannon Wrench. Toby Price beat a pro buggy in a side-by-side pro.
Absolutely.
Whoa.
Absolutely unbelievable.
I did not think I'd be saying those words. The number 5 machine making its way back in. Dale Martin having a good old push out there in his pro machine.
We'll even throw it out there. Brett Martin in a pro light, beating everyone at the moment. And Shannon Wrench has been out on the course. This is crazy. Crazy move there. I tell you what though, Brett Martin, I've never met a more relaxed, cool, calm character in my entire life. It's almost like he's half asleep everywhere he goes. No offense, that's not being rude, but he just seems very relaxed. But I suppose that works well for him. We hear the 52 machine, Royden Bailey, twin turbo V8 in an Element off-road racing machine. How good is that?
Yeah, it's pretty good, mate.
Dale Martin does it in a time of 5:05. Wow.
Yeah, so tough there. Dale Martin went over the top of the berm there on our live feed. Yeah, we were just having a bit of a chat there, so probably not quite as neat as he needed it to be. And out of interest, the Toddy Lehman right up on that berm as well. That's where those four-wheel drive cars, like the side-by-sides, were probably just so competitive, right?
The 21 Mark Burrows, absolute legend of this event. The Monk fabrication machine.
Well, here you go. I'll just make a random statement. How much horsepower do you reckon some of these modified turbo Can-Ams are making? 250, 300 horsepower, relatively lightweight, four-wheel drive. I mean, it is an excellent combination for this style of racing. Short course, aggressive.
Yeah, hold the foot flat and send it, really.
As
the
Toddy
85.
Lehman skips in the 5:03 as well.
Yeah, it's a good time for him, 5 minutes 03, so puts him in provisional P2 at the moment. The 93 though, Aaron James making his way in to the stadium section. See what he can do. Looks a little bit cleaner here than some of the other competitors in the stadium section, so whether these guys have just had a real big push out in the back section and, you know, had an off or things like that. Don't want to speculate too much, but they're having a good old crack here in Pro Buggy.
Yeah, actually, good question in the comment section there. How is there a twin turbo V8 buggy? It is indeed de-stroked, so the guys are de-stroked that one and made sure that they can run the twin turbos within the class rules. That is all at the hands of the Havies. They do an excellent job building those elements, and yeah, again, all air shift. They actually run Bollingers as well. They really are cutting edge and on the edge of technology with a lot of stuff there.
Adam
51?
Yeah, Adam Truella off the line. That thing sounded absolutely insane. But the 51 of Michael Zaka for King's Off-Road Racing Shocks on the start line now. What can he do?
So this is one of those ex-Wilson Racing Motorsports car. This was the 153 car, I believe, over in America. He's done a lot of kilometres down in Baja, won a lot of championships, and now it's over making its mark in Australia. This car came 4th last year. I'm getting nods. Yes, it came 4th last year. So a
yes,
great
the
run
mic
there.
was on. Yes.
7 litre V8 motor in it. Again, very competitive car. We expect big things. Again, probably tough. Another car that runs really well in the big stuff down low. Mikey will be having a good crack here in Prologue, but again, that balance of being able to run the Prologue and then run the rough stuff down in the whoops is a tough, tight position. Kai Camilleri, boys, great run there with a 5:02. So Kai's in a good position there, sitting in 4th overall at the moment.
As we see Ryan Taylor pop onto our screen as well, that twin turbo V6 Tatum. So slightly different from the other method car, which is a naturally aspirated 7 litre V8 Tatum as well. So naming right sponsors there, Method Race Wheels, Ryan Taylor, the 24 machine on the screen, a previous Australian champion in 2024 as well. That's a bit of an omen there for the 24 number for him. But unfortunately, Fink, one that has always just eluded him. So, you know, we'll be cheering these guys on, looking for a great finish, as we gave him the massive commentator's curse there. Looks like Ryan Taylor upside down on the track at this point in time. So it looks like everything okay there, though. You can see hands moving inside the cabin, coming out of the car there. So Ryan and his navigator there getting out, so that's great news. Both out of the car, but we do have the car upside down on the infield there. So car upside down on the infield. But great to see both navigator and driver out of the car.
Yeah, spewing for the Method Race Wheels boys there. Ryan Taylor, just again, it's eluded him. He hasn't been able to get it done. And what is it with pro buggies and flipping on Prologue like?
Well, we come back to that's the tough bit. We keep talking. This Prologue track isn't really like the race course. I mean, it is, but like the down in running through Bonduma, you set your cars up to do the big stuff down in the whoops. Now, and then you've got to work your way through this racetrack, which is almost, I know it's a crazy statement because it is rough as guts out there if you're driving in a street car, but in a pro car, it's sort of the easy bit.
Hey, geez, like he obviously slowed up a little bit there as well, and we're not quite sure how much time that has probably cost him, but Royden Bailey are crossing a 5:07 there. So obviously a pretty darn good run happening right there up until sort of the last moment there.
Yeah, Mark Burrows making his way in as well. Just saw him sneak through in the 21 machine.
Geez, I tell you what though, isn't the track starting to dust up? Yep. Obviously getting a few ruts there as well, one catching Ryan out there. But you see the dust, the way the wind's blowing. Gee, I tell you what, it's going to become a bit of a factor in this Prologue as well. You know, you get unlucky timing with the dust across the track there. Geez, it's almost like Burrows just dusted himself out there with that run.
Let's see what sort of a time he does. 5:02, a great run for Mark Burrows, far out. Even with a slowdown there in the stadium section, he was on one there, done very, very well. These cars are split by absolutely nothing here in Pro.
That makes it so hard for the likes of Mark Burrows there now. Do you go out for another run, or are you just happy with that one?
That is a bold call, Cotton.
Yeah, because you're right up the pointy end of that field anyway. And yeah, sometimes you can go, we've seen it before where people go backwards, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, no, definitely. And like, I think Shannon Wrench ended up getting 2 reruns a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken, because we had multiple cars flip. Every time we'd get one back on its roof, another would come around and do the thing. So yeah, going to be very interesting indeed to see whether these cars will get a rerun, but the 952 having a good old push, and man, I love the sound of this car. Adam Truella.
Yeah, sounds extremely cranky.
VW body on it as well, far out. That dust is getting thick now as he comes across the line. What sort of a time does he do? 5 minutes 17, far out. That thing sounds good. Zaka in the stadium section as well, the number 51 machine. Be interesting to see what sort of a time he can do in the Kings.
Yeah, you can almost see it in the way that they lurch into the corners, and you know, again, that's that big long travel suspension wheel up. That's what makes it so hard to prologue these cars at the top of the game versus those little side-by-sides just nip around. They are very fast. So, but look at that, what a shot, the dust flying as Mikey Z gets on the gas and makes his way towards the finish line of Prologue. That'll be a good feeling for him.
Yeah, across the line now, does it in a time of 5 minutes 02. Wow, they're all around that 5:02 mark.
That is tight for that second place.
Drops himself in provisional P3. And Costello, I do believe, coming through the trees there in the background. Great to see him back once again. A name renowned with Fink here.
I've got another name renowned with Fink in the passenger seat as well, Branford. So that's a pretty good combination there. Now, just P3 for Zaka though, but that's in class. Looks like 5th overall at this point in time.
Yeah, the 23 machine making its way around the stadium section at the moment. Having a good old push out there in the Pro buggy. Car seems very, very familiar. Maybe an ex-Kittles car, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely. So, yeah, turbocharged V6 in that one. Nicely turned out vehicle, always very professional, and has run right at the pointy end of this championship in many ways.
Navigates the final couple of corners and does it in a time of 5 minutes 21 for Mr. Costello. And I do believe he was the last to get off the line before the rollover there.
Gee, so now we say the massive commentator's curse here, and maybe the naming right sponsor's curse, because the car that we're also missing is the 41. We have not seen the other Method Race Wheels Tatum car in yet as well, as it looks like they are recovering the 24 at this point in time.
Now the good thing, boys, is that car doesn't look really banged up at all. It was quite a gentle roll. Hopefully they can get that nice and easily back onto its wheels, clean it up, so that'll be good.
But it does look like we're going to head back down to the start line for another chat with Amanda. Who have you got?
And we are nearing the end of the Pro Buggy lineup now, and I have all the way from Orange, New South Wales, Adam and Amanda Spicer. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, pretty good. Nervous a little bit.
A little bit nervous. You've done a couple of things before though.
Yeah, we have. Yeah. We missed last year. I broke 8 vertebrae, so we'll be just finding a bit of casual pace to get down and get there and back is the big thing for us.
How are you feeling now?
Yeah, same. Just want to get it done.
Yeah.
Okay. Keen to start.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're back for the 50th. Tell me, what's your plan for the weekend?
This will be just do it at a pace that we're comfortable with to go down.
Yeah.
Rather than try and end up somewhere we shouldn't be.
How about tomorrow?
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, should be just dust. Hopefully won't be too bad.
You legend. So you're really just wanting to get there and back with your beautiful wife sitting in Navi. What's it like, Amanda, being in the Navi seat?
Oh, it's a little bit stressful.
Loving it. All right. Well, look, good luck. Have fun. And I hope you get there and back. And I hope to see you at the Finke end, okay?
100%. Thank you.
Yeah, great chat there with Amanda, and the Method Race Wheels machine back on all 4 wheels now, and it doesn't look too bad at all. It was a very soft rollover.
Yeah, actually out of the corner, which is an unusual place to roll. Obviously just hooked a little bit of a rut there and tipped it over. Again, no visible crazy damage, just the roof number laid over a little bit. I reckon those boys will definitely get that one sorted. They will get seeded tomorrow. And they shouldn't get seeded too bad because they've had good results here in the past, so won't be a terrible position. Not what they wanted, obviously, not the way to go, but Ryan and Adam, fantastic competitors that will keep their chin up and make things happen. Now, a couple other little things here. Great shot there we can see of their head and neck restraints. That's a thing that came in about 2012, something like that. And I think they are definitely a lifesaver. Also, fire extinguishers. They've got fire systems and bits and pieces on board if they need them. And the other side note there is window nets. You know, they've got wrist restraints if you're not running window nets. So all of those things are in place. So arms and legs and, 5-point harnesses, head and neck restraints. Again, really, we're making this sport. It is very fast. Let's be honest, it is dangerous. There's no question about that. But, this technology has come a long way. We've got a lot of, NASCAR and V8 supercar style inspired stuff that's come along for the ride. And, we've got carbon helmets and bits and pieces now. A lot of that technology has come through now and ramped down into this grassroots sport.
Definitely has, and it's great to see. And the biggest thing with the head and neck restraints is it really does stop you from that big whiplash and stuff like that. So, and they're all sort of tethered in over your belts and stuff like that. So you really aren't going to be able to move too much in them. So, no, it's a great initiative, and it's great to see all the manufacturers of these things coming out and just making them better and better as the years go on. They at the start were a very bulky thing, and I remember over in the States very fondly of a lot of the competitors there really didn't like running them because they were so hard to move the head and all that. And then as the years went on, they were developed a lot better, and yeah, so it's great to see all the restraints, and it's the same with the bikes as well, like with all the helmets and all that as well. Airbags now in certain gear. There's been a lot of innovation in those parts in the safety, and it just continues to get safer and safer as the years go on. Not too far away, green flag is what I'm being told.
Well, I was about to say, have a look at the crowd, boys. It is packed here today.
There's a lot of people. I've got to say, this is the most people I've seen here at the start-finish line.
So, listen, if you're at home, I'm telling you, you're missing out.
Yeah.
The atmosphere and the feel and all the activities going on. There's a big trade display area, the big screens. The bleachers are packed. It's interesting because it doesn't look that busy on our live stream, but I'm telling you, when they pan around the stadium area where all our spectators are, the Chicane Club, it is full.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we've got some great racing to go to, Josh. We've got some big pro buggies, and then we've got all our trophy trucks and Class 8s coming through.
Yeah.
And the highlight of the entire weekend is still coming, right? The Brumby.
Oh, yeah. Who doesn't love a Brumby? See, like, that's what we're talking about, is that it's packed in there, and that's in standing room. They are packed in.
Obviously, also a lot of people out here probably come out to see the bikes as well, unfortunately, due to a few little issues, a few red flags, Prologue running a little bit later if you've been looking for the start times. We are a little bit behind due to a couple of side-by-side rollovers, as well as a pro buggy rollover there as well with Ryan Taylor. So still making our way through. So yeah, we've still got plenty of pro buggies to come. Then our Class 4s, so our two-wheel drive trophy trucks. And then we have our Class 8s, which have a couple of our four-wheel drive trophy trucks, and then some of the modified four-wheel drives as well that all fall into that one banner there. But still plenty of exciting racing to come, as it looks like we are getting ready to go green in the not too distant future.
Yeah, solid ambers means we're not too far away from getting underway, around about 30 seconds from the next pro buggy making its way off the start line. Flash is, we'll get 5 of them, then the solid green will come on. Back up and running now. Oh, the Bull machine, Jordan Bull.
It's a bit hard to tell with the all black, but that does look like a Jimco champion, I believe. What's your opinion, Dan?
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the old Buddy Crow one.
Ah,
Not
yes.
100% sure, but I think...
Yeah, it was just a little bit hard to tell with the all black. Sometimes hard to spot the lines of the car, but I believe that is looks like a Jimco champion there.
Yeah, well, I think that's the one that Huddy was talking about.
Ah, yes.
So, mates with Bo, or been working around with Bo, or bought it off Bo, or some combination of that conversation anyway. Most of the Jimcos in Australia have been owned by the Robinsons at some point or another.
So next car about to get off the line. Flashes of the amber, green light racing here. This thing sounds wicked up as well. Troy Schoen in the 19 machine. Once again, another really well turned out machine here this weekend. The orange paint, the orange rims as well. You love to see it.
Yeah, that's the SS Racetech Hustler. Yeah, we were talking about this in scrutineering about how much we love these frames. Scott Schiller builds a very cool hot rod, race car, trophy truck, tilt tray, you can name it. If it's got metal and he can fab it, he'll build it. Yeah, Schiller building some very cool stuff there. Out of Thornley, WA is Troy Schoen.
So the 41 about to get off the line as well. So he had not gone yet. That's why he hadn't showed back up yet, because they hadn't even left yet, boys. But let's wish all the best to the Method Race Wheels machine. There we go, off the line is the Tatum of Kai Floyd. Sounds good.
Yeah, there's nothing like a V8 in the morning at the desert of the Finke Desert Race, the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Kai actually sat in the navigator seat for a lot of years of Ryan Taylor's car, so quite a bit of experience before he jumped into his own Tatum. He was always building this car. Very nicely turned out, full-size Tatum Pro car. Now this is another one of the Elements, the Havey cars. I was saying, Josh, how many Elements are out here this weekend. It's just proving those cars work so well in the rough. The right man with the right piece of equipment.
Yeah, like you said, you can see the almost the size difference of those Tatum cars when they're put up against, say, like a Jimco Aussie Special. This is the 39, the undecided racing crew. That's Agro, I believe they regularly call him. Bit of an angry man behind the steering wheel, apparently.
Well, he's gone away from that Jimco. Is that what you were saying? And gone into the Element? 39? Undecided.
Oh, yes, sorry. No, I was talking about the difference between the Tatums and an Aussie Special.
Gotcha, gotcha. Understand. What is the difference?
The size difference.
Ah.
Tatum's being, full-size Tatum's being quite a large car, much like a full-sized Illumicraft.
Ah. I like it. Full-size Illumicraft. Fantastic car. Very competitive races out here. But the Jimco Aussie Special still proving its might here at Finke so far.
I mean, they have been a force to be reckoned with.
Talking about another Australian-built vehicle.
The 61. Western off the start line.
Now, we talked to them last night. Cooper wheeling this rig. Did he say he was running down with Dad?
Yes,
and then driving home?
Yes.
So
get a bit of a look at the track.
We would assume this is Chris Weston driving in the Prologue?
Yes.
Chris, a fantastic driver, has raced over in Baja. Now, was that this car? Different car. Josh is like, thanks for putting me on the spot. How the hell would I know?
Yeah.
But the moral of the story is they took one of their cars over to Baja and raced the 1,000-mile Ironman. So pretty cool to see that. Again, the big champion coming back in now.
The Bull. Jordan Bull. Tell you how good, sometimes how good does an all-black car look?
And a champion. I am a big fan of those Jimco champions. There's just something about them. Bryce Chapman, if you're listening, you know where to be next year. Carter off the line now in the 38. Dean Carter, Bradley Jacob in the passenger seat, Core Racing. These guys are out of Robe, South Australia, and having a good crack.
Oh yeah, you got Jesus. Ivan Schmocker back in the 58 machine. Man, I love this car. This man is an absolute wild man in the single-seater. Great to see the 58 back and having another crack here at Method Race Wheels Prologue for the 50th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
I tell you what, Ivan Schmocker, he is a bloke that just knows how to put it straight on the bop. This man is going to be upper. Have a listen to that. Shooting flames, taking names. Ivan Schmocker.
One of the original single-seat Elements campaigned by Aaron Havey in his original days.
Well, this is really how Element came to be, right? I believe that he bought this car. I hope I got this history right. I'm sure someone will tell me. And he cut the front end off that car and made some changes. And that's how the original Element came to be.
Here we go, the 41 of Floyd making its way into the stadium section.
How good's that? Nose up, on the throttle.
Yeah, looking
great
good.
livery. Yeah, I was going to say that car looks so good.
Done an excellent job. Absolutely wheeling that machine.
Yeah, cool. It's he's running the wrist restraints. We can actually see some of the action happening inside the car. Oh,
also getting a little bit loose where Ryan did as well. So that was the exact same spot there. Maybe there is a little bit of a tricky rut there.
Yeah.
Get on the gas a little bit too early. Wants to tend to kick you out.
Yeah, just lost the rear end there as well. Stephen Phillips off the line as well on the 998. Just behind us here, the 95 on the line.
Yeah, the 95 is 2XBR Racing Brett Rogers with Brett Richardson in the passenger seat there.
Is that ex-Havey car, if I'm not mistaken? It looks very familiar. Far out.
Well, that's definitely an Element. I wouldn't be as brazen to say I know whether that's an actual ex-Havey car.
Yeah.
It would make sense that it could be, but they also turn out so many of those cars. There's a number of them up in North Queensland as well as all through South Australia. Again, anywhere you go now, there's an Element car, and it makes a lot of sense. Those guys want them to go fast, and the Element crew really put in a big effort to assist you to go fast. So, you know, there's a lot of great builders, but you have to be looking at those guys if you're interested in purchasing an Australian car.
You know, definitely another one of the pro buggies across the line. Darren Aguilera in a time of 5:07, so a very good time as the Western boys make their way through. But we're getting through these pro buggies, and it looks like Rihanna's down on the start line with the first of our 4x4 competitors.
Absolutely sensational, Boston. On the podium last year, back again once for more to attack this Fink.
Sure am. Looking to have fun and maybe try to better myself.
Talk to us a little bit about the livery. What's the idea behind this amazing livery you guys have?
Well, it's Dad's doing. It's Dad's choice. The livery is dedicated more to my brother and remembrance of him. Yeah.
And how's the car been performing in the preparation and in the pre-running for you guys?
Well, I haven't driven it since we prepped it, so this will be my first drive, or second drive, I guess, but yeah.
And what are your thoughts on the track and how it's been evolving over the last couple of weeks?
Good. I think it's a lot better than last year, the track itself, but the Prologue, about the same as last year, to be honest, yeah.
Okay. Yep. We wish you guys all the best. Good luck out there. Let's take one more look at this incredible car before it hits the Prologue track.
Great to hear from Boston, my sneaky favourite here this weekend. I love that man's eagerness to just absolutely put the foot to the floor. And the number 50 not too far away from getting off the line here as well. Loaded up. Exhaust coming straight off the back of them turbos. This thing will sound sick once it's loaded up.
Yeah, the Allport team racing, so David Allport and Christy Page having a run out there out of Crookwell, New South Wales.
Yeah, having a good old run. We're not too far away from seeing Class 4, and then I do believe Class 8 will be the last vehicles out on track here today, so great to see a bit of a switch up. Remember when the pros were the last to go out there. But the next of our machines across the line, Dean Cantor, does it in a time of 5 minutes 33. Not bad at all. To the number 38, and here we go. The Smocker machine is back in the stadium section, having a good old run out there today.
So DC, you were on the money, mate. It's a Southern Cross with an Element front end on it. That's how Element cars came into existence. What a great run there. Good to see.
So hold on. Can you just say that again for a second? Dan, you were... Oh, Mike dropped out there for a second. Who would have thought? No, you did right. The Schmocker car, a very cool car. That famous footage of when they raced at Millicent, and you could see nothing but the underside of it when it was green, and Havey just absolutely pedal to the metal.
Adam Spicer in the 961, he was off the line most recently as well. And the next of our pros making their way back into the stadium section. The 998, if I'm not mistaken, of Stephen Phillips.
Backing it into that corner too. That's commitment in a buggy.
Ivan comes across the line, does it in a time of 5 minutes 41, so not bad at all there for him.
We missed a few there too. Weston, like Chris Weston or Cooper Weston had a good run there with a 5:17. That'll put him 11th in class. Aaron James there with a 5:09. We were talking about Royden Bailey, had a stonker with a 5:07, which is excellent. Dale Martin, a good run with a 5:05. Toddy Lehman's right there. Mark Burrows, that's a fantastic starting spot for them. Mikey Zacher with a 5:02, excellent as well. Kai Camilleri, and our big dog in Pro Buggy at the moment, the 33, Shannon Wrench with a 5. But that does put him at the moment behind Toby Price, who ran a 4:59, and Brent Martin in the 120 with a 4:58. So our current fastest leader is a Pro Light buggy at the moment. How crazy is that? Now, boys, this is actually just out of interest on YouTube. We were watching this the other day. The 90, the boys from G Turbo built this 1KD. So it's a Hilux motor, G Turbo. Going to be interested to see how they go.
Look at the squad on that thing as it gets off the line. Great to see. Kevy Knott was also off the line before. Graham Betnick in the number 90 machine off the line now as well. Stephen Phillips came across the line, did it in a time of 5 minutes 29 as well. And Brett Rogers across the line in the 95 machine, 5 minutes 11. So a pretty good time there for him. That should have him around the top 10 in class. As the pro buggies just continue to fly through, and great shots there out the back on the rollers. Watching the suspension work on these pro buggies.
Yeah, that's the ex-Naps Mendola. So plenty of horsepower in that car.
Yeah, 63 Tom Darlington, I believe that is.
All of the crew running out of the True Line banner out there.
But gee, doesn't that give you a little bit of an idea of just how vicious those whoops have evolved to out there? They're probably, well, just from without walking them ourselves, they kind of look like they might be up there with anything else that you will find out on the racetrack. They're fairly bucking that 63, that Mendola machine around. We also had David Orport and Paul Lee Tuck off the start line.
Yeah, great to see Paul Lee Tuck back again. Another one of our pros on the line.
Yeah, and another one of our new elements. That's so amazing to see this 86. That's Richard Hagoon. Now, those boys were racing a Jimco 2000 series in this green and orange livery not so long ago, and now they're here racing a new element frame. So very, very cool.
Yeah, great to see so many elements here this weekend. Tom Darlington across the line does it in a time of 5:52. As the Haken machine gets off, the line, we're going to go back down to the start line to talk to another one of our Class 4 competitors.
We got Jake Williams here. Definitely the story that everybody's talking about at Finke this year. You're teaming up with Robbie Madison on the other side. Now you're driving to Finke tomorrow and Robbie's driving back, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I spoke to Robbie last night and this morning. He's full into freestyle mode at the moment, but he's going to be watching the live stream so he can keep an eye on it in between his practice sessions up there. So yeah, I guess a lot of pressure on myself, and then yeah, Robbie's going to be hanging shit on me if I don't do something cool, I'm sure. So
you had a little ride down the track before. How is the Prologue track looking to you?
Yeah, the Prologue track's really good. It was really hard. We had a small battery issue, low voltage, so we had to do a quick change, and we were late to take off, so we got a real dusty look. But yeah, the track looks good. There's a few small puddles. I'm sure they've blasted off now, so it's going to be interesting to see when we get out there how much it's really rutted up, but we're going to go for it for sure.
Are you really kind of hoping for that clean air, like a good spot in Prologue today?
Yeah, we were. I mean, we're happy with where we are. As I said last night, like the guys in front of us, they've been chasing the championship, and they've definitely been proven that they deserve to be there. So we're more than happy to be here in 5th. But hopefully after this, we're a few more positions up for sure.
Oh, look, we cannot wait to see what you guys do this weekend. I think the most important thing is that yourself and Robbie Madison have a bloody good time at the 50th Finke. What do you reckon?
Yeah, for sure. That's the game. You know, we really want to get a finish, and then we want to try and get as high as place finish as we can. That's probably the second thing. It's a big exercise for Robbie to come out and the whole production crew. So we really need to make sure we can give back to the sport and get a finish. And then, yeah, secondly, we're racers. We want to win, so we're going to go for it.
Oh, mate, we love your work so much. Have fun, and good luck with the prologue today.
Great to hear from Jake Williams there. Absolute madman is Robbie Madsen. Got the private jet out here, flew in, then yeah, did some practice, and then has flown back out. He's going to do 2 freestyle MX events, and then is coming back. We are on board with one of the pro buggies at the moment, having a good old crack. It's great to get this footage once again. Across the line there was Adam Spicer. The 86 machine is who we are watching at the moment. Hope you're all enjoying back at home.
So that is Richard Hakoon, that is the element. Having a look at that Deceptic rim and tyre that was on there, we were able to work that out.
The Mount Isa logo. The swinging arms, boys.
Kevy Knott across the line as well, 5 minutes 43. You can tell just how dusty it is out there today.
Yeah, and it gives you a good indication of just how quick they're going, right? There's quite a bit of speed. Again, these guys are doing 9600 k an hour average speed to get on top of the box here today. I would say we're going to see a bit faster out of some of these trophy trucks and all-wheel drive trucks. Hayden Bentley still coming, he's new Mason. Obviously got the Comiskey crew, Jake Williams. Boston's going to be very, very fast. He's going to have the dial. How many settings do you think he's got on that VQ35? Is there 11?
No, just 1. All the way up.
On,
all the time.
On and on.
Yes.
Yes, gotcha.
Boost and more boost.
There's rumours getting around that makes north of 1100 horsepower.
Page up, page up, page up.
Absolutely. Get Cleater in, he'll find do some tuning on it.
Oh yeah. Great to see him actually start out the front of one of his NASCAR races as well. We all love a little bit of everything here in the territory, and we're all massive motorsport fans up here in the Combox. So great to see the man, the myth, the legend over there having a good old start there. Graham Bennick came across the line 6 minutes 06, so not bad at all. As Haken is having a good old push out there. You can still see the wet spots.
Yeah, track hasn't dried out maybe like we thought. I guess a lot of the competitors avoiding the wet sections of track there. We thought maybe some of those inside parts of the corners might have dried out. So it looks like they're coming back down along the straight towards the stadium through these big whooped out sections. So they won't be far from popping into live view as well here at the racetrack. So look at the cars lined up along the fence line. What a great live spectator viewing point.
Class 4 though on the start line. Boston Morgan Horan. A very quiet character when it comes to interviews and stuff like that. But this car's had a lot of development in the last year with him behind the wheel. He came in as really for a lot of people. He wasn't mentioned very much. He came out and absolutely caned Prologue last year and put himself on the box seat to have a good old run down to Finke. It's going to be very interesting indeed. The yellow lights.
Sorry, mate, I actually wasn't here. I was watching. So you're saying when you say he was on the box seat in class?
Yeah, no,
yep.
he
so
did.
he was the fastest. No, he wasn't the fastest.
No, wasn't the fastest.
No, Bo was the fastest two-wheel drive.
Yes.
In second, and then Boston right behind him in third.
Right.
So, but I mean, like, you know, put himself in a very good position.
It was a very strong year last year, wasn't it, for the trophy trucks? It was almost a breakout year. Now, I know they've been very strong for a number of years, but like particularly last year, we saw the real, like it was a strong foothold, wasn't it? The top 5 were all trucks running down there towards the southern run. And so I think that we had a real, I know that the trucks have been coming for a long time, but it felt last year that it was real changing of the guard.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's just with the technology that's come with it and how quick those machines are, and you know the amount of suspension travel those trucks get out.
Well, I think it was also that they were finally legally allowed to run 7 litres.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm keeping my mouth shut on that. The 4-2-1 on the start line. I did hear for many years that certain people were.
What? Pardon? Pardon? No way.
No.
Anyway, the Loveday the 2-wheel drive truck, the Rush truck, these guys building these cars out of Loveday. And Toby has been having a cracker run. Again, just needs a few little things to go his way. It's all crazy things like, you know, it drops an exhaust valve or it does this. Or it's not really anything to do with what they're doing. So, oh, boys, I forgot Greg Gardner's here in a new Tisco with a 7-litre Ford. Does that have those pumping bypass shocks on it that Fox? Oh my goodness.
So here we go, running 2 spares out the back. So very interesting indeed. He wants a little bit more traction on the rear end.
Well, particularly 2-wheel drive.
Well, I also believe this comes down to they did a fair bit of testing in America, a little bit of racing in America, and did a lot of the testing with the 2 spares in there. So haven't really had much time to do any testing or racing in Australia. So they're also sticking with the setup that they know and are comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. So the 410. Deadly Gregley off the line now in the RJ Batteries entry. Oh, I love that thing. And gee, it sounds sweet on the pipe, boys.
Yeah, well, Greg and Jamie, an excellent combination. Actually, we were talking about it last night. They are one of the original winners. They are the first Class 4 to take out Finke outright. As we throw down to Rihanna at the start line with a few more interviews from today's competitors.
Brett Comiskey, you have put so much into this sport and you have turned up this weekend with a simply incredible looking vehicle. It's outstanding. What was the sort of reason behind wanting to have this livery this year?
Look, something different, you know, old school. I'm over 50. Peter Brock, Marlboro Holder, Yamaha team, you know, Formula One teams, the Audi team have all got these colours. We wanted something that popped. We used to run black colours all the time. They're a bit hard to see, so no, looks good. Everyone put in a good effort for me, so appreciate all the good help.
We've got to be quick here because you've got to go, but everything running smoothly so far?
Yeah, look, we've had an awesome prep. We come out for the Brekkie Bash. We went down to the Off-Road Club on Tuesday, had a really good run down there, so no, we're all good.
Awesome. Good luck out there. Have fun. Let's take one more look at this spectacular looking truck. Absolutely incredible. Should be on the display, not out in the desert.
Yeah, definitely. I'm calling that one of the best liveries I've ever seen here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Real Peter Brock-esque type stuff. The 437 though, Jake Williams sitting on the line. We're not too far away from Boston.
Yeah, I can see Boston coming back into the stadium right now, absolutely flying as he appears on the screen, as we call it. Like we said, that VR35 absolutely wicked up. Super aggressive driving style there, backs it into corners. It's impressive to watch the way this thing duck dives and weaves. Boston, an excellent driver.
Yeah, Jake Williams off the line now as well, but the 489 is the one we have our eyes peeled on with these great shots of the stadium section. Absolutely sending dirt flying here in Alice Springs. What can this man do?
I tell you what, he's a man of few words, very wide there in the drift, but he is a man with a big foot. Throttle pedal wide open, all this turbo power. The Big Black Motorsport boys, renowned for their Nissan powered trucks. Oh, he's up over the berm. Got the straight line. My goodness.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's some horsepower. 439.
439.
Boys. 439, back it up.
Average speed of 103k an hour.
How is that possible?
Wow, absolutely amazing. But it looks like we're going to get back down to the start line for another one of our interviews. We have Hannah Bentley.
Okay, I know we're not allowed to have favourites, but if I did, it would be the Bentleys, and I have the lovely Hannah Bentley here. How are you feeling, Hannah?
Good, nervous as always, but good.
Nervous as always. You shouldn't be, because you're such a great driver. Do you reckon you get it from your dad, who's been king of the desert a few times?
Oh, if I got it from him, I'd be way better. So no, I don't know. Just he helps me practice and yeah, seat time.
Hannah, I remember you coming over the finish line and I raced over to you last year before you could even get your helmet off, and you just had this amazing, content look on your face, like you just couldn't believe what you had done, but I feel like you're also proud of yourself. I hope you were.
Yeah, no, I was. I feel like something for me just clicked. It took me a while to get going, but last year I felt like I finally figured it all out. So yeah, I was quite proud, yeah.
What is your plan this year? Do you feel more experienced now? Do you feel like the track changes too much to have that experience? Or tell me how you're feeling.
No, track's pretty similar to last year, and I'm feeling a lot more experienced, but there's also a lot of good people here this year. The field was a bit smaller last year, so we'll see how we go. Just want to get there.
Tell me a little bit about the truck that you're in.
So it's a racer, it's a two-wheel drive, it's got a 7-litre Chev in it and a Fortin gearbox.
Very nice. Will you change anything you think after Prologue if you have to before day one tomorrow?
Oh, I don't think we'll have to, but if we're not happy with things, yeah, we'll change it.
Hannah, I'm a big fan of yours. Good luck to your Navi as well. Just have fun out there, hey, and I hope you get a good spot after Prologue.
All right, thank you so much.
Great to hear from Hannah there. Greg Gartner, though, making his way in, had a couple of offs in the stadium section, though, so let's see what sort of a time he does. 4:55. Toby Watley came across the line as well, did a 4:46, an absolutely standout time. Andrew Clemens is off the line as well as Brad Gallard is off the line. Michael Doolan as well, so everything's going on. The 479, the West Lime truck is in the stadium section. Thick and fast action here now for Method Race Wheels. We're at the pointy end of proceedings, Class 4, and then we go into the big boys, the all-wheel drive boys of Class 8.
Yeah, Commons had, or the West Lime crew had some great runs here last year, so looking forward to them getting in a good spot as well. But again, now the three trucks, so Boston, Morgan, Horan, the 489 with a 439, 4 minutes 39, average of 103 k's an hour. Super impressive out of that rig.
Here we go, the Miski mining machine on the line in these great colours. Nick Commons comes across the line, does it in 4:56, so pretty good time there from him as well.
So just having a little bit of a look through last year's Prologue times as well. The 813 took it out with a time of 4:43, and Boston's time last year was a 4:48, so Boston wound it up by about 8 or 9 seconds, throwing down the gauntlet.
So about an extra 100 horsepower,
yeah,
you think?
yeah. Absolutely throwing down the gauntlet. So this is going to be an exciting year, another year under his belt, but also another year underneath Travis's belt as well. So I tell you what, though, they are raising the bar to absolute new levels this year. The 50th year at Finke is going absolutely off. Yeah,
Jake Williams in the stadium section now, having a good old run in his machine. Guy's brother machine, if I'm not mistaken. For AMX. What is he going to do as he comes towards us here at the line? They're all sort of dusting themselves out, aren't they, when they come through that that other section? But he's done well. Does it in a time of 5:04 for Jake Williams. Mr. Diggett out there as well. That will be the Doolan machine. Great to see this, the 486.
Yeah, beautifully turned out Brentham truck. They've had this for a while now. They actually ran it the first year with a absolutely stock 6.2. It was basically what they call a turnkey motor, a sealed motor package, because it was a 6100 truck in America. They actually ran it over in America for, I want to say, a couple of races, and then brought it to Australia. Ran it one year with the 6.2 in it. Now they've gone to the big motor, so the 7-litre. So pretty darn cool to see. Mr. Diggett, again, another one of the ex-rock crawlers, and they've done a bit of Ultra 4, done a bit of everything. And now they've been desert racing for quite a while now. The 418, Hannah Bentley, off the line in that racer. Again, you heard her talk about the Fortin in that. So it's a V8 truck with a Fortin That car is extremely quick. It's a greatly turned out car race. Dale Dondell, basically the Prologue king back in the day, wasn't he? Used to run right up the front of
Mr.
almost every
Diggett,
race.
sorry, just in front of us, was having a massive moment there. He does it in a time of 5 minutes 12, so not bad at all. Alice local Brett Taylor is off the line in the 431 machine as well. And Brad Gallard in the stadium section. Great to see the 454 back out here, having a good old crack in the rear end out, drifting it. Love to see it. I think a lot of these boys have been playing the new Forza Horizon game, I think. Getting the rear end out like that. Having a good old push. Great to see this man back in Alice Springs, having another crack at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. What is he going to do as he makes his way to the line? 4:59. Great run there. Shannon Wildman Lander is off the line as well in the 485. Great run. The second of the West Line trucks making their way in as well. Great to see this machine, the 467. Andrew Commons in that machine this weekend.
Yeah, beautifully turned out Geyser truck. Another one that's done quite a few kilometres here at Finke. And they'll know their way both down and back in this truck. The Westline crew exploded onto the scene and got plenty of race cars fielded here this weekend.
Now, you don't see this very often at all. David Bird, Alice Springs local, the 433 single-seater Class 4. You love to see it.
So still sits off. Oh yeah, sits off to the right. Doesn't sit in the centre like we've seen with some of our buggies. But I guess that's also due to the fact that there is a transmission running down the middle. As Brett Taylor, Loose Cannon Motorsport, I believe that is coming towards us. Oh no, that's the Westline truck. My bad. The white.
Yes.
The white.
Andrew Commons does it in a time of 5 minutes 17. Shouldn't be too far away from seeing some of these machines continue to make their way. But the 434, Brett Comiskey, man, every time I look at this car, it just gets better and better.
Yeah, very unique body style on it too, which I think really adds to the look of that truck. You know, it stands out from everyone else's truck. It would be hard to think that you would not pick that truck. Can't frighten a Triton, as they say.
Yeah, ex-Toby Price machine. So this car has won the event before. What does the Comiskey truck do? 502, which... Oh.
Geez, they are stacked in that 502, 503, sort of 502 to 505. There is a large grouping, some might even say a gaggle of cars jammed in there in that price point. But Boston Morgan Horan, that 489 machine, what a run. This is the Loose Cannon Motorsport.
Yes, Brett Taylor, otherwise known as Brettles, out here in Alice Springs for Central Desert Transport. Great to see him having a good old crack once again. Alex Burt in the Navi seat, the 403 machine on the line.
As we see Nick Burt off the start line there, as we keep a bit of an eye out on the rest of our field, as we have the Taylor machine make his way back in, as we throw down to Rihanna with some more great competitors.
We've got Tim and Elizabeth Button, locals here in Alice Springs. Tim, I hear there's a pretty cool story about this truck. How did this come about?
We bought it about a year ago, and it's been a lot of man hours to get it here. We sort of only finished it up last weekend, but yeah, we're keen to see what we can do.
Your sister alongside you. You guys have built this truck yourself?
Yeah, that's right. She's been in it. This is her 7th time with me, so yeah, we just keep upgrading.
What are you hearing about the track conditions, and what are you expecting out there for Prologue?
I think the stadium section's a bit hairy by the looks of it. I know Ryan went over there, but yeah, we'll try and keep it shiny side up.
Yep. Enjoy it out there. Good luck.
Thank you.
No worries. Have fun.
Yes, this machine built in 1 year, the 412. Timothy Button has finished the race in a Super 1650, but has jumped up to the Class 4. It's a very well presented machine, and to get it done in a year is absolutely crazy. Hannah Bentley, though, across the line now 5 minutes 21, as well as Brett Taylor came around in 5:31. Shannon, the wild man Lander, making his way into the stadium section now as well.
Yeah, awesome turned out vehicle. This one looks great with the lights in it as well. That old rustic look, the patina, as the hot rodders call it.
The VMO machine. Kevin Murphy.
Yeah, the boys from California. Running it light too, that's interesting. We were talking about the different people, so 2 spares on that truck normally. Running no spares for Prologue, obviously trying to get every last little bit of speed out of it.
Yeah, going to be very interesting indeed to see what sort of a time this machine can do. A lot of people out on track at the moment, but the 485 is the one we have in our sights at the start-finish line. Making its way through the stadium section now, not too far away from getting a time done and dusted here in Prologue for Method Race Wheels. Shannon does it in a time of 5 minutes 32, not bad at all. He's pretty happy with that. Here we go, the Birdman, David Bird, making his way into the stadium section. Another one of our Alice locals here. Got a brand new motor for this car at the start of the year, and it went kaboom at a local meet, and he was not happy at all.
Yeah, that's never a good thing,
No.
right? The old hip pocket takes a bit of a hit when she lunches a motor properly. Tell you what, something sounds cranky out there, Joshua Curran. Cole Despro?
Yeah, I was just trying to see, obviously, something coming back into the stadium.
409 on the start line now as well. There are some cranky machines out there at the moment. Cole Desbro was the 481. That was the last off the line.
Nichols are out there as well. Damon Nickel. Those guys building their own trophy truck, I believe. Looks a little bit like a Thorn Belt, but it is not.
Dan, obviously, how silly of us not to cotton onto that RPM, that noise. There can only be one thing. It's a Gardner motorsport car.
Of course it is. Ben
Gardner.
Yes, absolutely. That was a Ford. Makes a lot of sense. I'm so used to seeing it in blue, Josh.
Yes.
Black and red had me utterly tricked. But it is the Optima truck.
Far out, that thing sounds good across the line. Ben Gardner does it in a time of 5:03. David Bird across the line as well in a 5:46, but it does look like we've got last year's winner with Amanda down on the start line.
We've got reigning king of the desert here, Trav Robertson. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. We're ready to rock and roll.
Ready to rock and roll now. Tell me, you know, what's your game plan this year? Are you going to stick to what you know? Tell me a little bit maybe about the truck.
We just got to get through a good, clean prologue, and then, yeah, it's a long way down and back tomorrow.
Yeah. And tell me what it's like having your bro with you as well. Well, not with you in the car, but behind you.
Yeah, it's good. It's going to be another fun year, and hopefully we can do a 1-2 again.
Do you think you'll change anything about the truck after doing the Prologue track today?
Nah, we keep them in. This is race trim. How we've got them now. Don't touch them.
So you're going for that reigning title again, champ?
We'll see how good I can do.
Good luck, all right.
Great to hear from the #1 machine.
Thank you.
Mark Booth off the line as well in the 435. Donna Wright in the passenger seat there. And a little fun fact about her, she's one of the local school principals here in Alice Springs. So she'll be a fan favourite here this weekend. But the 430 now making its way back into the stadium section as well. If I can conjure my eyes, that will be Damien Nickel there.
Yeah, the Nickel entry again built themselves this truck, so very cool truck.
Yeah, very, very cool machine. Nick Bird across the line in the 403 does it in a time of 5 minutes 42. So not bad at all there. But having a good old watch of the Nickel car making its way in, sparking the rear end in as the next of our vehicles gets off the line. The 457, Paul Boscott. Far out, it's dusty out there at the moment. We do have some wind though, so it is slowly getting rid of some of the dust. Nickel does it in a time of 5 minutes 13, not bad at all, as the 438 now makes its way back into the stadium section. Kevin Murphy from New Zealand. Very well presented truck as well, the VMO Racing machine. Sounds
even the logistics of that, right? Getting the truck around and making all of those things happen. Racing out of California, New Zealand. So I believe that truck's done a few ocean miles.
Yeah, on the big boats and making its way across the seas. Great to see. Another one of these Brenthal machines though off the line now. Very good looking machine, the 473 of Matthew Smith. Very cool paint job on that thing as well. But here we go, VMO Racing across the line, 509. Not bad at all. Average speed of 93k an hour. Far out, it's tight at the moment at the top. New Rush truck coming through now as well. Having a good old push there. This machine is very cool to look at. It's got two like sort of machine guns popping out the front, and if you walk around the front of this vehicle, the guns will follow you. It is really cool livery. Is this new truck for this team here this weekend? The 481 of Team Cosgrove. Having a good old push is Cole Desbro out there, and Kyle Jude off the line in the 424 machine, sounding very good. He gets out onto that first section of the Prologue track.
Another one of the Rush trucks that have been freshly built, so awesome to see that.
Very good looking machines are the Rush trucks, wouldn't mind one myself.
And as you were saying, Team Cosgrove with Cole Desbro running a Rush truck as well, 6.2 out of Bly, Queensland. Beautiful looking wrap, well turned out.
Here we go, the Butt machine on the start line. He'll be very happy that he's got this car here. Only finished this week, like it's been a hard slog for this young man. Cole does it at a time of 5:45, but here we go, the 412, the Timmy Button crew off and racing. I know he's got a fan club over here in Australia and over in the States. Made myself a little bit famous after running out for his first Fink completion. And yeah, great to see him out on track. Once again, the effective racing machine though, making its way back in the 408 in the stadium section. Wayne Batson.
So were we thinking this is the brand new guys that came in under Howe and it was purchased? I just noticed that they're not in the, I've never seen this truck before, 408. So I reckon this is a new purchase for him. He's out racing it. How cool is that? Get it 3 weeks ago. Come race the Fink. Can't go wrong.
Why not? You love to see it.
I do indeed love to see it.
Next to the vehicles off the line as well.
Yeah, that's a rig.
Yes, Michael Green and the 455 machine.
That's still a Luxy cab. I tell you what, he was given a plenty of RPM leaving. Now, we don't suggest you do that. It's actually against the rules, but the crowd got him a little bit worked up last night, and there was plenty of rev limiter as he was leaving the stadium area. Now, probably got chipped for it, but it was a crowd favourite. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Batson across the line now as well. Does it in a time of, where was it? 6 minutes 19, not bad at all. As the Booth machine, the 435, making its way around the stadium section.
Now, boys, is that the old mid-engine S&S frame that was back a while ago? It kind of looks like it, the Tundra, doesn't it? Bit of a famous, used to be all done up in TGM livery, right?
Yes, yeah. Brought the old truck out, as Boothie calls it, across the line. 5 minutes 57. That's a good run from him. Look at the crowd. They're packed in. They're having a good old time watching the vehicles. The Chicane Club looking very good as well.
I was about to say that they're disappointed that they're on the outside of the Chicane Club. And how good is that? Shot right there.
Here we go, though. Class 8 time. Not too far away.
So will be a little bit of a gap here, like we were talking about earlier in the day. There is a gap in between the classes of cars. That makes sure that we get the vehicles off the road as we unleash last year's Finke champion, as well as last year's AORC champion as well. The 457 machine there. Cool little Class 4 there. Got the Volkswagen body on it. That's why it's being put into Class 4 rather than Pro Buggy.
The original Class 4 Volkswagens. But yeah, awesome. And there was a good shot there before of Travis's Mason with the full carbon weave and everything. Like, it's carbon everything. It is absolutely cutting edge, that truck. Bo with his new truck as well this year, being an all-wheel drive. Exciting to see those guys match up. Very, very cool to see them run. Hayden Bentley's also got one. And obviously Smoothie campaigning the original all-wheel drive Mason. So interesting to see how all of those cars go this year.
Yeah, Boscott across the line, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Not bad at all as this very cool Brenthal truck makes its way to us here at the start-finish line. We'll see what sort of a time the 473 gets done. Here we go across the line. Matthew Smith with a time of 5:43. Sounded very strong across the line. The 424 though, making its way towards us as well. That is Kyle Judd. Man, there's a lot of dust hanging around here. Not enough wind to get rid of it quickly enough. That's why we have a bit of a gap when it comes in between classes. 5:14 for Kyle Judd as he comes across the line. But it does look like we are going to go down to the start line with Rihanna to have a talk to the Brumby owner.
This has got to be one of the coolest vehicles we have entered in Finke this year. Stuart and James Lotkowski. Stuart, I need to know more about this car. What have you got underneath you?
Oh, well, there's really not much to tell. It's basically just a WRX STI engine and running gear. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Nothing out of the ordinary.
But you are a little bit out of the ordinary. You certainly don't look like anything else that we have entered in Finke. What's sort of the love for this car?
What's the what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Why do you love this car so much?
Oh well, that's a really interesting question. We're sort of behind the 8 ball a bit now in Class 8. When we built this car back in 2007, Class 8 was mostly four-wheel drive cars that have been converted like this one, and now they're all purpose-built tube frame things coming out of the US. So, we're just here to see how we go, but under no misconceptions about what we're trying to do here.
What's the goal at the end of the weekend?
Oh, look, we're just going to try and finish.
Yep.
And just see how everybody else goes. But we're not going to outpace them, so we're just trying to outlast them.
Have fun out there. We love watching you guys do what you do.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from the awesome Brumby team, but here we go. This is what we're here for. Travis Robinson in the #1 machine off the line for Method Race Wheels Prologue. Let's see what sort of a time he can do, having an absolute push as Timmy Button makes his way across the line. Does it in a time of 6 minutes 17. The car is all still there, and he'll be happy with that. The next one making their way through as well, the 455, Michael Green, having a good old push in the stadium section as well. And I do believe if Trav was off the line first, his brother should be the next one on the line as well. Bo in his new machine here this weekend. The Mason trucks are just such a very good looking machine, and there we go, off and racing. who will be the faster of the Robinson brothers here this weekend? 102 to section 1, so I'm just trying to have a look at sector times as well. That is very, very quick indeed. So what are we going to see time-wise for these big Class 8 machines? 4.55, almost to the line now. Let's see. Oh, takes it very, very wide. Let's sort of see what he does as he comes across the line. It is a 6 minute 30, not too bad at all. But yes, the first of our Class 8s, the extreme four-wheel drive class, and they're on cue, the 847 of Brent Smoothie on the line. Proudly brought to you by Bojangles Saloon. We love Bojangles up here in the Colton box. And there we go, Brent Smoothie off the line. Foot to the floor as well for that man.
Yeah, all of these Mason trucks north of 1,000 horsepower, naturally aspirated 7 litres, all-wheel drive. They have torque management where they can select how much torque they want to go to the front and back. They are absolute awesome pieces of machinery, and we're going to see some real live action here today.
Yeah, as the Turtle Man once said, yee, live action. And that's what we're in for in Class 8 at the moment. The Lovett's machine on the start line as well. Great to see the 897 back out here. The yellows are solids are around about 30 seconds until this one gets going. Majority of these people starting to run the 2 spare tyres on the rear as well.
Yeah, Racer Engineering all-wheel drive that was actually brought in by Comiskey back a while ago. It was actually running in an exhibition class, couldn't really run on the Australians. Phil Lovett purchased it, less motor, I believe, and put a 7 litre in it to compete. So Lovett's done plenty of racing around here, both on motorbikes, side-by-sides, and now in an all-wheel drive truck. He was early to the party with the all-wheel drive trucks, so very cool to see. And look, they're cranking along nice. Phil knows his way around this track. The other new car that's coming, I've got fingers pointing down the far end. Josh Curran's indicating that there's action happening.
T-Rob back in the house.
Yeah, he's around about a second quicker into section 1 than his brother. So very, very close indeed between them both. Backing it in there. Big slide on there for Trav. This is amazing to watch. Let's see what the #1 man can do here this weekend. Car looks absolutely amazing. The carbon fiber weave on this thing, it's a sight to look at. And pushing very, very hard in the stadium section here, getting right up on the berms, riding them and dusting out the start-finish line complex. So no, he's all good. My eyes were deceiving me there. I thought he had a moment there and went a bit off track. But that thing's lifting the wheels as well. It's great to see. This man is pushing very hard.
Yeah, literally clawing its way around those berms, isn't it? Like, you can just see how much traction that front, how much drive they've got out. They can really use that full 1,000 horsepower. Super impressive.
Yeah, here we go, though, across the line. What does Travis Robinson do? 4 minutes 30, 106 average speed. Whoa!
Shut the front gate.
What about the back gate?
It's shut it too. What did we just witness?
Wow.
Yeah. Trav Robertson and Paul Curry are on another level here. Now, don't get me wrong, Bo's going to run that sort of pace too. There's going to be some crazy racing here, but that is super. To see that sort of thing come out, 9 seconds faster than Boston, that is moving.
Yeah, right on cue as well. Bo makes his way into the stadium section. Also off the line, we had Sam Bentley and Hayden Bentley, both off the start line here. The #2 machine, though, having a good old push as well. The second of the Mason all-wheel drive machines for the OBR team. Great to see these boys running the 1-2 plates here this weekend after a great run at Finke here last year and the Australian Championship as well. I don't think we'll see that for a very long time in the future. But here we go across the line. What can Bo do? 4:37, an average speed of 103 kilometres an hour, 6 seconds off the pace, but he'll be very happy with that.
Fantastic run there, and this is crazy because we're seeing that Travis Robinson, Bo Robinson, Boston Morgan Horan off the line, 1, 2, 3. Now, don't get me wrong, we've still got some races to go, but Wowzers, those guys are just...
Sorry, back that up. 4 minutes 30.
Yeah.
Not a 38, not a 36. 4 minutes 30.
3-0,
flat.
correct. Well, with a 5. Woo. So, but yes, absolutely insane. Then Bo Robinson a 4:37 with a 45. And then Boston Morgan Horan with a 4:39 with a 5.
So comparing that to times last year, our top 3 qualifiers from this year all were faster than our top qualifier last year. And it's the same top 3 again.
And listen, Toby Watley, 4:21
Yes.
with a 4:46. Watley with a home-built truck.
Yes.
Boys, fantastic racing.
Yeah, Brent Smoothie in the last of the Mason all-wheel drive machines making its way towards us here at the start-finish line. Smoothie having a good old run at the moment. It's going to be very interesting indeed to see what sort of a time the 8:47 does. Here we go across the line. What does he do? It is 5 minutes flat for Brent Smoothie at 95k an hour. So
yeah, listen, a good run. Please don't, we're not taking anything away.
No.
It's just interesting. You can see just the little, you can hear the dips in throttle, right? And I suppose that's where these other boys are at such a level. Like Boston is not off the throttle. So Travis Robinson and Bo are not off the throttle. It is absolutely crazy to watch. And that's where split seconds become seconds.
yeah, Phil Lovett making his way into the stadium section as well, having a good old run in his 897 machine. Great to see him back once again. He's done it all really here at Finke over the years, and it's great to see him in a 4-wheel drive truck here this weekend. Going to be interesting to see what sort of a time he does. I have just got to say and take my hat off to Toby Price in 6:104, 4 minutes 59 in a side-by-side. He's currently in the top 10 overall, not in class, overall. So a great run from him. Phil Lovett, though, does it in a time of 5 minutes flat with an 8. Not bad whatsoever. And man, it is dusty. It's hard to see. The choppers are out. You can tell it is Finke time. Great to see them all running around. But it looks like the 818 now making its way. One of the Bentley machines, Hayden, in the stadium section.
Yeah, multi-time Finke winner, and now in the Mason all-wheel drive, has only just turned up, but he's done a few kilometres in it, ran Brekkie Bash in it, and now the 818. Be great to get his impression of that vehicle. Obviously a beautiful race car, well turned out.
That's a quick run for him. 4 minutes 51 puts him in a good spot there. 5th overall.
Yeah, fantastic position for him. 818, that'll be a good place to run down.
And then we go to the 819 of Sam Bentley in the stadium section now.
Yeah, this is the Racer all-wheel drive truck.
Great to see 3 entries from Bentleys here this weekend. Real family affair, the Finke, for these guys.
Yeah, and they race a lot together, all around the Australian Championship. Great family that, like you said, keeps racing together, and they travel together, they enjoy the time together. Just a community within the off-road racing scene. Sam having a great drive here.
Yeah, definitely is going to be interesting to see what sort of a time he does.
He was running a Class 10 car recently. Now to step up into the all-wheel drive trophy truck class.
So Sam does it in under 5 minutes as well, 4 minutes 57. So a great run from him. And now, so we do have some side-by-sides back on the start line, just because we had a couple of red flag moments during them, so they're getting their reruns. And then we will, be done and dusted for the cars out today, and we shouldn't be too far away whatsoever from the bikes getting underway as well. We'll definitely have a bit of a break up here in the box and here at the start-finish line, just to make sure they all get in, because they've got to do their sight lap and all that, and there's, what is there, so over 600 bikes, so it's definitely going to be a big day. In the top 30 bikes as well, they'll start off first, and then we'll make our way back through the classes. We'll start at Class 9 and make our way through all the way to Class 1. So Very, very interesting indeed. The Friday Machine, though, out there, that is a Class 8, if I'm not mistaken, having a good old run. Friday boys.
So the reason that side-by-side running in Class 8 actually has exceeded the modifications allowed to still run in side-by-side. So they've decided to lengthen the chassis, or is it maybe a 4-door-1, but it's a lengthened chassis, different trailing arms. You'll notice it's heavily modified compared to some of the side-by-sides that you see.
Yeah, well, really in America now, when they're talking about the Pro R cars, and as their classes are allowed over there, they're actually full tube cars. Jimco and other brands like that make full chassis for the side-by-side, and then they run within the class rules. But in Australia, we don't have a rule to allow that. As you can see, that's essentially a full tube frame with side-by-side bits bolted to it. Makes it a Class 8.
Yeah, let's see what sort of a time he does. 5 minutes 53, very respectful indeed for him. Not bad at all. As the Brumby makes his way over those big rolling whoops out the back. As Ashley Foote back off the line in there side-by-side as well. We had Jeff McNiven having another shot, and Lachlan Waters as well in the side-by-side. So this Gold Brumby having a great old run into the stadium section now. That amazing shot. So many people out here in Alice Springs. It is absolutely insane. Like, the people watching the big screen here at the start-finish line, they are packed in, having a grand old time here. As the 811, is that? Yes, Stuart, having a good old run.
Slotkowski.
Looking very good indeed, this machine.
The Settlement Creek Racing crew, like we said, run a excellent Instagram page. Basically just search Gold Brumby. Pretty obvious to check it out, but jump on, check out their socials. They have a lot of fun while they're racing as well. But yeah, the Gold Brumby, always a great competitor. Surprisingly fast.
Yeah, going to be very interesting indeed to see what sort of a time he does. He's having a good old push though.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's going to be interesting, because we talk about that. We see that jump into the corner, the way it bounces cars, has actually been throwing a few of them off, actually catching them slightly off guard. So I tell you what, one thing I'm interested to see is the bike boys attack it. There's a little jump there just before that final S-bend that has always been there from when it was a long sweeping corner before the chicane. But yeah, interested to see how they play out for the bikes as well. Going to be something slightly different for them.
Yeah,
but caught a few of our car drivers out this prologue, and definitely going to be interesting to see that for our bike riders.
Yeah, definitely is. 6:23 there for Stuart, so very good indeed. Had a great run there in the Gold Brumby. We have a look out onto the stadium section where all the fans are at the moment. Oh, mate, it's so good to see so many people packed in here at the start-finish line for the 50th running of this great event. The 6:04 though back in. Jeff McNiven, JSW machine, getting a rerun after a couple of red flags, slowed down some people out there in side-by-side pro. So let's see what the 6:04 can do. And then I'm not gonna say an exact time, but in a while we'll get the bike competitors underway. So make sure not to go anywhere. So bikes, see, you say something, you get magical people in your ears telling you the answer. So around about 12:30, the bikes will get underway.
So I think they're scheduled to head out for their site lap at 12:30. Yep. So a little bit of a pushback in time, just with the amount of competitors we've had through, and then some of the longer delays that we've had with rollovers and a couple of red flags. So, but yeah, as always, the officials and crew committee doing an excellent job here, just being slightly fluid in that plan and making sure that we get through all of our competitors. They all get a fair chance to race, and they also do it safely, because, you know, rider safety, driver safety and the crowd safety, #1 concerns here for the committee.
Yeah, no, definitely is. The 6:04 of Jeff McNiven did a great time of 5 minutes 14 with an average speed of 91.6 k an hour. Just absolutely insane numbers out of the side-by-side. But the this machine here, the 699 or 699 of Lachlan Waters, having a good old push out there in the stadium section. 5:03, far out. Never in a million years did I think the side-by-side, one, would go under 5 minutes, and two, be competing with pro buggies, pro lights, some of the two-wheel drives. Far out, they've come a long way. Absolutely insane to think about. Still out there though, Lachlan Waters and Ashley Foote. I believe they're the last two of our competitors that need to get their lap done and dusted.
No, so that was Lachie Waters that did come in
Oh,
on the
no,
5:03.
yep, sorry.
So Ashley Foote, we're still keeping an eye out for. That will be the 638 machine.
That's on our screens now. Having a good old crack fire out there. A lot of turbo popping in the background there. Crazy to think that these Can-Ams have turbo lag now. It's absolutely insane. Wouldn't have thought of it. But the rally world uses it to a very it's very effective to keep that boost loaded in these machines. So instead of dropping off every time you're off throttle, it just sort of holds it there. And here we go. The Foote machine makes its way to the line. Good old run through the little chicane there and across the line. Ashley Foote does it in a time of 5 minutes 41. Not bad at all. So I do believe that is all our car competitors run here this morning for the Method Race Wheels Prologue. The provisional winner at the moment is Travis Robinson and Paul Curry with a time of 4 minutes 30, which is just insane to say. They were around about the 4:40 mark last year, and Trav's dropped it to 4 minutes 30 this year's brother right behind him once again, Bo Robinson with 4:37, and then Boston, Morgan, Horan in the top three with a 4:39. Hope you are having a great time so far here at the 50th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. That's the car section done and dusted. All the big dogs have come out to play, and there's a lot more action to come. All 600 plus bikes coming your way after this. We're going to go and throw to some messages from our partners.
At Alice Springs Realty, we're not just about real estate. We're here to guide you with honesty, care, and real local knowledge. Whether you're buying or selling, we'll look after you from first hello to the final handshake.
Off-road racing is important to Boston Designs because, simply put, it tests the envelope, and it clearly makes or breaks the progression aspect of what we do and why we do it. The racers out here are the 1% pushing it to its full potential. This is a proving ground for every aspect of lighting.
In the Red Centre, high fives go the distance. 5-star service, 5 years of helping families find a home here, and proudly backing 5 decades of the iconic Finke Desert Race. Alice Springs Realty. Locals you can trust. Results you can see.
Escape the busy city. Go where time slows down. Settle down in ancient landscapes. Stare into the campfire. Fall asleep under the stars. Wake up in the mist. Keep the adventure going. Yokohama, celebrating 50 years in Australia.
Celebration is a better celebration. Now that's something to shout about. Tab. We're on.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Escape the busy city. Go where time slows down. Settle down in ancient landscapes. Stare into the campfire. Fall asleep under the stars. Wake up in the mist. Keep the adventure going. Yokohama, celebrating 50 years in Australia.
At Alice Springs Realty, we're not just about real estate. We're here to guide you with honesty, care and real local knowledge. Whether you're buying or selling, we'll look after you from first hello to the final handshake.
celebration is a better celebration. Now that's something to shout about. Tab. We're on.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
The international race attracts drivers and off-road racing enthusiasts from all over the world.
Off-road racing is important to Boston Science because, simply put, it tests the envelope and it clearly makes or breaks the progression aspect of what we do and why we do it. The racers out here are the 1% pushing it to its full potential. This is a proving ground for every aspect of lighting.
You couldn't ask for a better day.
It's been amazing. I can't swear, can I?
I think it's the biggest American truck gathering of the year.
We're at the beach, we've got methods all around.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get amongst it. It's a day you just do not want to miss. It's so sick.
Well,
bloody epic. It's so good to see so many people in the industry coming together under one banner and having such a good day. It's been unreal.
They're the best wheels, and the work that they put into them, they're not just there for show. They actually do work really well.
Well, apart from the fact they look good, obviously they just work. They last, they're built, they're designed to do what you do with them and take the punishment, so they just don't let you down.
It's a no-brainer for us. There's no other brand we'd ever look at.
See you in 26.
In the Red Centre, high fives go the distance. 5-star service, 5 years of helping families find a home here, and proudly backing 5 decades of the iconic Finke Desert Race. Alice Springs Realty. Locals you can trust. Results you can see.
Off-road racing is important to Boston Science because, simply put, it tests the envelope and it clearly makes or breaks the progression aspect of what we do and why we do it. The racers out here are the 1% pushing it to its full potential. This is a proving ground for every aspect of lighting.
The international race attracts drivers and off-road racing enthusiasts from all over the world.
Off-road racing is important to Boston Science because, simply put, it tests the envelope and it clearly makes or breaks the progression aspect of what we do and why we do it. The racers out here are the 1% pushing it to its full potential. This is a proving ground for every aspect of lighting.
Escape the busy city. Go where time slows down. Settle down in ancient landscapes. Stare into the campfire. Fall asleep under the stars. Wake up in the mist. Keep the adventure going. Yokohama, celebrating 50 years in Australia.
Off-road racing is important to Boston Science because, simply put, it tests the envelope and it clearly makes or breaks the progression aspect of what we do and why we do it. The racers out here are the 1% pushing it to its full potential. This is a proving ground for every aspect of lighting.
very rough. Something to be very careful on.
Pole sitter Jack Rhodes continued to lead outright.
5 riders made it to Finke inside the
David Walsh heading off now. Have a look at this, Alice Springs.
For 27 years, Tatts has been proud to stand alongside the Finke Desert Race, one of Australia's most iconic and enduring events. We keep coming back because Finke is more than a race. It's community, resilience, and a celebration of the people and places that make the Outback so special. Year after year, it brings local communities together and showcases a spirit that aligns strongly with what Tatts stands for. So, to everyone involved, competitors, organisers, volunteers, congratulations on 50 incredible years. It's an amazing milestone and we're proud to be part of the journey.
Really exciting and very rough. Something to be very careful on.
Pole sitter Jack Rhodes continued to lead outright.
5 riders made it to Finke inside the
David Walsh heading off now. Have a look at this, Alice Springs. Exciting and very rough. Something to be very careful on.
Pole sitter Jack Rhodes continued to lead outright.
5 riders made it to Finke inside the
David Walsh heading off now. Have a look at this, Alice Springs. Really exciting and very rough. Something to be very careful on.
Pole sitter Jack Rhodes continued to lead outright.
5 riders made it to Finke inside the
David Walsh heading off now. Have a look at this, Alice Springs. Really exciting and very rough. Something to be very careful on.
Pole sitter Jack Rhodes continued to lead outright.
5 riders made it to Finke inside the
David Walsh heading off now. Have a look at this, Alice Springs.
For 50 years, Finke has written a story carved in dust and traced in red. In the heart of Australia, it began with 56 who dared. A line through the desert, a race there and back. They don't just follow the line, they survive it. Corrugations, creek crossings, whoops that test every machine and every human. Where finishing is victory and returning is everything. From bikes alone to a battle of cars and machines, speed rising, technology evolving, courage unchanging. Across hundreds of kilometres of unforgiving country, following a path laid long before racing began. This is more than a course, it's a legacy. Legends are forged along it, kings of the desert crowned, Stories written in dust and steel, through heat, through cold desert nights, through everything the outback can throw. Thousands have followed it, few have mastered it. But beyond the line is something greater. A community, a culture, a spirit that runs deeper than the track itself. From Alice Springs to Finke and back again. For 50 years, this line has called the fearless, relentless, untamed, unforgiving. And now, it marks a milestone, a golden anniversary, honouring every kilometre behind us and everyone still to come. Finke Desert Race, 50 years of chasing the line.
It's now time to present the Method Race Wheels Prologue winners, taking out the outright class once again. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Travis Robinson and Paul Curry. In a time of 4 minutes and 30 seconds, an incredible time that they laid down this morning. All the kids come over here.
Got the wrecking crew here. Look at
Where's Price? Congratulations, Travis, once again. You are the outright winner in Prologue.
Cheers. Thank you.
Tell me what it was like out there. There's lots of chat about how dusty it is. What's the track like?
No, it was good, fast. And yeah, no, it was a pretty clean run. And a couple of things we want to look at, but apart from that, it's good.
Much work to be done overnight before tomorrow?
Yeah, we've got a couple of things we need to look at in the car and make sure it's right for tomorrow, get it down and back.
You're so familiar with being on the top step, but tell me how special it must be year on year to have all of your family right by your side.
Well, we've been on the Prologue top step a few times. It's actually getting down and back is the thing that we haven't accomplished that much here at Finke, so it would mean the world to win another one.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing what will unfold over the next couple of days. Congratulations. And taking out our UTV was Toby Price and Neil Woolley in an incredible time of 4 minutes 59 seconds, the fastest side-by-side we've had here on the Method Race Wheels Prologue track. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. Toby, such a last-minute deal for you, and what an incredible result you've had today.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I didn't know what to expect with a Can-Am, and but yeah, it definitely doesn't handle like the trophy truck. But we got through in a good time, and yeah, we enjoyed every minute of it. So it's great to be back here for the 50th and see everyone, and yeah, enjoying every minute of it.
You've dominated here in a bike. You've dominated on a trophy truck. How different is it being out there in a Can-Am?
It's a lot different. It's yeah, we were looking forward to seeing what the track's like, but yeah, I think we were 10th overall, and so now I'm a little bit worried of these 4-ton vehicles coming at me. So it's yeah, I'll make sure, boys, I'm going to pull to the left and get out of the way. So it's it's exciting and good to be back here.
It's great that we have you back now. We've got some money we have to hand out as well. I'll just do the little check presentations. There you go, trophy. And one over this way. And one over this way. Kids, that's for you. Don't give it to Dad.
That's a nice little check, Toby.
Congratulations to our winners in the Method Race Wheels Prologue.
Yeah, how good is that? Such a great position to be down there in the bottom of the, or in front of the presentation dais. There is plenty going on in there. And, yeah, great rivalry there between Trav and Toby. Been racing together for a lot of years. And, again, families. How things have changed. T-Rob up there with all the family celebrating. So good for OBR. So great to be up there. Again, he has been up there a lot of times with the Prologue positions. Always both Bo and Trav known for their speed. Toby, also another one of the very skilled drivers and riders over the course of the years here to take home the $1,000 check for the side-by-sides. So excellent stuff there. And we're going to get the bikes underway here now. They're going to do their sighting lap first, get around and have a bit of a look around the track.
Well, is that the case, DC? Because they've got them lined up in their Prologue order.
I did notice that, actually, now that you say that. So it kind of looks like these guys have got their game faces on. Bike 1 is on the line first. So I'd say we're going to go racing.
And how good is that?
Yeah, pretty good, mate. Pretty darn good.
Pretty excited here. Like we said, all the storylines up and down the field this year. We have HRC Honda, factory Honda, back in the saddle here. And what a way to come back, getting yourself, you know, a couple of absolute Finke legends.
So the top 30, Josh. So everyone last year that got a top 30 plate, they've gone up from the top 20 plates, haven't they? So top 30 are going to be running in single file here. 1 minute gaps, I believe. Yep, 1 minute gaps. I'm actually looking at the times now when they're off the line. So that'll be that dust gap. So Corey Hammond's going to be off the line first. Then Campbell Hall, Brody Waters, Mitch Outram, Cody Stevens, Levi Stevens, the brothers, Raymond Cole, Will Ashby, Jake Cobban. That's going to be our top 10, and they're going to be going in 1 minute intervals. and it's going to be underway here very shortly. Now, the big story in the paddock is the change of teams. KTM have been so dominant here for so long. They've still got a fantastic package, obviously. They're the kings of the desert, but we have some other brands in there that are chomping on the bit to get their Fink wins.
Yeah, definitely. You've got Ducati there, you've got Honda. It's very interesting indeed, and the amount of people involved in this Peter Kittle Motor Company Honda factory team is absolutely insane. There's a lot of people here.
Well, even Josh, down to the fact that David Walsh and Liam Walsh are going to be coming out of qualifying positions in class.
Yep.
So, you know, there's some names in there that it's going to be a very interesting day today.
And also for the first time in a long time, you probably throw that that family connection there. They are cousins, Liam Walsh and David Walsh, riding a KTM and a Honda. So David on a Honda, Liam on a KTM. So not able to, whether they did or didn't, I don't know. But very different information as well this year. A 450 with a 5-speed gearbox on the Honda, whereas the KTM's a 500 with a 6-speed gearbox.
Boys, even down to, have a look at the seat on that thing. Very unusual for a motocross bike. Has the big high padded seat right over the rear end. You know, lengthened swinger, or not lengthened, but like basically the swing arm out at the stops. All of the things for the desert.
Yep.
Here we go, the #1 bike on the start line and off and away for Method Race Wheels Prologue for the bikes.
Gee, that happened quick, guys. Corey Hammond off the line on his CRF 450R. He's tucked down, wide open on the stop. And have a look at him blaze off into the western sky.
The #2 on the line, Campbell Hall.
An absolute nugget of a human being. This is what we're talking about. You know, this man looks like a guy that would just manhandle a 500 down that racetrack. He seemed very cool, calm, and relaxed as we see across to Amanda down with Levi Stevens.
I'm down here with Levi Stevens on the KTM. Now, Levi, you came 7th last year. How are you feeling about this year?
I'm obviously nervous and, you know, want to go good and go a better position, but we'll see. We'll just go get through the day. And,
How important is it to you to get sort of some clean air out there tomorrow?
Yeah, no, that'd be really good. Hopefully get up there with a few of the bigger boys and take off with them and finish with them. That's what I want.
I know we've got to be quick, but have you done a lot of work on the bike to get here, the journey to Fink?
Yeah, a lot of work off the bike, training, the whole lot, running, everything you do. And yeah, 3 weeks up here, it's been a bit of torture, but it's all good.
All right, mate, well, I'm going to let you go because you're up next, but good luck, okay? All the best.
So again, boys, we had Campbell Stevens off the line. Sorry, Campbell Hall, I apologise. There were too many names in there going on. That was Levi Stevens and Cody Stevens. But Brody Waters about to get off the line now on this new Honda team as well. The #3 from last year.
Yeah, these 450s, they look tricked out, but are they going to be quick around this 8K track here at Prologue? Amber's flash green light, and he is off. The 3rd of our competitors off the line and looking good, getting nice and like frontwards on the bike there.
Yeah, moving around on the bike a lot, as you can see. Absolutely, all those ruts. That's just another moment down the track though, isn't it though, Josh?
Far out.
It is getting wild and fast already. Now, Mitch Outram going to be next off the line on bike #4 for KTM on a 500 EXC. Again, you can see these, you know, steg peg tile, or, you know, to hold them in that position for speed. Big horsepower, big power. These guys are going to be amongst them. Steering dampeners, padded seats, and all the horsepower.
Here we go, green light for the #4 machine off the line. Mitchell Outram. So he is off and running. And it looks like we get to speak to one of the locals, as I call him, down on the start line with Rihanna, Will Ashby.
Can certainly start to feel the tensions rise now. Will Ashby just about to head off for Prologue for 2026. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling really good. Nervous as always, obviously, but clean to go out there and have a good, smooth, fast run. So hopefully all goes well.
What's the plan of attack here? How do you attack this one?
Just remember to breathe, I guess, and just really try and pick my lines. And yeah, just as smooth as I can, I think, is the key to this. It's going to be rough out there.
You're looking sharp, mate. All the best out there.
Thank you very much, guys.
So off the line there, Stevens having a good old push. Great to have Jeremy in the box with us here from Dirt Bike Burrito Podcast.
G'day boys, how are we?
Yeah, we're good up here in the box. This man knows everything there is to bikes. It's great to have him in here, and we are going through the top 30 bikes, number 7 on the start line now as well.
It's been great to see the bikes take off so far. We've had so many different manufactured but sizes as well, which is exciting for this year's Fink.
Here comes the number 1 in the stadium section though. Another moment. There's moments happening everywhere along this Prologue track. Corey Hammond having a good old push. Oh,
he's wide.
He's is.
Such an aggressive, strong rider.
What time does he do it in as he crosses the line?
That bike was revving hard to come through that sand.
Yeah,
really took that as wide as he could.
You could tell the difference between the 450 and the 500, even just from the sound. You wouldn't think 50 cc's would make such a difference, but you know, 50 cc's, 50 millimeters, that's could make a bit of a difference, that's for sure.
Not only that.
But we were talking about it. We were talking about it actually in the car prologue about the little bump here and the way it was throwing some of the cars off and straight lining that corner. It seems like it's made a little bit of a change for the bikes as well.
Yeah, going to go back down to the start line with Rihanna for another interview.
That stands out. What do you reckon in this bright yellow all the way from Western Australia's Blair Outram? Blair, you're no stranger to Fink. This is your 7th?
Yeah, 7th go at it, yep.
And you did pretty well last year overall.
Yeah, finally got the plate I've been looking for. Yeah, I've had a few goes at it, but yeah, finally got there in the end.
What makes you keep coming back to Fink?
Oh, honestly, I love it. Yeah, I think I've got a little family, bring them over, so it's cool. It's a good getaway, and yeah, I love riding my bike. It's the best thing in the world.
How lovely. Now, you've been out there earlier today, right, and you've seen the Prologue track. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm from a motocross background, so yeah, I enjoy this. Yeah, sprint race, so yeah, I don't mind the Prologue tracks, yeah.
Okay,
yep.
Not too difficult?
Nah, it's not too bad. Obviously a lot of different after the cars have been through, a few potholes and that to look out for, but it should be all right.
How are you feeling about race day 1 tomorrow, all the way to Fink?
I'm feeling pretty calm at the moment. Yeah, tonight might be a different feeling, but yeah, we'll see how it plans out, yeah.
Tell me how you're going to prep tonight for race day 1 tomorrow.
As always, good spaghetti bowl. Yeah.
Get those carbs in.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's never break tradition. Yeah, and then just hopefully the young fella sleeps through the night so I can have a good rest. But
How old is he?
Just over 2. So yeah, he's a wild child. Yeah.
Those toddlers, I don't know. Sometimes they don't sleep through the night. Look, I hope that he gives you the rest that you need.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
Good luck, mate. All the best.
Thank you.
Number 9 off the line, Will Ashby, my man in the box seat here this weekend. He's on the KTM 500. He's been looking very, very good in the lead up to this event. I spoke to him around about a month ago and he was very, very keen to get out there and racing this weekend. Just wants to try and better that number 9 spot. But here we go, more bikes making their way back in the stadium section.
Will's been working super hard this year to get back onto like a great race pace. He had a couple of injuries set him back, so it's good to see him out here and pushing so strong.
Yeah, definitely. Now, just for anyone looking for times out here at the moment, I know you guys will be waiting in anticipation. It looks like we've had a little bit of an outage of some of the transponders, so we're just looks like we might have to go back and actually manually add the timing in. So give us a moment and we will try and get those times out to you, but it's just amazing to be able to watch these top 30 bikes come through. The number 4 now, Mitchell Outram, we just spoke to his brother before, gets this one lined up nicely and in through. A great run from him.
it's all about lining up those corners, taking those straight runs. You can see here was really great in those sperm sections. It's really whooped out, but there's some soft sand. So to link it all up is real masterful.
Yeah, the number 10 bike next off the line, that was Jake Cobbin out there, and he's having a good old run. Then the number 11 on the line.
Even if we look now, the dust is really kind of kicked up with a bit of wind. It's going to be interesting how it's going to go race day tomorrow, especially through the trees. That dust will just linger. It's going to make a very interesting race, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely is. James Heenan on the number 11 machine here this weekend. Another one of those Alice locals, had a really good run last year.
It is great to see such a wide spread of bikes. We have the 450s. We got the 500s as well. I mean, we've got a Sherco in there as well. He just took off the line.
So that was interesting what you were just telling us before off camera. You're saying, which something seems almost a little counterintuitive, you're saying if you watch the 500s, they'll drive straight out, whereas the 450s tend to step out. That's to do with the extra torque?
Yeah, well, if you actually watch them from the start line, sometimes they kick out a little bit. 450s, you have to rev a lot higher. Sometimes the gearbox may only be a 5-speed compared to a 6, which is in a 500. So it all depends on how the guys are taking off. I know that there's also gearing, which is a very big secret here in the desert, what sprockets you're running. So that can change the dynamic of the bike as well. So we saw Hamo go off, Corey Hammond, and his bike was kind of squirrely all over the place, but he's obviously going to have a taller gear, whereas when Campbell Hall went off, he was able to keep that thing straight. Once again, it's always going to be grip and how the track's forming up and kind of how much kind of topsoil you have to play with, how much grip's in it, but it is interesting watching the 450s and the 500s kind of take off and how straight you can keep it.
Yeah, Thomas Livesey on the number 13 bike out and running on that big KTM 500.
It's also about the torque that they've got. They've got a much better torque package in the 500. It takes a lot more on the 450s to get that torque and get into that kind of power band, as we like to call it. Not the 2-stroke era, but on a 5-stroke. So what happens is when it comes to the 500s, they've got an amazing amount of torque, really low, which kind of helps them pull through. The 450s, you just have to ride and you'll listen to them and they'll be a lot higher revving motor.
Yeah, great insight to the bikes. The first of our Yami competitors, I do believe, as well out here.
You can see that the way he's also riding that berm, he's trying to ride it on the feet, which is a great way to do it. It can kick you around a lot. You see he'll kind of be pushed up onto his feet. He'll really try and absorb a lot of that with his legs. Unfortunately, you're going to get moon booted and your bum hole's going to get a bit hurt, but it's going to be one of those things, you know, like you can see him really kicking him around, really pushing him from edge to edge, and that's all a part of this, trying to get as much grip to that ground as you can.
And that's really about trying to keep the momentum up in the 450, keep the thing moving.
You've got it. You got it. I mean, we talked to so many riders, especially in the 250, 350, 450 era. Yes. It is all about line selections. I showed you guys some footage this morning that I was sharing with the guys from down the track. The track is so wide because we're trying to find the smoothest section. And also, you also have to remember sometimes the track on the kind of what you think is a hard pack is not the grippiest. Yep. Sometimes it's grippier in the dirt.
Yeah, so the number 15, Liam Dinage, was off the line as well, and we're looking at the number 17 of Thomas Kruger on his 500. Liam Dinage, though, on the 300 out here, so he's done extremely well from Class 1.
That's the great thing about Finke, is that you can kind of come out with 250s, 300s, and 2-strokes are a wild thing in the desert. You know, you think you're going to melt the piston or something like that, but no, they work. And it is one of those things, though, when you watch them and you hear them, you can hear that angry mosquito coming from at least 60 k's away. So it is great to have him up there, but at the same time, he's working that thing to the inch of its life. Yeah, no, definitely. Kruger off the line now, the number 17, as Will Ashby takes it a little bit wide. Does the jump on your Ashby. It was great. Will's was a great kid, great, awesome all-rounder, but he's a prime candidate for Stokey as well. And last night he had Stokey's bike, the fastest 450. He had it in his tent, which was amazing to see, a massive bit of history. And at the Legends dinner as well, they had Stokey's Yamaha. So I think it's great that we're kind of keeping that history alive, and Will's one of the guys really pushing forward with it. Yeah, no, he definitely is. He's a great young lad and does quite a bit of work around his prep, and he's been in the gym a lot to, you know, try and be real race fit this year, and it's definitely showing. He's done very well. We see the first of our Yamaha competitors, the second, sorry, of our Yamaha competitors, Jack Cobbin, making his way into the section. I believe the number 18 of Jet Hicks has just got off the line as well on his CRF 450R. New bike here this weekend. the great thing we're watching as well, we're really watching how they work that bike in those sections. We're really watching them come through. The inside line here into the stadium especially is definitely not something you want to playing around with for the first time. It can be very, very slippery, very greasy, something that you can really catch out on. But this Prologue is the most important part for the race. And I know we always say that Prologue is, but to get the best and highest you can, to get out into out of the stadium, that's the most important part.
Yeah, no, definitely is. You sort of want a dust-free run. That's the big thing, especially this year. It is very, very dusty. All that moisture's been taken out of the red dirt here, and it is it's going to be hard to get down the Fink.
Well, that's it. It looks windy, and it does look like it blows the dust away, but you have to remember, once they leave the stadium, for at least the first 40 kilometres, you're in trees. That trees hold that dust, and you get browned out, and you can't see anything.
Yeah, Bjorn is out on the number 19 machine on his 500 KTM.
No, that's
no,
Blair. That's
Sorry.
Blair. That's Blair Atcham.
I apologise.
It's all right. His brother just went out previously. Those boys are with the 627 crew who are absolutely killing it. All part of the Baja crew as well. They were going to even do one of the biggest kind of Australian teams for Baja. So it's great to see him back out here, especially Mitch. Those boys know how to send it for sure.
And then that means next up on the start line, we're going to hear a different kind of RPM because we've got Jesse Ryan, the first of our Class 4 competitors. So 250 four-stroke as well here. So what an awesome effort. 21st last year on a 250 four-stroker. A big effort there. So we're talking about the difference between the 500 and the 450. We're definitely going to see a little bit of a different issue right now as well for the 250s trying to get off as we cross down to Rihanna with some of our great female competitors.
She's our defending queen of the desert, Maddie Healy. A couple of minutes before you head out for the Method Race Wheels Prologue, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, I feel awesome. You know, my pre-running coming into this race has been really good. So yeah, I'm definitely excited to get out there, shake the nerves out, and yeah.
How's the bike been performing in the lead up?
Yeah, it's unreal. Jonesy from TuneTech Suspension has this thing absolutely dialed this year, and I'm feeling comfortable. I've stepped up to the 450 this year, so yeah, to get comfortable on this thing, I'm wrapped.
What was the reason behind wanting to step up?
Just a little bit faster bike, just get me on top of the bigger dunes and the bigger bumps, say. But yeah, no, it's way better. I feel way faster, so yeah, I'm excited.
Well, we can't wait to see what you can do. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Will, I might see if we can quickly head over to Taylor Maurice. How you going, Taylor?
Yeah, good. Pretty nervous, but good.
I look behind. There is a sea of women in this women's class. You must be pretty proud of being one of the first winners of this class.
Oh yeah, so incredibly proud. And I think Catherine Scoble should be too. We were talking about it earlier that, you know, it's just amazing how much the women's class has grown.
How do you want to attack this Prologue?
Oh look, to be honest, after last year, I think I'll just be happy to stay upright, maybe hopefully have some clean air and have some fun battling with some chicks.
We wish you all the best. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Great to hear from the ladies there. Corey Hammond's time has come up in our box as well. 4 minutes 47 on the Honda. So very good indeed, as well as Thomas. He has come through on our times. It's a 5:26. But we have some great competitors continuing to make their way through. And is that a missing front plate on this bike? It is. Maybe a bit of an excursion there for one of our competitors.
It may not just been done up. You never know.
Yeah,
especially
exactly.
a two-stroke, he could have
I was
rattled
going
it
to say, along with his hands, it probably rattled loose.
100%. Something's rattled loose to be riding a two-stroke here, that's for sure. I think the other one is, we were talking before about Jesse Ryan, the young fella in 250. I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure he set the fastest time last year on a 250. He's now part of Ben Grabham's race team, really prepped it. He also went home, decided to build an entire Fink section of whoops at his property. Yeah, okay. So he's got a whole whoop section that he trains on to really kind of help dial that 250 in. And we were talking before about those line selections. 250 is the most important section of bikes to learn lines.
Yeah, no, definitely is. The numbers continue to make their way up into the box for us here as well. Campbell Hall did it in a time of 4 minutes 59, so in second place still. Thomas Livesey as well. But, no, I'm waiting for the time there to pop up for the number 3 bike. So they are slowly being added in, ladies and gentlemen. So.
Oh, look at that, Brody.
Yeah, okay.
Brody pushed him out for 2 seconds. But I mean, that's a massive gap. 4:47 for Hamo with 4:57 for Brody.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a 10-second gap just between first and second. hopefully that's not a sign of things to come for the rest of the weekend for Brody, because I know he's been pushing hard, and he's one of those guys who's just like a little pit bull who'll just keep pushing and training and pushing and training. And yeah, Brody, we have a lot of time and love for him, because he's the man that made Honda happen out here in the desert. He's been pushing Honda for years, so he's kind of that driving force. So it's great to see him here, but hopefully we can get him up a bit higher.
Well, a phenomenal effort last year too as well. Had a massive crash on the way home. Yeah, massive crash on the way home, and dusted himself off to ride that thing in third position. Like, that can't be understated. Like, to that drive and that effort to be able to pick himself up and continue to ride on is a massive effort.
Yeah, we're going to go back down to the start line for another chat with some of our female competitors.
Down here with the girls, no stranger to Fink, one of the OGs, Catherine Scoble. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, feeling really good, thank you.
I heard you on the Dirt Bike Burrito podcast, mate, and you only had a baby, 3 months ago?
Yeah, I had little Hunter 3 months ago, and yeah, we haven't had as much training or riding as we normally do, but yeah, we're out here and enjoying ourselves and try and finish this 10th one off.
Well, mate, you were growing a baby, so you had to have some time off.
Did I did.
How are you feeling ahead of the weekend?
Yeah, I feel pretty good, actually. I know my fitness isn't where it will normally be, but what happens in the desert happens in the desert, so we'll just let that decide what's going to go on.
Yeah, is Prologue important to you to sort of get a head start tomorrow?
Oh, in my 9 years I've done previously, I've done one good Prologue in all the years, so I know that I'll be battling a lot of dust and a lot of people tomorrow. So, but we'll do our best today and see if we can have a good run.
We've heard today there are a few nasty spots on the main track. Tell me what you know about that. Have you had any pre-run at all and seen the nasty parts?
Yeah, so I've been there and back a couple of times, and the warps are pretty big now, and there's a couple of big washouts and that sort of thing, but same stuff that it's been over the last 10 years, so I sort of know what to expect, and yeah. We'll
now, I know a few of the girls want to ask for your advice, so what is your advice for Fink?
Just don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just enjoy the race, enjoy everyone's company, and just get down there and do your best to get back. Just race back. That's where all the fun happens.
Sound advice by the OG, Catherine Scoble, and say hi to little Hunter for us.
Hey, little Hunter, I love you, man.
Good luck, mate. All the best.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Catherine there. Roman Cole has snuck into second position from number 8 in Prologue. This is provisional time so far. So your top 3 is Corey Hammond, Raymond Cole and Brody Waters. Campbell Hall in 4th and Levi Stevens in 5th. Wow.
It's quick. I mean, we're looking at a 4:47 to beat. However, we still have a pretty deep field. We've got Walshy and Callum Norton down the back there who didn't finish. I mean, they're big ones. They're kind of ones to look for. However, saying that, they have to leave with a bunch of other riders at the same time.
Exactly.
They have to battle through that. They have to battle through a track that is going to be absolutely terrible. And now they're also fighting through dust because the packs get larger, but then they get tighter as well. So it's going to be a tough one to see if they can pull it through. But Walshy and Norton need to get in that top 20 to be able to make it clean through.
Yeah, Brock Parker was just off the line, so our top 30 are all done and dusted. Well, they're all out on the track at the moment, so we continue to see the bikes make their way through as well.
Yeah, unfortunately there we could see some of the footage on the live stream as well while doing interviews with the girls there. We saw Jesse Ryan unfortunately lay that little 250 down, and being the little whippet that he is, got his legs stuck under, but you see the commitment, the effort that they have there. He was kicking that bike to get it off him, get up and get across the finish. A 5:31 after laying on the ground and getting his legs stuck under.
He'd be devastated. He'd be devastated, but it's an amazing time.
It's an amazing time. Like that still puts him up there with some of the times there for our Class 2s there. So Thomas Kruger, finished 17th last year with a 5:32 as well, and Jesse Ryan with a 5:31. I tell you what, that is commitment, exactly like you said, the effort there to build his own set of Fink whoops so that he could practice on that 250. Great to see. What it means for the future, guys, is that the future of motorbikes at Fink is in strong hands when we have young fellas like Jesse Ryan coming through the ranks.
And with kind of people behind him like Grabo, really pushing him along. Gas got on board too, really helped him. It's good to see that they're kind of still standing behind guys that are coming through. And I mean, putting you in the top 20 is almost God-worthy, really. I mean, most of us will dream to be in the top 50, let alone the top 100.
Yep.
This year with 600 riders, to even get in the top 200 is completely amazing. So he came through. Unfortunately, he did bin it, and that's kind of one of those things where you're in a weird position where your foot's kind of caught. You can't stand up because you can't bend up, and the bike can get really heavy. He's probably blowing up as well. His arm's got arm pump. He would have kind of been caught out of nowhere. It's a bit of a situation. So for him just to kick it, it looked really shiny, the bike at the start, but as soon as you're racing, you don't care how it looks. Just get it off me. Let's get going.
Grabbo, I see he had a fair chunk of gases in the shed there, so if he has bent something up, I'm sure they'll get that bike ready to rock and ready for Jesse to put in a good effort and defend that 254 stroke.
That's it, yeah. Grabbo's got a lot of gas, we like to say that, so it's good to see him there. He's got his team as well. I'm not going to say maybe 15 riders, I think, with him at the moment. They set up at Rick Hall's place, another absolute Fink legend. They set up there and take over his house for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, Tate Prime across the line on his gas did in 5 minutes 36. For the number 26 making its way towards us, Alan Graham on the Kawasaki X450. Love to see it.
So exciting now to have the girls go off. I mean, we've talked about Queens of the Desert for so long. The OGs are in there though. You've got Scoble, you've got Danny Foote, Alex Long. Like these are OG girls. There's some amazing ones in there. But to see a class of their own, it's exciting. I mean, but they tell you what, they'll battle harder than anyone else out there.
Yeah. Well, I think, like you said, also that there is for everyone. Doesn't matter whether you're in the masters class, the 250 class, the ladies class. They want to do well within their class, but really the ultimate goal is to see how far up the overall list they can get. I mean, speaking personally from the car entry list as well. Yeah, class honours is cool, but they also want to battle and see how far up that list they can get.
I mean, it's. Class win is great, but we all want to sort of see the overalls. And these girls have done amazing things. Danny Foote absolutely just killing it, for a year after year, pushing high. We've had previous girls here like Taylor Jones, who's now overseas killing it in the GNCCs. Unfortunately not now, she's done a bit of a mischief, but she'll be back. These girls fight harder than the boys. These girls push harder than the boys. So I tell you what, it's another great thing is to watch these girls because they're not as big and not as strong as the boys. They ride completely different. We talk so much difference in regards to how they will put a bike into a corner and take off at the straights.
So we start to send them 4 wide at the moment. This is the fun part of the day. We've got to get names out pretty quickly. So Madison Healy on the first row on the 999, Shanae Brown, Zoe Bockeray, Catherine Fry and Taylor Maurice. Oh no, just to Caitlin Fry. Katrina Fry, sorry. Again there. Taylor will be off the next grid, but here we go. Flashing of the ambers means we are about to send the first group of women competitors out on there.
Oh, look at them go.
And the fight for Queen of the Desert starts, and some just holding back a little bit.
Maddie's so strong. We spoke to her just the other night and she said that she's feeling the most confident going into this race, which is great to see. It usually takes a lot for someone to admit if they're feeling good. As we said before, they're now battling in dust because we're going that 4 wide. You can really see the dust starting to affect the riders. It's going to affect everyone, and the closer they get pushed together, the more dust is going to hold around, and now everyone's going to be battling.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they're going to have to control the adrenaline as well. Like you said, you're on that start line with 4 other people, the dust, lots of things around, trying to manage the starting blocks as well.
That's the problem that we don't really see very much is that you can't. These women are a little shorter. These starting blocks are important, but they're also on your gear shifting side for some of them. So you've got to be in the right gear, and unfortunately, sometimes it can really play up on you.
So Maurice, Solid, Wills and Chapman all off the line.
And once again, this is another part. You really want to push. You've got to push hard, but you've also got to make sure you survive. Getting blown up and getting those arm pumps, little T-Rex arms as we call them, because it all starts to kind of cramp up, is always going to happen. I mean, Hamo's great. He does push-ups before to try and get that blood flowing. It's as much as you can. There's all these tips and tricks to try and get those arms to work and last, but it's all about that mind control and making sure you don't blow up. And this is a different format to the race itself. So a lot of these bikes may be different setup. Actually, look, there is Alex Long now. That's another one of the OGs that we love, and she's riding the AJP as well.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see how that bike goes this weekend. Alex, a real legend when it comes to the women riders here. Alice local.
Well, this is the first time in 7 years she's had to develop a new bike. Yeah. This bike hasn't been out here before. The AJP put a lot of trust in her. Unfortunately, a couple of the other riders ended up binning it. So Alex is really putting it out there and putting it all her faith in this new bike.
So there we go, green light for them. So that was Alex Long, Rachel Desnett, Vicky Cox and Susan Kopp there.
Vicky is another one of those awesome riders. I've crossed the desert with her. I'm very fortunate to say that I've done a Simpson Crossing Desert, so it's great to see Vicky out there on the 250 as well. It's we do talk about how the bikes are a little smaller in the females class, but you have to also remember powder weight ratios really take effect here. We can't always put a girl on a 500, even though, say, Danny Foote and other people like that do step up to the 450. It is great to see these ladies on a big bike, and realistically, a 250 to them could be a 500 to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's obviously, like you said, they've got to be able to handle these things as well. Sometimes, you know, as Biggie said, RIP, more money, more problems. And that can sometimes be the issue as well in the desert. More horsepower, more problems. The weight and everything like that is kind of hard for these ladies to manage. And that's where it becomes a bit of a juggling act for them. It's not just the biggest bike is always better for these ladies.
Look, you're right, and you're right and wrong. You're in that same thing. I mean, these girls are fighting the same as everyone else. When it comes to the deep sand, though, you need the horsepower, yes. And a lot of girls will go to that, and then they'll kind of struggle in the tighter stuff, the sketchier, rocky sections, because we have to also remember a lot of this track we don't see. I mean, we all see the Instagram flybys, but people don't know that's in the first 70.
Yeah.
I hardly doubt many people have seen the 180, 220. I mean, I think for me, as well as being on this track, the sketchiest section of the track is the jump at the end, because you go into that kind of section of river, there's blowouts, but for these girls, you have to balance it between what you want in the whoops to what you want in this fast.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we saw quite a few people come a cropper in that river crossing last year. It was fun, and even the jump itself, there was a few people that went down. So that's the thing. It is grueling out there, and a lot of people really only see the first 100k a track, and they think that's it. Yep. It's really not. There's a lot.
Well, even after the finish line jump, where there's the little chicane that you come through, and it does cut up. It's quite a white powdering, and rock faces get exposed going up that, and you do see people, a lot of hard square edges, which is something that can catch you out so quickly. If we do watch it here, you just feel so sorry for some of the people. They are literally in sight of the finish line, and they've been it.
Especially last year as well, if you remember, there was 2 or 3 massive crashes in that area. That white kind of sandstone has been reported now as the worst sections on the races, and I think for a lot of them, just getting to that point is hard, let alone surviving the last 5 kilometres of the track.
Well, you probably start to relax a little bit as well, and then all of a sudden it just bites you. It is a treacherous racetrack, and we take our hats off and lots of credit to all the people as we see the first of our female competitors make their way back in. How good is this?
Oh, look, she's looking strong. Look, she's really motocrossy. You can tell that she's a motocross rider. Look at the way she stands. Her legs are really straight, and she's kind of bent over the front, which is great, keeping that head in. You can see when she's coming through the whoop, she's able to drive that power through. She pushes down, gets through the whoops, and keeps that bike nice and stable. It doesn't kick too high. That's the way you want to ride it, especially for someone of her size, but her skill level can really hold on to it.
Yeah, great to see the Healy bike back out and having a good old push here this weekend. Let's see what sort of a time the 999 bike can do here this weekend. First of our female competitors making their way in.
That was a perfect image of a perfect berm. She came really far back in the straights, kept that power down, came into the corner, shifted as far forward as she could. See how she's kind of leaning back now? She's trying to get that drive, trying to keep as much weight in the back as she can. When you come into those corners and she's so tight, she's trying to sit on that fuel tank. And then when that first bump hits her up, she's able to transition to her feet to keep the power.
Yeah, great run by her. And we'll just scroll down so we can see what sort of a time she did. She did it in 5 minutes 49, so not bad at all for Madison.
That's an amazing time. That's an awesome time for her. That's such a great amount of time for her to be able to push that. I mean, yeah, that's good on her. That's awesome, especially for somebody who hasn't come to the desert for that long too. She hasn't been here. She's only been here a couple of years compared to the rest of them, so she's doing great times.
Yeah, the next of our competitors making their way through, the 997, which is Zoe.
See, once again, you're seeing a different style of riding through this for the females. They kind of will come in through, stand up a lot higher, try and ride through the whoops instead of kind of powering through. It's just their way of kind of getting through it. It's definitely, you'll see it further on the track, how the females choose their lines.
Yeah, no, definitely, but it looks like we've got some more interviews lined up with Reed down at the start-finish line.
We've got a first timer here at Finke. Mate, tell me your name, where you're from, and what brought you here.
My name's Matt Fox. I'm from Toowoomba in Queensland. Always thought about doing it 30 years ago, and so I'm here today to give it a go.
Took you 30 years to say yes.
Yeah, about, yeah.
All right, about to head out for Prologue. How are you feeling?
A bit nervous, yeah. It's a bit daunting, you know. Feel like the lining up on the MotoGP grid.
It's exactly the same, I'm sure. Just try to enjoy it, have fun out there.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
Good luck. We might just try and grab another couple of our guys that are lined up. Hello, mate. Just quickly, you tell me your name, where you're from.
Mine Russell from Maxwell, New South Wales.
Have you been here before?
I done half of it last year.
Well, hopefully you can do the full this year.
I just wanted to start at Apachula and come back.
So, okay, we'll see what we can do. We'll speak to the organisers. Good luck out there and enjoy it. We'll try to get one more before these guys head off for their Prologue. Here we go. Danny Forrester, how are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Is this your first time here?
Yep.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, nervous.
Okay.
Yeah, just got to finish, so.
What made you do Finke?
I don't know, I'm getting too old, so I better do it before I get too old.
Well, we'll let you get to it. Enjoy this. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Very cool to hear from so many that are here for the very first time. And as you can see, we've got nearly 700 bikes here this weekend. It is incredible scenes down here at the start-finish line.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great chat once again. The last two bikes through were Taylor Maurice and Stephanie J. Willis, and they did some pretty good times as well. 6:24 for Taylor, and for Stephanie did it in 7 minutes and 16, so not too bad at all. Bronnie Chapman across the line, the 7:89 as well with a 7:44, as well as the Fry bike, the 994 across the line in 8 minutes 49. So yeah, great work there. And here comes Alex Long.
It was great to see Taylor. I mean, she hasn't had much time on that bike, that new bike as well. So it's good to see her still be able to keep it up at the front end. I mean, 6:24 is nothing to sneeze at for a lot of us. So for her to do it on that bike is absolutely awesome. And then obviously Alex coming through as well. That's great to see. The bike made it through. Hopefully it can make it all the way there and back. Oh, and the third too.
Yeah, great work there from Alex.
We were very privileged to go to Alex's house through the week, and she has a collection of bikes that most people here would be incredibly jealous of.
Yes.
I'm talking CR500s, I'm talking like raced CR500s, 450s. It's one of those workshops that you should see, but it's in a very secret location, so I cannot tell you where it is, but I tell you what, if you get the chance, it's one of the ones to look at.
Yeah, only had a bub recently as well, so has come off that, and no, she's doing really well, and with great support from companies like APJ and the likes of Alice Springs Auto Parts and Sabaton Motorcycle Parts. So yeah, great to have that real local support behind her this weekend. She is a great person as Danny Foote makes her way across the line. Does it in 5 minutes 58.
I mean, she's lining up for the double this week as well. I mean, that's crazy. Just to think that she's going to be doing double again is awesome. So, and then to lay down a time like that, I mean, her average speed is, 80 kilometres an hour? Damn, that's quick. I mean, you know, we look at Brodie Waters, his average speed was 96. So for Danny to be sitting at the 80 kilometres an hour average, I mean, that's amazing. It's a great effort. And she's on that 500 too. And if you've ever met Danny, she's about 3 foot high. So that's a great accomplishment for her. I'm a massive fan of Danny, so good on you.
Yeah, so Tamara Gray was across the line, 6 minutes 32, as well as Vicky Cox on her machine, did it in 8 minutes 30, and then 9 minutes 41 for Brooke Sollitt. So on the 992 machine.
And now we're into
Class 8, here we go.
Now we're into the weekend warriors, the ones that have always wanted to do it, and somehow got convinced to, either by will or force.
Yeah, Bradley Raffin, Shannon McCall, and Anthony Scaines, all there on that grid.
Yeah, imagine thinking to yourself, I've been wanting to do this for 30 years, and then you wait until you're over 45 years old to nominate for it.
At least you've got the money for it.
Yes, yeah.
And I think that's probably another one big for it.
Yes.
Like, it's an expensive thing to do, and it's not always easy to kind of get a bike and come out and do it. So it's great to see. And it's really brought out a lot of oldies to bring out either that chance to race or even that chance to visit. I think it's a great opportunity to do it. And it's also great to see so many different people. Look at that.
Holy moly. What a great bike there, the 890 machine, an old Yamaha two-stroke. You see she's blowing plenty of soot.
A 1978 YZ250E.
Wow.
Now that's
and
a bike.
the E does not stand for electronic fuel injection.
Or easy.
yeah.
That
And
is
no
not
electric
easy.
start either.
That almost seems the worst bike except a CR500. I tell you what, that is absolutely gutsy.
But that is one of the great things that, you know, we'll see storylines up and down the weekend of people that are racing bikes like that, or old XR400s or 650s. We saw a 97 CR500 in the pit lineup last night as well. So how awesome is that as we see Shamara Bond on the 907 across the finish line?
Oh, look, there's been great footage from everywhere. Even Casey from Pulse Media, she's been doing some great stuff out there trying to push through all the amazing bikes. I mean, I think I even saw adventure bikes, which is definitely a sign of times. I mean, we're here at the 50th and there's adventure bikes running. You go back to the day and said, an adventure bike or two an adventure bike racing it, you would have been cast out.
Yeah, definitely. Not scenes we're used to of here in the desert, but it's great to see the signs. And like APJ, that was the thing that we were having a look at last night. It was great to see. Jeff Gordon, though, is on the line. Craig Saunders off as well. Mark Miller, and then Charlesy on the 915 bike. She's across the line as well as Claudia, Kerry, Shemaine, Claire and Naomi all off the line. These boys all very happy. There's that one of the adventure bikes, the 880, having a good old crack here this weekend. And the Masters, a real good turnout of competitors here. Over 200 first-timers here this weekend as well. How crazy is that?
That's the sign. Look, there we go. There's our first one of the adventure bikes, a T7, a Tenere 700. It's a big bike. I mean, they do amazing things now with them in the hard enduro world, and I'm definitely in the rally scene. They've kind of got their own thing, but no, thank you. No, thank you. There's also another one. There's old mate with the GS 1200 as well. I think I've done him dirty. I'm so sorry if I've done you right, but there's BMWs out there. It's no, thank you. No,
yeah, I did see that the other night. I was like, no, thanks. But we're back down to the start line with Amanda for a couple of more interviews.
I tell you what, guys, you think you know what almost 700 bikes would look like until you're actually down here amongst it all. I've got Tony here. He's a first time at a Fink. How are you feeling about your first time?
Yeah, ready to get going, get it done.
Are you a little bit nervous or are you just excited?
Oh, no, a bit of both. A few nerves and no big deal.
Where have you travelled from to Alice Springs?
Sundays.
The Whitsundays?
Yeah, beautiful Whitsundays.
My goodness. How long have you been riding for?
This is my 50th year of competition.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I've never ridden this race though.
So have you been given any advice by anyone, any of your mates that have done it or anything?
Get to the end, turn around and come home.
Okay. That's solid advice. Yeah. Good luck, Tony. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Hi, sir. What was your name?
That's my fifth one.
Your fifth one. What was your name?
Laurie.
Laurie?
Yeah.
Laurie, your fifth one, and what keeps you coming back to Fink?
It's hard to pinpoint, but it's an addiction. Once it's in you can't stay away.
The Fink fever?
I was only going to do one. Now this is the fifth one.
Oh, well, we're glad you're back.
I'll ever go. I feel young now because a mate of mine up in front of me, he's 74, he's still going. I'm 67, so I've got a fair way to catch him.
How brilliant is that? You're going to catch up over the other end at Fink tomorrow?
It'd be great. Yeah, we'll catch him up there tomorrow and have a good rest, and hopefully we get back.
And tell me about the journey with your bike, getting it here, and how much work is done on it.
A lot of work for me, because Harvey Bay I come from, but it's a Sherco, which is a bit of maintenance, but yeah, it was all good. Wasn't too bad. It's a good bike.
All right, Laurie, I'm going to let you move forward. All the best. Hello, how are you? What's your name?
Yeah, Michael.
Michael, how many Finks have you done, if any others?
No, this is my first one, so the nerves are pretty high.
You know what? I think you chose a good one to do your first. You're the 50th. It's massive down here. There's a big crowd. How are you feeling?
Yeah, no, good. Just apprehensive. It did some pre-running, and it's a lot more than what I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
I'm a bit of a motocross history, not much of that, and you know. Anyway, we'll get down there and get back. That's the aim. So
that's it. Difficulty level 10,000, I think, for Fink. Look, all the best. Okay.
No worries. Thanks.
Back to you guys.
So, great stories in the Masters up and down. There we continue to have our competitors make their way through. We've had Kerry Thurley, Claudia, Charlesy, Naomi, Corrine, Caitlin, and Anita Boston all cross the line.
Great thing, Anita Boston does a lot of this for charity as well, so she's an amazing rider, but also she does it for an amazing cause, so you should all go have a look for Anita because she does a great thing on the bikes, and she's also a great rider as well, and promotes and helps so many other riders. Another one in there, Naomi Findlay, she's another one that really helps promote a lot of the riding, and Sharma Bond, a West Australian girl, she's come a long way and races a lot of stuff in the desert, so it's so great to see so many girls from all over the place who do so much good, not just for their own riding skills, but for the actual female riding community.
Yeah, no, definitely the first of our Class 8s making their way across the line as well, if I'm not mistaken. That was Anthony Scaines, and he did it in a time 6 minutes 31, so not bad at all for the Masters class. Average speed of 73 k an hour in the Masters, that's insane.
It's good, isn't it? Like, I mean, Corey Hammond's average speed was 100 kilometres an hour, though. Like, that's a huge step. And I mean, he managed to get that bike absolutely singing, as we talked about before. For him to get that bike to get to that speed, it needed a lot of time, a lot of R&D. And I know those guys have spent so much time up here to really develop that bike into something that's amazing.
Yeah, no, definitely. Bradley Raffin as well, the second of our Class 8s through, as well as Shane McNichol, 7:03 for McNichol, and for Raffin a 7:09, so not bad whatsoever as they continue to make their way through, sending them 4x4 here this weekend.
But our top three at the moment are Corey Hammond, Raymond Cole, which was a big one.
Yeah.
And then Brodie Waters, 4:47, 4:57, 4:57.6. I mean, it is a close battle, and Corey has really shown that all that off-bike training this year has really paid off for him. His fitness level is crazy. He's probably one of the most mentally focused dudes. Oh, there we go. There was a big bit of throttle drop down that line. It is a battle here. You can really see them trying to get grip. You don't know if you've got too much grip. You've got to truly slip that clutch the best you can. Otherwise, you're going to get that front wheel up, and you just don't want to cartwheel on the start line. It's just not cool.
Exactly not. Class 8 continuing to go through. Jim Mole was across the line in 6 minutes 47, so pretty good time for him as well. And like the second and third was literally split by 1/100th of a second. Like it's so close there.
That 450s have really pushed through. Campbell on the 500, Levi Cody as well on the 500s.
Yeah.
It really does show those 450s have stepped up a long way.
Yeah.
Now, saying that, this is a better format for the 450.
Yes.
This is a sprint. This is very, very negotiable in regards to corners, off the throttle, on the throttle, which is what the 450s love. They love to have that throttle chop back and forth, really help that motor work. 500s, they're a lot luggier. They take a lot to push. Saying that, Daniel Chucky Sanders managed to win a 6-day on a 500. So it can be done. It's just here, the 450s in this really tight, flowy course will always kind of trumpet.
Yeah, no, definitely. Peter Clark across the line, did it in 7 minutes 48, as well as Craig Saunders. Does it in a time of 6 minutes 55, so not bad at all from him. Roy Chamberlain across the line as well with a 8 minute and 20 seconds.
So that is the old school 250 two-stroke that we were talking about, Roy Chamberlain. So boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, put the 890 into your marker, highlight it, cheer this guy on all weekend.
I didn't know whether it was dust coming across the line or smoke. Yeah. So it was definitely a good way to finish.
Yeah, Kevin Dwyer and David Turner having an old race down to the finish line there. Had a good old run, those boys.
There's nothing like battling your mates at the start of a race, but I tell you what, there's no fiercer battle than when the finish line is there. And even if you don't know that person as well, that battle really heats up. Those last two corners coming into the straight, all of a sudden you are Walshy. You've manifested him, you are him, you are taking every line. So it is always fun to see that. And also they probably know the cameras are here and we're going to give them a shout out. So I love the ones where you see where they do big wheelies, power wheelies through. It hasn't worked to some people. They do see a quick butt slide across the back line, but it is exciting to see them and they really know how to turn it on for the crowd.
Well, it's safe to say either way you're going to go down. Like you'll be the legend that wheel stood across the finish line, or you'll be the guy that's in immortality, that you will be every Finke highlight video, you sliding across the finish line on your back with a bike cartwheeling down.
Either way, sponsors love it.
Yeah,
you know, like you can can always
no
say
publicity is bad publicity.
And to be very fair, no one really remembers positions at Finke, so you could always say you came 5th. Like, nobody really know that, you know?
I was putting the power down to try and get past David Walsh.
Oh, you love to hear it. Jeff Gordon was across the line, Mark Miller as well, Justin Wade, Anthony Blackley, Rick Avery, and Matt Evans all across the line in class number 8. They're coming through thick and fast at the moment.
And now you can really see the two battle. When you watch the body positions of these riders coming through, they're kind of battling. They're all trying to get that higher line because that dust is sometimes the grippiest part of the track, and you're always going to try and battle for it. You are kind of tired at this point. These riders probably aren't as physically adept as the rest of the pack, so when they come in, they're blowing up their arms. You can see their shoulders are quite low, their elbows are low. If we watch the top riding guys, they're more aggressive, their elbows are up. Elbows always up, that's number one rule, but here you're tired and you're also trying to pick that line. They've got their foot out, you can kind of see them trying to balance through those whoop sections. They're sitting down a lot more. They're still having an epic battle. I tell you what, they're doing exactly the same as I'm doing, so I'm not going to judge them at all. I just think it's a great kind of comparison for how you're looking at the way that riders are and really how to pick up on little things if you want to become a better rider as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. Gary Tapper and Mark Terry were across the line as well. And also, I just have a look at the people who've gotten off the line. Tony Lockett in Class 8 is off the line. Absolute legend. David Eadie was off across the line, and then Matt Fox as well. They were the two competitors having a good old battle there. Paul Stevens is across the line as well on the 867. The 866 makes its way across the line as well. And that one there was William Willis.
Tony Lockett, I mean, what a great name to have out here. He's been here so many times. How many times is it now for him? It would have to be like 5 or 6, surely.
Yeah.
He's always been great. I think he hangs out with the Grabo crew as well. Another one of those guys who's just loyal, and it's always great to see him out here.
He's probably been to Finke more goals than he's kicked. I mean, I don't know facts. He plays some silly sport that no one actually follows. So just a little bit of housekeeping though before we move on. If you have the car registration 4KL1F7 and LA1DY, you've parked another car in. So that's 4KLIF7 and LA1DY. And also 4NIK4P, a grey Colorado, 4NIK4P. So if you have those rego plates, you've parked in a bit of a funny position and boxed cars in.
Also, we're going to get back down to the start line for a couple of more interviews here at the Tatts Finke Does a Race Method Race Wheels Prologue.
We've got Paul that has come from Victoria for the very first time to compete in Finke. Paul, you were self-appointed mid-range old farts class.
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means that, we're not young enough to bounce when we crash, and we do have to go back to work after this is all done and dusted.
Now, first time, what made you say this is going to be my year?
I was going to come last year with a mate of mine. He's back there behind me, Dave. Watched him on the live stream and thought, yeah, all right, let's do this. I spoke to him a couple of days after and he said he's never going to do it again. And then I was like, well, might have to do it by myself. But then, yeah, he's come back to the party, so yeah.
Quickly run us through your bike. What do you want here?
I'm riding an old school 2013 CRF 250R, sponsored by Hillsville Motorcycle Centres. I sold it to myself when I was working at Honda. I uncrated it myself, so yeah.
Hey mate, this is your opportunity. First time that you get to be on the Prologue track full time, so enjoy it out there.
Thank you very much, Rhiannon. Have a great day. Have a great weekend.
We will. This is the mate that got him into this. Hello mate, what was your name?
Dave.
Dave, not your first time?
No, second.
Yeah, what brought you back?
I don't know. Paul brought me back, yeah. Yeah, so we'll have another crack at it.
Okay, what tips do you have for Paul being his first time?
I just told him to get there and get back. That's all he's got to do.
Pretty simple to me. Enjoy it out there. Good luck. Let's see if we can grab one more chat. Who have we got over here?
Hey, Terry Ree, how are you?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Good. Yeah, going well. Fourth one, so pretty good.
Yep. So for a first-timer, what would you tell them?
Do not race today. So 80% today, just get through. Who knows what we're going to see, because we'll do 3.5 hours tomorrow, so it's a long way. So you can hurt yourself today and cost yourself what is a great event, or you can just tick around and finish. So that's always our goal.
Being your fourth time, I mean, are you just blown away by the sheer amount of people that are here?
Yeah, it's as big as we saw it the first year, probably in 2018. We do it every second year, apart from COVID, and yeah, it's huge. You know, last night in the street parade, massive. But we love it. We love coming back and full congratulations to those who run it. It's a so well done to them, and looking forward to a great run today.
Beautiful words. Thank you so much. Enjoy it out there. Good luck.
All the best. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been awesome here. I think that's the recurring theme of the weekend, is that everywhere we look, there's been more people, more cars, more sights, more sounds, more bikes, more spectators, more action. It is fantastic here at the 50th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, awesome. We're actually joined in the commentary box for the moment with Jamie Hazleton. Mate, great to have you here, and you're on a bit of an adventure through the bush as usual. You're straight into that.
Yes, thanks, guys. Yeah, look, how good and how spectacular is this? This is my first Finke. I'm back in the 80s, 90s. I used to race motocross.
Yes.
But coming back, seeing some of this stuff, awesome gear.
Pretty crazy, isn't it?
Oh,
This 50th, it is an absolutely huge year. Yeah, most of us did come from motorbikes, didn't they? Say with age comes a cage and a car and all those sort of things. Riding motorbikes through the desert, bits and pieces, and then all of a sudden you get the four-wheel drives and all the other stuff that goes with it. You said you're here with the Custom Lithium boys this weekend?
Yeah, I'm with Custom Lithium, and they've just got displays. They've just built a new buggy as well, so they're going to be into it for next year.
Yeah, because they're massive up at the Don River Dash, aren't they?
They are.
Get in there, and they're a naming rights sponsor up there, and I know that they just love everything to do with off-roading and camping and caravanning and all the other stuff.
They do.
Yeah, it's a great time up there. As we've got plenty of great riders. It's really cool because I think it's one of the great things about, we talked about the Don, but also the Finke Desert Race, obviously, which we're at, is that, it's such a wide range. There's, 30, 40 professionals, and then there's everyone else. And everyone else is out here having a great time. They've got their family with them. Most of them, we talked to some of the people, they come out of Melbourne and they've been up here for 3 weeks camping and, doing all the stuff and having a look around. And there's been years where we've come out racing cars and, you go to the reptile park and do all those sort of things. And, you said you were coming across the desert. Unfortunately, that plane got washed out.
It did. But it's one of those things, it doesn't matter. You make something out of your journey or your trip because it's just an awesome time. But I'll tell you what, the lineup of motorbikes that are here and shapes and sizes, incredible.
Yeah, over 600 this year, which is absolutely insane, if I'm honest. We've been up towards the 500 mark before, but to be over 600, it's, the 50th. It's funny, I'll say it out loud, the quiet bit. There's a few people, it's getting quieter, it's as big as it's ever been.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, after I saw what happened last night, I could not believe the amount of people here. It was just crazy.
Yeah, the scrutineering night, it just gets better and better. That's another thing that the Finke committee just continually to do. They just improve little 10 tents, Like there wasn't so long ago that we used to go down to the wool shed and be out at the showgrounds and you had to move your car around. Well, now everything's here. The race is here. All the action's here. The trade show's here. It's a great spot to be.
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent. So we're still running a few of the Class 8 bikes at the moment, Josh?
Yeah, that's right, mate. We've seen a couple come across the line. So we've had Darren Kirsten, Anthony Chapman, Richard Bull Hammer, and Gavin Pengley in the time as well. But the Class 8, interesting to see too. We were talking about the Class 7. They call themselves the old fart classes, but they've still got another age bracket to go, another 5 years to step up the Masters class, the Class 8. But it is fantastic. The size of our Class 8 is regularly one of the largest classes that we see. So for those playing along at home, Class 8, Class 7 and Class 6 are all age classes and they can ride whatever they want. And then Class 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is all based on the capacity of the bike that you are riding.
Class 8 veterans, 55 and over, these boys. How keen's that?
Very keen, very keen. They're doing an awesome job. Like we said, crazy to think that some of these guys have been wanting to race this race for 20, 25 years and they've decided to come out now. But what a better time. The weather's beautiful. It's really turning it on here today. There isn't a cloud in the sky. It's a cool, crisp breeze. I know you can see that if you're following along at the live stream, but there is nothing quite like being here in person.
Now, Jamie, you said that you're a motorbike rider from back in the day. Do you have a favourite out there, mate?
Oh, no.
You're looking forward to the Hondas or the KTMs or the Yamis?
Well, I used to ride Honda, so
there you go.
Honda was always my favourite. Then I've watched the KTMs come through, but the one that caught me out there before was the old YZ I saw.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I think it was a H or something, but it must have been a 470, 490 or something like that.
Yep.
Pretty awesome machine.
Yeah, there is a few retro bikes out there racing, which is very cool to watch.
And just hearing some of those two-strokes.
Yeah, it's always great to see some of the two-strokes out there and all the different things that they do to them. Again, the 300 KDM's been a popular choice for all of them racing now, but we see the 500 two-strokes as well.
So I just had a quick flick through the little Bible here, a bit of a plug here. If you haven't got yourself a program, it is actually available at the bar for $20 as well, but that was the 890 machine. So that's Roy Chamberlain, and it's a Yamaha YZ250E.
Wow. So that's 79 or 80?
Yeah, quite old. It did not look modern or whatsoever, but no age in there, but I'm guessing it's late 70s, early 80s before the, while they were still running the YZs.
Air-cooled two-stroke
An air-cooled two-stroke 250.
Yeah, well, mine was, my first YZ was a YZ80J 82 model.
Very cool.
Now the locals getting a bit restless there. I see the 821 of Dean Cross throwing up a bit of a wheel stand as he made his way across. Also the 814, Steve McGrath, the 831, Dave Peters, the 818, Mark Renew, and the 840 of Michael Hobbs. Neil Doyle and Reggie Nardu also making their way across. Paul Callett. So the names coming through very thick, very fast. Like we said, they are starting in groups of 4. So they will keep us very busy afternoon. If you want to follow along, head across to the Tatts Finke Desert Race official website. Follow the drop-down link, go to results, and then bike competitors. And through the drop-down menu, you can select Prologue results, all your timing, all your class. It's broken up into every which way you want to see. You can see overall, you can see class, you can see all of your competitor information there. They do an excellent job with all the information they have on the website. So if you are following along at home and you haven't quite heard what you need to hear, tune in or head over to the Tatts Finke Desert Race website.
Yeah, Josh, we'll also run through real quick the top 10. So at this point, it is bike number 1, Corey Hammond, running first with a 4:47. We've got Raymond Cole, Brodie Waters, Campbell Hall, Levi Stevens, Cody Stevens, Mitchell Outram, Will Asprey, Jake Cobbin, and then Blair Outram is our top 10 in the current run order, but we do have some big boys left to run.
Yeah, that's right, but we'll throw down to Amanda for a few interviews on the start line.
Got Rob from Port Pirie, South Australia here. Rob, you look like a big sturdy man that can handle a motorcycle.
Ah, yeah, rather large unit.
How many things have you done? You've done a few now?
This will be my third.
And what have you thought about past years? Is it as difficult as what everyone says?
Yeah, it's probably, the track's brutal, but the idea is to get the end and have a beer.
That's it. It's all about the mateship, right?
Absolutely. I'm only racing one bloke and he's just behind me, my brother-in-law.
Oh, lovely. I was just about to ask you, do you have a bit of a support crew with you down Finke End?
Yeah, got mates down the Finke End, got family here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tell me how much work you did on your bike to be able to prep for Finke.
Yeah.
Expensive exercise, mate.
Thousands of dollars.
A lot of time.
Yeah, as long as we get there and we get home safely.
Rob, I have all the faith in the world in you.
Thank you.
Keep going down the line here. Hello, what's your name?
My name's Mitch.
Mitch, have you done Finke before?
Yes, I've done 4 previous. This is my 5th.
How have you fared in the past?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, no, it hasn't been too bad.
That's good.
Pretty unique motorbike here. I'm on a YZ125, which is probably the smallest bike in the race. So, yeah.
Do you think it's going to be able to handle the Finke track tomorrow?
It's done it 4 times previously, so fingers crossed tomorrow and Monday we get through it. So, yeah, cool.
It was nice for you to bring her back for the 50th, hey?
That's it, exactly.
All the best, okay? Alrighty, can we go over here? Hello, you look, no one's going to lose you on the track, mate. Tell me, what's your name?
Pete Bedford.
And where have you travelled from?
Bacchus Marsh in Victoria.
Ah, all the way from Vic. Well, tell me what your tips are for the race. Have you been given any tips for the race?
Yeah, try and avoid the dust, but that ain't going to happen, is it?
No, as you can see with just under 700 bikes, it's going to be very hard to avoid that dust, isn't it?
Yeah, so just take your time and enjoy it. Try and get there and back.
That's it. Walk us through your bike here. How much work have you done on it in the lead up?
Yeah, so it's a KX450 from Matt Jones Motorcycles in Melton, Victoria. Haven't had to do a great deal to it, just a couple of sprockets and new chain and some tyres, and I'm good to go.
Is it going to get you there and back? That's the big question.
It has before, so I'm hoping it will again.
All right, all the best. Back to you guys.
Yeah, so good to hear those interviews up and down the Prologue starting line. That's pretty wild, a 125 in there, which is absolutely amazing. I bet you he is wringing the neck out of that thing. But also talking about families up and down. Jamie, you going down the track, or are you staying in Alice over the weekend? You got any plans to go and check out the racing down the track a bit?
Oh, absolutely. We're heading down tonight. It's about 70k down, and set up camp there for the next 2 days.
Perfect, good spot. So just after Deep Well somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some good whoop sections through there, a few sands. You can get up on a little bit of a ridge and see a few of the bits of track, can't you?
Yeah. Well, that's what they tell me anyway.
No,
so.
no, it's true. Yeah, you said it was your first. No, there's a lot of good spots. Josh and I were talking about this yesterday. I like getting down around the 160. It's a bit harder to achieve, but you can get right up on some rocky outcrops and you can sort of see 3 or 4 runs and then up and over dunes. And, you know, there's also another great spot that's always very popular, I will say, is about 35 k's out. You can get right up on a rocky outcrop on the left, climb up and sit, and you can see, again, probably 5 kilometres of racing sort of thing. It's really good. And there's been a couple of big crashes there every now and then, too, in the years. Like they come up over the ridge, so it's sort of like a hot spot, but it's also very popular.
Yeah, awesome.
Anything this side of Deep Well is pretty popular.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's where I'd be, around about that 35k mark. See them while they're all fresh. But we have Luke Antonio, Paul Grosvenor, Todd Tomlinson, and Joe Banner off the start line of our Masters class there, Class 7. But yeah, there is some fantastic viewing areas all up and down the Finke track. Once again, we just ask you stay outside that 30-metre zone, not on the outside of corners. Keep your wits about you because the track will change on the way home as well. So a safe viewing spot on Sunday is probably not a safe viewing spot on the Monday. We want this race to continue on for another 50 years. But yes, get yourself down the track, get a Starlink, get on the YouTube, and enjoy all the sight and sounds of the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
I think what's so good about some of these classes too, Josh, now as we're getting into the Class 7, so, you know, that must be the 45s to 55s, I'm guessing, is that there's also no limit on the bike. So, you know, everything from 500s to the 125s to the, there's all sorts of stuff in there. Is that a big hooser? Did the sunglasses just come up, Josh?
Yeah, just had to check it out.
Yeah.
But you are right, Dan, like we said, this is an age category class, Class 7, and it's rung what you brung. And then, like we said, we drop down into Class 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they are all based on cubic capacity and I guess you'd say stroke of the bike as well. So 2-stroke, 4-stroke, and cubic capacity broken up into different classes. But cool to see, Brendan Caffrey, Brad Drake, Aaron Hawkins off the start line.
Good shots here too, Josh, around those whoops where, you know, now that we've slowed down to normal human pace, that you can actually see them dropping into those whoops, and there's actually like knee-deep whoops on the sides of the berms. It's absolutely insane.
So that was F96 across there. That was Michael Vroom making his way across the finish line there. So the F96 in a 6:07. Good prologue time, that. Stuart Windsor, we see some of the times pop up there. We've had Aaron Carlson, Brett Oger off the start line as well.
Do you think that white jacket, is that an LBZ jacket? My goodness, that's bringing back the 90s. But do you think it'll remain that colour for the entire trip?
No, I think it's going to end up a lovely, lovely tinge of Alice Springs Apatula Red, they call it. It's a unique colour that you can only get out here. But we'll cross down to Rihanna with some more commentary from the start line.
We find when we're talking to all of our competitors, the reasons behind why they want to take part in Finke. And Mark, you've got a really special story that you'd like to share with us, because this is something that you've been talking about for a long time, and unfortunately it's come at difficult circumstances.
Yeah, it has, Rihanna. I had a mate who was always going to come and help me come up to Finke, and he unfortunately passed away from bowel cancer last year. So yeah, it's been a bit of a journey, and we've done a fundraiser for Bowel Cancer Australia, and we've raised over $13,500 so far. So yeah, it's on which I'm overwhelmed and sort of just can't believe that. So yeah, and all my family and friends have come to Victoria, up the cold country. So yeah, so here we are.
It's a really special reason why you're lining up on the start line. And I know you've got a bit of a message on your back. Just talk us through that.
Joe said, and when I told Joe that I was going to do it, he actually told me a message that it's going to get on bumpy down the road, So I've actually wrote it down and I've actually put it on the back of my Guernsey. So it's because those are his exact words. So yeah, well, here we are.
Now that the time has come for you to get onto the Prologue track, how are you feeling?
Oh, a little bit nervous, but I'm a bit like I'm ready. I've been doing a lot to make myself right. I've lost a lot of weight and stuff and doing the right thing. So here we are, but give it a crack.
Mate, this is a really special moment. We hope that you can enjoy it. Good luck out there. I'll get Will, our cameraman, to swing round and have a go at just some special words that were left from a good mate who was planning to be here to see his mate Mark take part in the Finke for the first time. But people are doing this for all sorts of different reasons, and it's a really, really special weekend to be part of.
Yeah, it is a incredible weekend here. It's as I said, you often race a weekend in Finke, you'll have a lifetime of stories and mates for life as well. It's a wonderful event and incredible there. Like you said, a group of mates that planned on coming here to ride together and you know, essentially with those words printed on the back, are still riding together. So what an awesome effort there, and it's such a it's a life-changing event. It's one of those things that it's just a bucket list item. But then once you really get here, the red dirt, the dust, the event, the camaraderie ship, everything that happens throughout that weekend, you say, I'm just going to go once, say I've done it. But then all of a sudden you find yourself lining up for the 5th time, the 6th time. All of a sudden you're like, man, I'm a Finke veteran.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is, I don't think it's just the race. I think Finke is an experience. It's not just the race itself. It almost gets lost in the entire spirit of Finke. Somebody who's now experiencing the spirit of Finke. Jamie, the Bushman, how are you, my friend?
I'm really good, really good. Mate, really enjoying it.
This is your first time here. Are you seeing all the bikes? I mean, there's so many names on this list. I mean, it's huge. I guess, did you have that kind of knowledge to know that this was going to be what Finke would be?
No, I never thought it was going to be this big. I mean, I knew it was going to be big, but not this big.
But you've done big things too. I mean, you've had a long career with four-wheel drives and kind of out in the bush. Here you are in the middle of bush, middle of Australia, and there's just tens of thousands of people all here for one event.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that's what I love. And I mean, I was really surprised on how many people come up to see me here, because they're not expecting to see me here either, sort of thing. So it's been pretty awesome.
But you've had a long trip to get here as well.
Yeah. We come from the sunny coast all the way through down the Plenty, and to get here.
That's awesome. And then now that you're here, mate, what is kind of that big thing for Finke? I mean, are you a cars guy? You're a bikes guy, as you said before, but I mean, you can't look away from those trucks. I mean, you've got a great truck. You've got a Defender.
Yeah.
Right? We love that. But the trucks here are just something from another world.
Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, I've seen some of the stuff back at the showground there. That was just wild, seeing all the different setups that they had. It's incredible. But, you know, I mean, I'm really a bike guy at heart. But I can't ride these days, you know. I'm just too old for it, you know. But I still love it.
And so, where can we find you now? Because obviously you're here, you're doing a lot of kind of promotional stuff. You've got your YouTube channel, you're pushing that as well, and doing a lot more adventures. Where can we find you going next?
Yeah, well, look, I'm just like I'm going to the Sydney 4-wheel drive show this week. I'm going to be talking there on stage about my recent trip up in the Gulf. While I'm here, I hope to cross the desert going backwards.
Oh, good luck with that.
So but a couple of weeks' time, so we'll let it dry
up. We actually heard you doing it on a bike as well, mate.
Well, that's been said once before. You never know what can happen, so it'll be buggies before we know it.
Yeah, well, look, man, it's great to see you here. I guess for you to be able to see this as well and see the dedication, and we know how much dedication it is for you to go on your adventures, but these guys and girls who are racing, they put so much in, and they put their bodies on the line just for that one little peg at the end.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think it's gold because you can see a lot of newbies in it that haven't done it before, and you know when you've run, like I raced for 15 years, I think it was, motocross and short circuit, and you can just see who's there and who's not, sort of thing. So
it's great. And look, we've seen so many names come across the line already. I mean, some names that I've kind of seen. We've got Chica, Sean Cheatham, things like that, who've had a long history on the bike. I mean, before, it's one of those races where, as we said before, it bites. And I mean, you're one of those people that knows when a desert bites, it bites hard.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's here, the desert's the same. These guys and girls out here racing, they get that that Fink fever, it gets into your blood. You've got it in a different way, though, when it comes to deserts and adventures.
Oh, totally, totally. I mean, the adrenaline on this, you'll always have. I mean, when I was at Don River, running around in my Can-Am buggy, I'm just like, I just need a faster one. I just need a faster one. But then I come out here for the simplicity and travel the bush and explore it, and that's what I love to do these days.
Yeah, chalk and cheese, I suppose.
It is.
But at the same time, you're here now, mates. Thanks for coming up and having a chat. It's absolutely awesome. As I said, it's a privilege for me because I have a defender, and I know the struggles. They are real.
You've got to have fun with something, eh? Otherwise you get pretty bored.
Absolutely. If it's not that, it's something else. So thank you very much.
No, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Now, we are looking at the names coming in. They are getting fast. I mean, the top 10 hasn't changed at all, mate. We're going to kind of be stuck for that for a while. I think we're going to, once we get into maybe the second, third class, we could see some more changes, but it's going to be a while.
Yeah, I think our top 10 is going to stay pretty solid until probably we see our some of our Class 6 competitors come out as well. I think, never write off Class 7. But I think Class 6 is where we'll start to see some of it. And then as we get into Class 5, the 450 4-strokes, we'll see, obviously, that's where Callum Norton will come out. That's where also David Walsh will appear as well. So excited to see what happens when we get to Class 5. They're probably the two we're really looking for. Liam Walsh. Later on down in Class 2 as well.
Lukey Hayes.
There is some excellent... And isn't that crazy that we talk about Fink? That's where we have so many racers that are doing an awesome job and they're inside that top 20, top 30. But the stories that can be told from 2025 of the people that have the ability to be in that top 20 that aren't due to failures in the race. But I tell you, we'll talk to a man that is essentially considered the king of the desert. We'll throw down to Amanda with none other than the desert legend himself, Ben Grabham.
We are among Fink royalty. Well, I think so anyway. Ben Grabham, how are you going?
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm good. Like, obviously, we're about to line up for Prologue, so there's always a bit of nerves and bits and pieces, but I'm excited. Obviously, it's the biggest Fink ever, so there's crazy amount of bikes and a bit of dust, but still looking forward to it.
I was going to say, for someone that's won four titles, isn't it, of King of the Desert, what is your advice to those starting out? Because there's plenty of newbies in front of us and it's their first Fink. What would you tell them if you could?
I think the main thing, and it's easier said than done, is not to get too excited. Like, there's a long way to go. Like, I won it back in the day from 16th, which when you're a front runner is not the front. So, like, you just take your time. There's a lot of kilometres to cover, so...
Over 220 kilometres of just absolutely punishing yourself, isn't that right?
Yeah, it's. I think that's why I keep coming back. It's a brutal track. It's fun in spots, but we're definitely suffering in other spots.
Yeah, okay. So, look, I'm looking forward to receiving you on the Fink end tomorrow. I'm going to be down there. Have you got a big crew?
Yeah, we do. Like, I run the VIP race experience now, so, like, we've got roughly 16 bikes on gas 500s, and then our fuel stops are supporting like 30 people, so it's crazy.
How incredible. Look, we're so lucky to have you here for the 50th, Ben. You are Fink royalty, as I said, so all the best for the race tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. There is none other than Fink royalty that we talk about, Ben Grabham. He is the man that changed the game when it comes to desert racing. The reason you see so many KTMs out here is due to Ben Grabham. Won 2 in a row and then made the switch to KTM for the three-peat and absolutely bossed it. There was plenty of people that were talking plenty of smack about why would you bring one of those Euro trashy bikes out here. This is Honda territory. And then Ben Grabham basically reinvented the game. We see a lot of 79 builds on YouTube called Game Changers, but Ben Grabham bringing a KTM to Fink in 2008, 2009 was an absolute great game changer.
We also have to remember that he was Honda for the long time of his career. He flew that Honda flag. That transition, Branford, obviously, him and Branford were fighting. Ryan Branford, personal hero of mine. They did a great thing. Todd Smith on the Honda. They had that really long run. 20 wins is a huge amount of wins for Honda. Grabber to move to KTM, yeah, that was a big one too. Really developed it. Grew another great team with obviously Pricey, Ty Simmons, guys like that. Callum Norton was on the team. David Walsh was on that team.
Ivan Long.
Well, yeah, Ivan Long was on that team. It was a huge deal. Then we can say he stepped again and brought Gas to the desert. I mean, he brought Gasser with Corey McMahon. Corey McMahon had a great run. Unfortunately, he just never got that podium spot that he deserved. But he seems to always be leading the charge with a new bike, new manufacturer, or proving things in the desert, which most of us would have said, no, that's not going to work.
We had Simpson on that bike as well for a couple of years, and he used to be able to hang off the back of that thing. Just was really,
Jack Simpson was another team member for
a little bit too light for that bike over the years. But no, he rode himself into some really good positions, and also had a couple of really big ones over the years here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. But this is the thing, it's grown so much over the years. And like Walshy was originally on Honda back in the day, like that's where he really started his racing career. So really awesome to really see him come full circle and be back there.
Well, Honda also had that transition from the CR 500s to the 450s. They were the ones that really pushed that 4-stroke model. When that 4-stroke became reliable and strong enough to get through the desert, that's when that change happened. Unfortunately, the Honda 450s back in the day, they also would kind of not have the longevity to get through the track. I know, talking to a lot of the older guys who used to race, that piston would be completely melted. They would have absolutely munched the gearbox by that first run, rebuild it, and then send it back home. That's why the KTM, obviously coming along, really had that longevity. The six-speed gearbox as well really changed it. There was a lot of modifications they needed to do, but Honda at that period would just either completely munch itself or burn itself out. So it's great to see Grabbo's one still here and helping so many people now.
Yeah, I think there's that experience that he brings, right? Like if you're talking about you know, wanting to get a bike developed out here, what better than to have someone like Ben Grabham sort of lead the charge and you know, those years of experience that he has. The fact that he's not just telling people how to ride a bike, he's still swinging a leg over a bike. Like, incredible. What a way. Like, if you've thought about wanting to experience Finke, Don River, Kalgoorlie, get that desert racing experience, Grabbo's Track and Trail, hunt down their Facebook page or their webs page. You can actually ring up, hire a bike for a weekend, do training sessions with Ben Grabham, get riding tips off him. I mean, that alone is almost worth the money.
I think we also have to step away from that and say that even if it's not desert, I mean, he holds national flat track titles, he holds enduros, all the off-road stuff. I mean, I think this man does everything. Flat track, you know, everything you can imagine this man has done. And so going to him is not just about learning how to ride desert. You can ride anything. He's done hard enduros. Plus his brother, Brock, is an absolute gun on the electric bike at the moment, killing it in the enduro scene. So it's the Grabhams, you know, they've just got it nailed, and they're always kind of pushing the sport forward.
Speaking about the electric bikes, do you think we'll ever see them out here?
I'm not getting involved in that. I'm not getting into that.
I work in a coal mine, mate. Burn the petroleum. Burn the petroleum.
Nah, look, you're right. I mean, my kids have electric bikes because they can use them everywhere now. I mean, we live in suburbia, so to be able to go riding is quite hard. With electric bikes coming in for kids, I think is a great thing. I mean, the electric bikes are everywhere. I think actually in Erzberg this weekend, it was the first electric bike to win the Rocket Rodeo, which is a huge thing. And if you don't know hard enduro, the Erzberg Rodeo is just like the Finke of the hard enduro world. And an electric bike just won that. Here in the desert, I mean,
Is range the issue?
It would be. I mean, I think the other big one at the moment is how hot they can get in this. I mean, we talk about, the range. I mean, the battery changes now can be down to, I think, like 6 minutes, even quicker than that. Wow. But it's the heat that they generate. And we have, obviously, water-cooled bikes. I mean, that's what really helps these things not get too hot. We talked about the 450s getting too hot. The electric bike, I don't know if anyone's tested it to see how hot it is. And I mean, they have kind of had some runs in some places I've seen in America, especially for Baja, where they do melt them. So here is obviously a lot bigger and straighter. You may think it's the actual distance, but it's the sand. It's how heavy the sand is to pull that extra power on the bike. So, I mean, if you want to go spend all that money to figure it out, mate, I'm more than happy to come pre-running with you. But it's a tough one.
Yeah, no, definitely is. It was just food for thought, really. You know,
I hope so.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool to see. They're pretty quick machines, but you make a lot of really good points there. It's more than just the range. There's a lot of contributing factors there. And as we look up at our screen here, it's great to see that we've got still over 471 bikes to get started here. 2 confirmed did not start and 1 confirmed DNF. So doing pretty well within the Class 7s at the moment. They're all having a good old run out here. And just a reminder, if you want to be following along at home with all the times of where your friends and loved ones are coming in, you can have a look at raceresults.com and make sure you plug in to the Tatts Finke Desert Race and you'll be able to keep across all the timing.
Well, look, a couple of shout-outs here. Brendan Caffrey, Lee Piggott, guys like that, been following for a long, long time, and it's great to see them coming across the line. I think that's what we spoke about before, that Finke spirit. It's always going to be the most important part of this race, trying to not enjoy just this weekend, but the lead up to it, the kind of build up to it. You're an Alice local, you know exactly what that's like. The town is absolutely buzzing. I've never been here and it's this busy.
Yeah.
You live here and you've never seen it this busy.
No, for the 20 years I've lived here, or 23 years I've lived here all my life, I've never ever seen this town this packed. It is great for the town. It's everyone's come to support this great event, and it's just like the shopping centres are absolutely jam-packed. It takes you 10 minutes to get out of the car park of one of the joints.
Which is normal for us suburban guys too. Like, I have to admit, like, I live in Yeppoon. I don't know what to do. I'm in Canberra, so like, this is just normal. I mean, don't boo the Canberra part, okay? Let's get past that. But it is kind of crazy for you, and I suppose there's also a great thing for the future. We can see so many people involved, and the cars. I mean, you guys must be excited to see this many cars on the track at once.
And new cars, new people racing. It's just so great to see. But even talking about that fact, like, you know, for you to say that, you guys have got the Red Centre Nats, you've got big drag events, you've got, like, so it's not like Alice Springs only has the Finke. No. It's got lots of great races. It's a great destination. I mean, it's got Ayers Rock just down the road, which is absolutely brilliant.
Down the road? I like how you say just down the road.
Well, it is. Hey, mate, again, Josh was just talking about going to the mines. We travel 360 k's to get to work. That's a normal work week for us. That's before we start on Monday. Yeah, so 250 k's is nothing. We do that before breakfast.
You measure it in monster cans.
Correct.
That's how far we go.
Now you're talking green cans.
Yeah, but it's the other thing. We talked about how it's great to see so many people here, but also the others who aren't racing. It's really just brought in spectators from everywhere. Yeah. It seems the cost of living is so high at the moment, but it hasn't stopped anyone.
Yeah.
No,
I was going to say, even how cool it is that you can travel out and probably make it into a holiday, right? Camp on the side of the road with your family. You probably are doing it reasonably. Again, there's no such thing as cheap when you're racing Finke. I'm not trying to say that, but what I'm saying is that you can actually make it as expensive. You can stay at the Hilton, you can stay at the Doubletree, or you can, find somewhere else. You can do the caravan with the family. You can make it something.
Look, we're not on commentator money, okay? So we're not going to stay there. We're going to be on the side of the track.
I've never stayed at the Hilton, mate. No, shout out to the Hilton. I'm sure. Hey, listen, if you're looking to sponsor three good-looking lads,
they'll be here soon.
Yeah.
So when they're here, we'll let you know. Yeah.
No, very good.
Our first international competitor in the bikes here this weekend is Steve Blackney. He's all the way from Dubai. He's come a long way from the UAE to race here, which is really, really cool.
I got to call it Steve Blackney. That's not a very Dubai name.
No, it's not.
Is he native Dubai?
Yes, he is. 100%. That's exactly it. If you've been to Dubai, there's not many locals left anymore.
True. Yep, very true. We're all looking at Bitcoin money over there.
100%. I don't know where you go on your summer holidays, but it's definitely on my radar.
Yes. No, very good. And as you were saying, the Class 7s now flying through the line. Great to see all of these. And again, people that just want to get a spike, were you saying 280 new competitors this year, which is just super impressive. First timers lined up. It is actually pretty common that we have a 50-50 sort of returning competitor and split. And it's interesting out here because you often find, down the line, there's dudes that have done it 5 or 6 times and there's dudes that have done it none.
Look, we've got Rick
Talk
Hall.
about a guy that's done it a few times.
That's perfect timing. It was a great transition. Well done, my friend. Rick Hall coming across the line, which is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, great to see him out there. And Paul Benberg from what looks like South Africa. So we're really going international here this year at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. They heard about it all around the world, and they've decided to come for the 50th running of the event. Here we go, banging bars down into the finish line here. The Class 7 lads, some Lloyd Kenneth Hicks across the line.
You can, if you start now looking out into kind of the Prologue area, that dust we talked about before. I mean, for the bikes, it's bad. I mean, what's it like in a car? What's it like in a buggy to be going down with dust that heavy?
Yeah, it sucks. That's what it does. It sucks, just like it does on a bike.
You don't have little window wipers that get it all clear, a little fan to blow it out of your way?
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. No, even though you think that you've got filtered air in your helmet, it's still dusty. There is dust everywhere.
Everywhere else.
Correct.
And I suppose that's a big part of why we say Prologue is so important, to get that kind of big split in front before we start doing 4 or 5 people deep. It's really important, and we know how sketchy that track is in the first fuel stop, really, but I mean, definitely the first 40. I mean, we love that section of the track at the 40 during because it's beautiful, but dangerous.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, interesting that you mentioned the fuel stop. So lots of these guys, obviously, actually all of them really, all the top competitors are all on 2 stops system.
That is actually the second biggest secret that you can get. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
a lot of it's a big thing at the moment, especially fuel stop with the 450s and range. It is a held secret, very big secret. Same as the gearing on their bike. They may not talk about front rear sprockets. Fuel stops are the same, and there has been years where they have put out dummy fuel stops.
Yeah, wow.
That's it. I never heard that. That's excellent.
There's been a fair few. Sometimes I'm not putting my hand in anything. You know, I'm saying I'm friends with these guys, but fuel stops this year have been the most important part of the race because it takes seconds. I mean, if we look back a few years ago, especially when there was a battle between Callum Norton and Corey McMahon, their fuel stops were the most critical part of the race because they were battling all the way through to the end, and a split second here or there can change it. And so a lot of times they will set up a dummy style fuel stop. Not saying it happens, but it could potentially happen in regards to throwing the other team off to know how far the range is of the bike.
That's completely fascinating. I didn't realise that was a thing. And
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying potentially.
But it's interesting because, you know, there was teams at one point there running big tanks and trying to do a one-stop system. Didn't really seem to play out that well. All the club stops are 3 stops, which is way short, really, even for a normal rider. But yeah, it's just a fascinating thing. So, hey, listen, guys, we're going to throw down to Rihanna again. She's down on the start of the prologue for Method Race Wheels. We've still got more motorbike riders pounding out.
Travelled from Kalgoorlie. What made you want to do Fink this year?
Just tick it off the bucket list. Yep.
Who are you here with? Who's helped support you get through?
Here with my partner, Kat. She's been my biggest pusher. And a heap of Kalgoorlie crew.
Talk to us a little bit about the bike that you're riding.
It's a 25 CRF 450 RX.
Nervous or excited, or how are we feeling?
Yeah, pretty nervous.
What's the plan of attack for this prologue?
Just get a good rolling lap and stay on it.
Sounds like a good way to go about it. Good luck. All the best. Enjoy it. We might just walk back a little bit further, see who else we've got to say hello. Hello. What's your name, mate?
Julian Galindo.
Have you been here before, or?
It's my 5th time.
Okay. What brings you back year on year?
Just a buggy. It's making it there and back. Yeah.
What's different for you this year?
Probably bike preparation. Yeah, a bit more involved. Yeah, a bit more comfortable on it and stuff. So.
Where have you travelled from for here?
Queensland, Mount Isa.
Nice. Decent way to travel. Enjoy. Good luck. We might grab one more if we can. Hello, mate. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Is this your first time at Fink, or have you been here before?
No, my 2nd time.
Okay, what brought you back?
We didn't finish last time.
So what have we done in preparation to put you in a good spot for this year?
Yeah, I just got my little girl told me not to break my collarbone this time, so I'll make sure that I don't do that.
Sounds like good advice from your daughter. Have you got family up here supporting you?
No, it was a boys' trip this time.
Okay.
So.
And everyone been well behaved?
No. No.
Well, go out there and enjoy it. Good luck.
Cool. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thank you very much. Love hearing from our competitors down there. And Class 7 still pumping through. Rick Hall across the line. That's why it was nice and loud. A bloody good time there as well by Rick Hall. 6:09 he did it. Currently 32nd provisionally. Not bad at all.
Well, I think he was in a good little group there too in Class 7 too. Greg Jackson out of Townsville. He's done very well riding before with the Grabo Trail and Track.
Yeah.
And he just ran did I see a 5:51 out of them? So again, I think that's probably a good thing when you join up with someone that's moving at the right pace and you can run similar times.
Oh, he got left on the start line. That's not good. Hopefully he's going to keep going, but now he's dusted out.
Ivan Long, Ben Grabham, Jack Dooley, McDonald. What a start order.
No, you would not want to be on that start line at all. That is, it's great, but damn, no way. That's a tight one. That's a tough one too. That's tough.
Wow, great to see.
And to be honest, if you're a betting man, the outside odds are on Longy. You know, we always talk about it, and I talk about it with a lot of people when we laugh, but Longy's one of those guys, when that helmet comes on, something weird and wonderful comes out, and he is probably one of the only competitors to still jump the creek down the other end during the race.
Yeah.
Even down to, he's one of those guys he's comfortable being loose, right?
I think he only ever is loose.
There's no other way to ride.
I don't think there's a normal, right?
There's no off switch for that.
And did I see on his Instagram, he said something, how many races has he done here? 12 or something like that?
Yeah, he's had a long history here. Yeah.
So it's amazing. He was talking about it being, so quite a number of races too. So he's done very well. Second best place?
Yeah. Todd Smith, that's a condo boy, local boy to me. Absolutely ripper. That bike, I'm going to have to give everyone an insight on this one. That is a rocket ship. I mean, we talk about other rocket ships, but there's a little bit of secret sauce in that bike. So it's great to see him. He was here yesterday, as everyone said, with his kids. And, you know, Todd's won it before. I mean, he was a Honda guy as well, just like his brother. He actually beat his brother on that race. So his brother came second, he came first. So unfortunately, Jacob has never reached that top spot, but multiple seconds. They've had a long history out here as well. Hopefully we can get Jacob back on the bike. I'm pushing hard, but I think old age has got him. He's not going to like that.
He found comfort. Listen, I still remember, I don't know if we were down the Fink far end when they ran out of fuel that year leading and they had to push him over the top. That was a crazy race and all of that action happened. Again, we literally saw him pushing a bike over the top of the crest there before the finish line jump. So, yeah, they've been super close. A number of years have won it. And, that's the crazy Fink stories that happen, right? Now that was the year with the tanks.
That's it, the tank problems. So this is also Sam Watson, who's just head off. That's a big one because he is Catherine Scoble's partner, the dad of the little beautiful bub. So it's good to see him out here. He's usually a sidecar guy. So he races on roads in sidecar, which is even worse than Fink, apparently.
So you're saying he's not right in the head, that's what you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I love him, but there's definitely something not right there,
They used to take sidecars down here. I'll never forget the first year I saw it. I was like, you mob have to be absolutely nutter to do Fink on a sidecar.
Well, have you ever seen sidecars in motocross applications? They are even worse. I mean, I think we've been speaking to some sidecar riders lately and some potties, and it's been crazy to see the mentality of what it takes for them to both launch. And it looks like the old mate's hanging on a magic carpet. He's just kind of sitting there, and I think it's great, but it's been a while since we've seen sidecars here. Same as quads. I mean, it is sad we don't have quads. They are horrible menaces. And Victor, wherever you are, I love you very much. But I tell you what, it is a long time ago since we've had that.
Well, boys, I actually want to say, here's a bit of history. 2010, I rode that race. That was the last year of sidecars. We actually had sidecars. We were actually at the finish line. We hung out at the bar, as you do at the end, and then the only sidecar that made it rode in, and the poor young fella hanging off the side of that sidecar looked dead. But he got it, and he got the finish, and he got the victory. So
they should get a double spike for
that. They should, 100%. Imagine if they didn't hand them out.
So back down to the start line for a couple more chats.
I've got Chris here all the way from Victoria in the lineup of bikes. And Chris, your daughter, Emity, was also in the juniors yesterday. How did she go?
Oh, she did bloody awesome out there. She had a ball, she had a little get off, and there was a little boy that helped her get back up, so it was good to see some good...
Is there any better time than like daddy-daughter time on the bikes? I mean, how cool can you get?
Oh, it doesn't get much better than that, it's amazing, it fills the heart.
What are your hopes for Fink or for Prologue?
Just get out there and get it done, just get around safe, hopefully get a good time and get up and back over the weekend.
What have you seen or heard about the track?
Rough, lots of holes, so, just try and avoid them.
Nothing you can't handle, Chris.
No, that's right, we'll get out there and get it done.
I love it. All right, let's move on down. Hello, what's your name?
Nick Oakley.
Nick, where have you come up from?
Perth.
Oh, another West Australian. Now tell me, have you done many Finks?
This will be my third and haven't done one for 2 years, so a bit rusty. So.
And what have you heard? We're having a few people say, we're hearing the track is pretty rough. What have you heard?
Yeah, I mean, we've been out last week doing a lot of pre-running, and the track was getting rough then, but I've also heard the Prologue track's getting pretty rough today, so I'm just going to go out, ride to the conditions, I guess, and just get back safely, hopefully.
Tell us the journey to get here. How much work have you done on your bike?
I actually bought one off this is one of Grabo's ex-hire bikes, so he kind of built it all up for us, and he done my suspension for me last week, so I just bought it straight off them.
Do you have any sort of pre-Fink dinner or any kind of superstitions that you do every time you do it?
I've seen this asked before. I don't really know. No, nothing. Just get out and ride. A bit boring, really. Sorry.
I reckon just have a good night's sleep tonight. What do you reckon?
That's it. Yeah, lay off the beers tonight, I think.
Yes, definitely. Save those for Monday afternoon. Well done, mate. All the best.
Yeah, thanks, Amanda. Cheers.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Great to once again hear from the competitors. And while we were in that interview, a heap of Class 6 competitors making their way out and finishing as well. Ben Grabham, a lovely ride from him. 5 minutes 09 puts him provisionally P8 at the moment. Jack Dolly McDonald in 12th provisionally, and Ivan Long in P19 provisionally at the moment. Todd Smith P10 and Zoran Elliott in P32. Wow, what a run.
Oh, Smithy, just love him. We always give him a hard time because when I catch up with him, he's always pie and a Red Bull. So he's got that physique, but he can turn it on. We were just laughing before that Husky is something special. There's a lot of sauce in that bike. So it's good to see him put in the 10, and we really hope that he can keep it kind of that consistency, especially in front of his little one. His little one raced last week, so it's good to see him here now and pushing hard.
Yeah, definitely. 428 bikes still to go.
I'll put you on the spot here, Jeremy.
Quickly.
Just coming through before, there was I thought it was a Honda with a wide guard on the back of it. Is that there's no XRs or anything racing in this class today? There's a couple of boys.
Well, I've seen a couple.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just saw it out of the corner of my eye and went, that doesn't look like a CR or it doesn't look like a KDM.
I've seen the 250. There's an XR 250.
Yep.
Oh no, 400. Sorry, XR 400. There is one here, and that must be the 650 going across there. And he's put it in 7th at a 558. I tell you what, that's moving.
Yeah, moving.
No, thank you.
Yeah, very impressive.
I mean, it's great that these bikes are here, but I mean, we spoke to everyone on that Legends dinner about the race and kind of the real OGs of the race, and we kind of been talking to them in regards to what it would be like to race one of their bikes now. They'll even tell you the track was a lot smoother than it is now. It's a lot easier, but it just was a lot harder because of the technology they had. So it is quite interesting to see these bikes trying to battle on what is only probably one of the worst Fink tracks that we've had since kind of 2018, 2019, when it was kind of absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, it's funny. Every year we talk about track conditions, but this year definitely it's full noise, isn't it?
Sorry, we're just talking about classic bikes. I also saw, I missed it, Brett Clissold, a DT250 out there from Victoria on the M27. So that's a wild bit of gear in that Class 6 as well. There must be a few teams that are bringing back a bit of history, talking about the old bikes. There's also the M55, that BMW R910, 9T, sorry, I apologise. Oh yeah, and there's actually a CR500 there too. I wonder if that was M59. That'd have a wide back guard on it as well.
Well, that's who I was trying to get through. That's Trent Giles, an absolute legend of bloke. Does so much desert racing as well. He does like Sunraysia, things like that. It's a big bike. It's a twin. It's the opposed twin on the BMW too. So for some weird reason, that motorcycle is wider than my own head, and that's big. So to see him out here on that is awesome. I know he's going to be struggling. He only picked that bike up last week. So for him to come along and do it, absolutely awesome. I hope him the best. But also, I'm so sorry for what you're about to witness, mate, because it is not going to be fun.
Has he been down and done a bit of pre-running?
I think so, yeah.
Just enough to warm in?
I mean, even just watching a video is good enough, right?
Yeah, I think so in that situation.
I mean, at some point you just go, yep, as long as it's not going to break, we're going to make it.
Sometimes it might even be better the devil you don't know. Maybe you just go, hey, I'm going to spar it up, drink the champagne at the Hilton, and then just get on and see where it ends up.
If you know you're in for a bad time, you can't get any worse than what that is.
So I love it.
He's a great dude. He does some amazing things with those Venture bikes. So hopefully he can get it there and back. That's the main thing. And definitely look out for him on the track because he will have a completely different riding style to everyone else because of the way that bike is and the weight where it is. It's super low. So I could be wrong with that because obviously I've never ridden one of those bikes and have no intention to. Sorry, Trent. But I think watch him coming through especially the stadium. You really see that BMW ride a lot differently than the rest of these bikes. Whoa, little touch.
Yeah, that's super cool.
Look at those train tracks coming out. Yeah. They're so deep now. Once you get that wheel stuck in the rut, you're going to be going every which way.
An insane amount of riders here this weekend. Class 6, we had M in numbers because we've just got that many competitors here this weekend.
And that's what I mean, boys. We're at Class 6. We still got all of them to go. 5, 4, 3. Crazy. Oh, here it is right here.
Look at him. See, look at him. Look at that big old wide thing. Go on, Trent, get on it. Go faster. Do a wheelie.
Yeah, twin
look
cylinders,
at
the
that.
boxer style. Getting along, got plenty of mumbo.
Well, look, it does. It's a big bike. It's a lot of weight, and I guess also that can help in this situation too, having that weight to help drive. But at the same time, it's not. I mean, in theory, it looks great, but it's definitely not something I want to do. And we laughed about the electric bikes coming in. I feel we'd all just miss that roar of the bikes too, taking off, coming across the line, even just like through those whoop sections. The lucky ones who get to be down the track and have a 500 go past. There is no experience like that, and I feel electric would just kind of be a bunch of angry bees going past you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The roar of that 500 going through the whoops, through the undulation of the RPM. Yeah, there's something about it, isn't there? So
that roar,
and you feel it. You feel it in your chest.
It's a feeling, especially. I know we get super excited. I do it still anyway. When you see them all take off and you feel just that rumble, that big throaty four-stroke taking off.
Yeah, definitely. Quite a few Class 6s still making their way through at the moment. Kyle Johnson through, Brett Crackle, as well as Craig Shepley and Dean Berry across the line there. All doing pretty respectable times out there at the moment. Rick Allchurch across the line as well. So slowly making our way through Class 6 at the moment. There's another gaggle of competitors make their way off the line there.
It is fun to see when these kind of further in the back class take off and how they're kind of really struggling to get that grip. A lot of times we were saying before, these bikes are going to be set up different for Prologue to the main race. A lot of tyre choices are going to be changed as well. And it's kind of another one of those kind of controversial topics of what people are going to run. Obviously, heavy duties tubes in the back, number one, but some will run motocross tyres, others will run like the desert style tyre. It is kind of all over the place, and there's also the tyres that they scoop. I mean, we talk to a lot of the pro guys and they do scoop and scalp their tyres to give them a better kind of drive angle through the whoops. Sometimes that profile is a bit too wide and can catch those skirts, so they definitely start tapering out the edges. It's all these little things that, say, on scrutineering, for us, we just look at the bikes, but for other teams, they look for little signs, little cues, and it's one of those things, especially tomorrow, I'll really get into it because there's so many things this year that's changed on motorcycles, especially things like steg pegs. They no longer go to a 2-bolt system. It's a single bolt system, so it doesn't stiffen the chassis out too much. We talk before about taking bolts out to let the engine move, to let it all move. Like these things have changed so much in the last couple of years, to even where we are now, that sometimes going to scrutineering is more just about trying to figure out what each team's doing rather than just getting some signatures and watching backflips.
Yeah, no, definitely. Probably a great time to actually talk about the steg pegs and what they're actually used for, because, you know, for new people out here at the event, and there's so many people out here at the start-finish line, maybe explain what a steg peg actually is and how it's used effectively during the race weekend.
That's good. I mean, I think it's hard because a steg peg is actually a brand as well. So I don't know if there's actually a common word for it, but we call them steg pegs, kind of like we say anything for, like, you know, Eskies or whatever, or just a brand. But a steg peg essentially is a kind of like a rubber stopper or metal stopper that sits at the back, kind of behind your boot. It protrudes from the bike, so it sits out of the bike, like a foot peg, but for your calf. What happens, the further back it is, the further back you can lean. You can lean your boot onto that style, that peg, that steg peg, and it will help you lock your legs in, which means takes that pressure off your arms. Now, a lot of riders use different widths so that it sticks out from the bike. You can either have like a single puck is what they call, which can be 10, 20 mil, or you can go for a desert extension, which can be up to 100 mil. It really can change depending on what it is, and I will go into it more tomorrow, I think, because that's really where it shines.
No, great to hear about that. But and now we are going to go down to the start line with Rihanna. She's found a local legend, David Walsh.
It doesn't really feel like Fink unless David Walsh is here. David, so great to have you back. You're here on a Honda, but it's slightly different for you for Prologue this year, starting up back this year.
Yeah, that's it. Back on the grid, so a bit of a longer day, but it's all good. It's all part and parcel, and yeah, happy just to get out there on the bike.
How do you attack Prologue this year, starting this bit further back?
Oh, look, I can't turn, so I'm happy just to be somewhere around the top 10, top 20, and then go to work tomorrow.
Do you feel pressure this year being back, or how do you feel?
Oh, I mean, I always put pressure on myself, but, you know, it's a big event and you always get the nerves, so it's a good feeling. But, yeah, just need to get out there and get on with it.
I can sense the anticipation from you. Good luck and enjoy it out there. Great to see you back.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, boys. Are you right?
Yeah, great to hear there from David Walsh. He just wants, you know, the first couple of rows, and I don't think he's too stressed on getting first here in Prologue today, because that man knows the first 100 Ks like the back of his hand, and I think he'll be able to really chase down anyone.
Look, he's probably the most dangerous man here. He doesn't start first. If you look at his record, his history, he hasn't been on the front very much, and he is known for being the surgeon when it comes to removing him off. There's so much great footage of him, and he started almost like 11 minutes back sometimes, and he can really pick his way through. He's so smart. He knows the trees. He knows that section between here and the first fuel stop better than anyone. If you look at so much footage over the years, he's been able to pick guys who are 2-3 spots in front of him up over. He gapped up Callum Norton, Jacob Smith that year that he kind of ran. It was just an amazing thing to watch, and he is unfortunately going to be the man to beat with the knowledge he knows. You can be on really, the bike is only kind of part of what he needs here, and he knows this track better than anybody else.
Yep. He's got that one more loose screw up there in the head. That man, he just knows how to hold it flat and go.
And I also think, he's got a screw loose to hold it, but he's also incredibly smart. He knows that track,
exactly.
and it's been great to watch, especially if you start watching footage of him and be around him. You can see where most people back off for a split of a second. He knows how to hold it wide, and all it takes is that half second off the throttle for it to change the bike and also change position. So Callum, things like that have really kind of had to work on not backing off, because that's really where it's won here. You don't need to have the fastest bike if you know exactly where and where not to turn on, turn off. We showed you some footage of back up the track today. I was up there. How far those guys are riding that track. They're right in the shrubs. There's absolutely blown out trees. And they're the lines that these boys are starting to figure out where they are, because they need to know where to get that smooth section to drive all the way through.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's not... It's like a highway, really. Like it's either one side or the other, isn't it?
And yeah, that's exactly it. Half a metre can change everything in your race. Half a metre can change how smooth you are, or how much more whoops you're going to be hitting, or how much slower. And I mean, most guys, they're only about 5-6 kilometres an hour slower than the average speed. I mean, talking to Jakey Smith, I mean, he was devastated because he was only maybe 4 kilometres slower than Walshy, but that was enough. And that doesn't sound like something that should be able to gap so much, but that's all it takes.
Yeah, it's a long old race, and that's the thing. It's though every time you crack off the throttle, it continues to add up. So yeah, definitely interesting indeed. But we're going to go back down to the start line now, because Amanda's found another competitor to have a chat with.
We've got Jack from Torquay here, and it's your very first Finke, mate. How are you feeling?
I'm a little bit nervous, yeah, but it'll be fun.
Keen to get out there.
Yeah, keen to get in the dust.
What have you heard about the Prologue track? Let's start there.
Dusty and maybe a few puddles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how about the big track tomorrow to Finke?
Oh, God, I did a little pre-run the other day and it was something new, but I don't know, I'm just going to go out there and see how I go.
Besides the pre-run, how else have you prepped for Finke this year?
Raced a bit of the Vic off-roads and just a bit of riding around home, like Anglesey, Wensleydale. Yeah, so a little bit of sand riding, yeah.
I know Vic has their races as well, but look, how different is it in the desert here?
Oh God, it's red. Yeah, it's not beach sand. Yeah.
And what crew did you bring with you?
Brought my partner Minnie and my mum and dad, and yeah, a few friends couldn't make it, but yeah, we're here. We're still here, having fun. Yeah.
All the best, mate. Enjoy your first Finke, the 50th. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much indeed. Again, it is great to hear all the stories up and down, from our weekend warriors to some of the best in the business here at the 50th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Boys, we've had some good numbers come through. Obviously, we haven't had too many DNFs and DNSs, which are great, but you know, reading through some of the bikes that have been through, Brett Cackle's home now, Craig Shepley, Dean Berry, Rick Allchurch, Matt Powell, Greg Giddings. So again, if you're listening out at home, big shout out to everyone listening on the live feed and around, but they're all so safe and sound. Georgie Dick, Michael Andrews, Adam Cortman, Rob Bell. Surely that's not Robbie Bell from Baja fame, but Rob Bell. No, I got the Australian flag. So Samuel McLean, Ethan Dagg, Andrew Goodwin, all safe and racing home. Ben Adams, Will Cuthbert, Chad Duncan, Harry Burgess, Danny Lee, Zachary Williams, John Castani, all our Class 6 finishers. So they've done their prologue. Jamie Hermans, Luke Young, Joel Grant, Ben Wadley, Joel Allen, Stuart Nags, Daniel Godden, Glenn Vallon. So we've got plenty of them home now. Matthew Dwyer, James Nichols, again, all Class 6 competitors. Chris Adams, Phil Streeter, Luke Nixon, Alistair Morris, Thomas O'Connell, Chris Condon, Thomas Humphreys Glenn, Jason Blackman, or Backman, I apologise, and Lincoln Vi. So the 662. So again, plenty of races, and we've still got some quick guys there. So I think old mate's put himself, the 661 of Chris Condon's put himself in 14th place. We got a 43 out of the 661 of Thomas O'Connell. Sorry, the 664, so racing right beside each other. And the 39th there of the 665 of Luke Nixon. Luke's run some pretty good times before, hasn't he, up inside the top 50, so that's a great run there. So
it's all great times. I mean, they're pushing hard. Class 6 is definitely up there. I mean, we've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in the top 20.
Yeah, well, actually, I just saw Danny Lee there as well in 15th. So, yeah, absolutely right. They are moving along quickly.
And we still haven't seen Walshy come through yet. It would be interesting to see him come through because there is a minute break between everyone, but I tell you what, he'd be quick enough to catch a lot of guys in front. So now not only is he kind of getting the whole shot in the crew that he's with now, he's got to then break through another potential bunch, but he's also then caught dust. And so we laughed at Walshy doesn't know how to turn, and that, you know, it's not true because he does have Baja experience now, but when it comes to here, I don't know if he's had experience this far back in the pack in a very long time.
No, it has been a very long time because what did he do? He did 5 consecutive King of the Desert, so it has.
And even before that, he was inside the top 20, wasn't he?
Yeah,
So
that's it. We had Ben Stevens has come across the line, absolute legend from Perth. He's one of the big boys that runs KDR, the Kalgoorlie Desert Race, and so it's great to see him here with the 627 crew. Another one we just talked about, Baja. He's going over there to do that as well.
Yeah, there's a heap of people heading over there. Like some really
627 is doing great.
Some really cool riders, and I'm really looking forward to that as well. It's great to see such a contingency of riders going over to show those Americans how it's done, and it's great.
And Ben's been a great promoter for all those kinds of things. It's him and Stu just do so much great for West Australian racing. It's always amazing to see 627 have a great big blue shed over there, and it's just awesome. It's just full of riders that have done so much to not only be here, but then to keep promoting it. And they go to things like Don and things like that.
I was about to say, we're pushing the Triple Crown again this year. Kalgoorlie, Fink, Don, there's your three lots of car races, 3 lots of desert race bikes. Don't know, it's pretty hard to call Don River a desert race, but it's nice. It's a nice race.
It's in sand and you can die.
Close
desert
enough.
race.
Desert race. Yeah. In the Whitsundays.
Oh, it's very romantic. But the Kalgoorlie is another one that we love. I think it's a great race, and we laugh that the Kalgoorlie Desert Race is kind of like a bit of a child between Fink and say Hatter for the bike. So it's great to see him here, and as we keep saying, 627 doing so many amazing things for riders.
Yeah, getting to the back end of class number 6 now, so we shouldn't be too far away from seeing David Walsh off the line. And if I'm not mistaken, Callum Norton will be in class 5 as well. So, but we'll just double check that, so I'm not spreading false information.
XO1 for
Callum
Norton.
Okay, so a little bit further back in the pack there. But it's
we keep laughing before. It's like I would not want to line up next to these guys. Obviously, Grabbo and Longy in the same row. That's Dooley as well. Sorry, that's a stacked pack.
That was.
Then imagine you lining up next to Walshy. Well, no, just let him go. And then you got Callum Norton sitting next to you as well. And that man, he has something to prove. He's here hungry. He's been doing so much work. He's looking great. He's looking fast, but. Imagine you're sitting there next to him going, I'm going to have to bang bars with Cal Norton. Something's wrong here.
$5 win, $5 takeout move.
Well, that's the other thing. You don't want to be the guy who took...
Imagine that. Imagine that conversation.
Just absolutely just T-bar him at the start, end up wiping out the biggest name here, and you just leave. You just pack up and leave. Straight out of Mexico. We'd go.
Oh, love to see it.
Yeah, so fascinating, isn't it? And again, it is. I never actually thought about that. Yeah, you happen to be the rookie lined up next to the big guns. It is a great race, and it is. That's one of those things that I'm sure it's going to be a story that they'll tell their kids for years. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I told you this. Do you know that I beat Ben Grabham the first year I rode motorbike? Admittedly, he didn't finish.
That's
but
a win. That's a win.
It's the only one I'll ever get.
Yeah, 100%. That's a win, mate, and I'll take that one. Don't worry.
But yeah, amazing. Hey, those stories. And again, it's the desert camping, it's the desert racing, it's riding your motorbikes with your mates.
It's a spirit.
It is.
As we keep saying, I think the more and more people say to describe what the Finke 50th is, I think Finke 50 is the spirit of what it is. I mean, how much more excitement is there when we have the lead up, when we have the town build up? I mean, as I said, you've been here all week, all life, and now you get to see and feel that town grow. For us, we're the blow-ins, and yet we get to feel that experience. I think Finke is just a whole spirit.
I'll tell you another thing, Jeremy, that I reckon happened this year, and it's always the case. Obviously, we're involved in the industry, so you see a bit on it. But this year, more than ever, I've seen banging Instagram edits from the likes of JA Edits, and, you know, Honda have released stuff. You know, all the guys. So I think that that's something that's happened this year in a huge ways. There's been videos of guys building buggies on YouTube, all that sort of thing, and that's just added to the hype.
It is. It's been a huge social media presence, which is great for the sport and what helps it, and that is Finke. That's what the 50th of Finke is just this spirit that's grown to this massive thing where we have people that's never seen the race before decide to come up and have a look at it.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely awesome, but we're going to head back down to the start line to meet some legends from the AP Wildlands.
Just as the bikes start to move a little bit closer to the start line for the Race Wheels Prologue, Jeremy McIntyre, we want to have a quick chat with you. Just tell us a little bit about your story, where you've come from to be here today.
Oh, come from Kenmore Park there, just south of Alice. 4 hours south of Alice and 3 hours west.
And this is your second time taking on Finke. Tell me what brought you back again this year.
I didn't finish last year, so I've got to make it there and back.
And you've come up with a few mates, I understand?
Yeah, there's a few of us here, APY race team. Johnny sort of started it off, and here we are still going.
Tell me a little bit about your preparation in the lead up to this weekend. Have you guys been able to do some pre-running or be on the bike a little bit before the weekend?
Yeah, we got to do one pre-running there. It was a bit busy, sorting other stuff out, and yeah. As you see, I haven't got my sticker kit, so I only got my numbers this time. But yeah, hopefully next year will be better.
Next year, you're talking about next year already. That means you're going to be back again. It's awesome to see you here. Good luck out there and enjoy it. Might go chat to your buddy over here, Dion. A bit of a crew of you boys that have arrived for this weekend. Tell us a little bit about the preparation you've had for the weekend.
It was pretty hard, and yeah, I had bike problem yesterday. Yeah, I had to fix it all night. Yeah, fix it right on time.
So you're behind the 8 ball a little bit with sleep at the moment. How are you feeling about heading out for Prologue?
Feeling a bit nervous and yeah, excited.
That's what we love to hear. Excited, enjoy it out there. Good luck. We wish you all the best. We'll grab one more chat over here. We'll take a step back. Sam Murphy, how are you, mate?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Is this your first time at Finke?
This is my first time.
Okay. How are the nerves?
I don't know. All the excitement sort of fizzled out when we got up here, and that turned to stress, and now I'm freaking out a little bit sitting in the grid.
Just the emotions that you've been on. Talk to us about why you chose this year to do Finke.
Just best mate and I talking in the shed, thought we'd do it. So we've both got 1-year-olds with our partners, so they're up here. Big family event coming up for the 50th.
So you're a busy family at the moment with the 1-year-olds. Your bike, are you happy with your preparation?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's all pretty much standard though, so yeah, just did the factory hand clickers. Yeah, but wrapped with it.
You're about to take on the Prologue for the very first time, so good luck and try to enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. Continue to hear from our competitors. Quite a few first-timers here for Finke, and the boys from the AP Wildlands. Great to see them back again. And yes, some of them having some issues, so getting their bikes all fixed up overnight and back here. That's just the dedication these boys have when it comes to desert racing here at the Tatts Finke Desert Racing. That's also the thing you'll find, that you'll have issues, and the people that are staying near your accommodation will help you out and make sure your bike gets all fixed up and ready for the big day here at Prologue. it'll be the same after Prologue. If you've hurt anything on the bike, people will be more than happy to help you out over the weekend.
Yeah, well, that's definitely the thing. They don't just want to, you know, race against you. They don't want to beat you off the track. They want to beat you on the track. But good times here all the time at the Finke Desert Race. Here for the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Still $1,000 on the line from Method Race Wheels for the fastest motorbike as well. So still plenty to play for here as the boys getting a little bit loose there. Our Masters class, I tell you what, our Masters definitely throwing down. Having a very good run here. A couple of Masters currently inside the top 10. Whew, I like it.
Yeah, no, they're definitely doing well. Some of them sneaking in to some very handy positions. Corey Cooper provisionally 36 currently in 5 minutes 54, but it looks like we're going to head back down to the start line for another chat with some more of our competitors.
Callum Norton about to stick the Ducati onto the Prologue course for the very first time. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling really good. I'm excited to get out there. It's always a bit of a nervous wait for this one. We're a bit later in the day this year, so it's just going to be about trying to get a clean lap, as clean as possible. There is going to be dust, we know that. It's just, yeah, see how we go and go from there.
And feeling good on the bike in all the running you've had so far?
Yeah, definitely. Feeling really good. The bike I've gelled with really well this year, and no, I'm excited. I feel great, bike's great, and now it's up to me to do a decent lap.
How do you attack this first part of the Prologue? What's the key to just getting a quick start?
Getting the start right is important. It's quite slippery off here, so just trying to get the throttle control well and then straight into a fast straight and hold it on all the way into that first turn and set yourself up for a nice, smooth lap.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing what you can do out there. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Callum Norton there, and we're not too far away from seeing the 5-time King of the Desert, David Walsh, hit the start line here around about, well, it's less than 1 minute to go, and we'll get to see what sort of a time he does. Class 6 machines continuing to make their way across the line, but our focus sort of tends to go to behind us here in the comm box, and both David Walsh and Callum Norton will get off the line.
Well, Josh, let's just quick run through some of the people that have come through. So Jay Smith.
Yep, that's Walshy off.
Off the line right now, sorry. I thought they were going to have the break, but that was the break.
That was the break, yep. Off and running, and he's got a big gap to anyone else. So the poor people that were with him there was Quinn Callis, Matt Easton, Nicholas O'Connor-Taylor, all with David Walsh on the line there. That's something you can say, though.
Yeah, unbelievable. Started with Walshy. Same grid as Walshy. Kane Macquarie, Ryan Newman, Ian Venables, all out of Class 6, Ben Stevens, Michael James, Johnny Becken, James Taylor, Jarden Trowden, all home now, safe and sound, have done their Prologue lap. Sam Perkins, Paul Kleinberg, Chris Manson, Daniel Newsam, Tony Knott, Grant Matthews, Nick Oakley has made it home, Leo Barrett, Thomas Jacobson, Clinton Sheridan, Bryce Edwards, Damian Jones, Josh Olver, Nathan McKay, Tyson Powell, Terry O'Brien. Josh, I'll let you call them off the line. Who else is going here? 90 and...
Yeah, Zane Van Ikeren on the X90 and Scott Miller on the X89.
David Walsh through section 1, 2 at a 106. That's on point, isn't it?
That's right up there with the quick boys. So, oh, it's going to be very interesting indeed.
Peter Harding, David King, Rhett Gibson, Corey Cooper, Phil Bartlett, Ben Dreeman, Ryan Legg, Christopher Hood, Russell Maddern, Matthew Graham, Luke Smith, Luke Myers, Darcy Poole, Michael Dowling, Andrew Young and Mark White all through with their Prologue times now. And some good positions. There's a few of the guys up there inside the top 100. So again, Class 6 still providing plenty of competitive riders. And again, it is our Class 5s, which is our 450 or 251 to 454 strokes. So we'd have the likes of KTM 350s in here, all those 4-stroke bikes. But again, Dave Walsh, we're keeping a lookout. Sorry, did we say Callum Norton's riding a 450 or he's on a 500?
Yes. No, he's running a 450.
A 450.
He's XO1.
So we're looking for him as well out of this class. That's going to be very fast. And then our big 500s, the two, so like the likes of Liam Walsh, also coming out of those class positions due to the fact that they didn't race or finish or whatever that looked like last year. Well, Liam actually just back. I saw on the social media on his post, he's only been riding for 6 weeks after all the work that he had after the broken elbow last year, boys. So, it's a big undertaking to be back and having a ride here, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's a huge effort there on the KTM. As the boys get a little bit loose, you can see that start line starting to chop up. But here's an interesting little thing. Just having a look at the time. Our current top 3 are Corey Hammond, Raymond Cole, and Brodie Waters. So currently that's a Honda 450, a Yamaha 450, and a Honda 450. Now the big boppers that we're also keeping an eye out here are David Walsh on a Honda 450 and Callum Norton on a Ducati 450. Guys, there's a possibility we may not see a KTM on the first 2 rows.
Big call, young fella, but I like it.
I love big calls.
I'm saying it is a possibility, and that is interesting because, as we've said, for the last 15 years, KTM have been a dominant force here. They've had the chinks in the armour every now and then, but overall, you'd say it's been an all KTM show. And
here we go.
Yeah, how good is this?
Honda Factory Racing, David Walsh for Peter Kittle Motor Company, the X94, making his way into the stadium section. On sectors, he's looking very, very quick indeed. It's great to see the local legend, the 5-time, back on the bike and sort of full circle moment. Oh my God, out there having a big moment. Like we said, those berms are creating like ruts in them and mini whoops in them with the amount of bikes and cars that have been over him here today. And that's the thing with David, is he's back in the pack. We've had 300 odd bikes go before him, so yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what sort of a time he does. But it's also the way that Jeremy was talking about how the bike sort of works, these 450s work, and David Walsh getting on the power nice and early. And here we go. What sort of a time does he do? He goes second. David Walsh into second. 4 minutes 53. Wow.
Honestly, what a position for Walshy. Pretty much where he wants to run out of, right? We've talked about he's very comfortable being in the first 3 or 4 off the line, and then that gives him something to chase. So that alone is super impressive. Wow, Walshy with an absolute stonking run.
Well, I think we can't underestimate the difference. Not a place Walshy's had to prologue this late in the afternoon with a cut-up track like this. Usually, well, he's for the last 4 years in a row, he's been the first bike out on track. So, this is very, very interesting. Still a mega effort there. This Honda team, I tell you what, it's not over and done with yet, but they've got to be pretty happy about that. They've almost got both grids locked out.
Yeah, almost a 1, 2, 3 there from Honda. Like, what a resurgence. What an absolute resurgence coming back.
It's only day 1 though, boys. It's a long ride to Finke back.
That is very true.
A lot of young, hungry competitors out there. It's going to be an interesting race weekend, and this is what we love. We love the stories.
Well, so many theories, so many ideas, so many ways this can all play out as well.
Quinn Callis across the line now in the X99. Good run there too for 54th. That's no slouch. X97 through as well.
Yep, Nicholas O'Connor-Taylor, 65th, not bad at all.
Very good ride.
Yeah, a lot of these competitors will sort of drop their way into the top 100 really. Matt Easton just outside of that in 115th. But some great times. Walshy 5 seconds off the pace, but an average speed of 98 kilometres an hour is absolutely insane. He was definitely on the bopper.
Yes, he was locked against that throttle stop. How good is that? Matt Easton home as well now on the X93.
Yeah, a mega run there. Like we said, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Normally he's done and dusted by 12 o'clock.
Yep.
Or by probably like 12:05. His Prologue is done and dusted. So bit of a different experience.
He's back at the casino, sitting in the spa. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Yep. Relaxing. Doing it right.
Yep. Out at Bojangles. A few eggs and legs.
He'll be jumping in the ice water, I can tell you that. After that run.
Hot wings I'm talking about.
I'm staying
Hot
out.
lips so hooligan? No.
I'm staying out of that conversation.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. But, yes, I mean, so crazy. And, I mean, that's where, once again, we talk about it with the Robinsons and OBR, that experience that, you know, race what's in front of you, drive what's in front of you, you know, just improvise, adapt, overcome, while she racing a bit of a cut-up track there. So that was a mega effort, a mega lap. And that is an excellent start to his race weekend.
Yeah, no, definitely is, as we continue to see Class 5 competitors make their way through. That was Zane Van Ekeren across the line, as well as Scott Miller as well. Both just outside the top 200. As the bikes continue to make their way through, we shouldn't be too far away as well from seeing Callum Norton off the line. Curtis Smith off the line on the X52 as well as Nicholas Churup and Lachlan Wilcock, as well as Thomas Winter across the line. Thomas Winter's done well there, P46, so provisional, as well as Lachlan Wilcock. Done well there on the X87. Just over 300 bikes yet to start. Crazy the amount of numbers we've got here this year. It's great to see all these people that are supporting this great event. Shane Scott is across the line on his X85 as well. Just a reminder to anyone watching at home, if you want to keep up to date with all your friends and family and your loved ones on, oh, it's getting rough down there. The rut's getting pretty big on the start line. It's becoming pretty hard to get these things tractioned off. But yeah, if you're wanting to follow along on timing and keep everything up to date for the people you're following here this weekend, you can go to raceresult.com and just make sure you're on the Tatts Finke Desert Race site. You'll be able to find all the info, all the ins and outs of the timing here this weekend, and the X74 making its way into the stadium section, which would be Callum Heberman currently through. There's still a lot of Alice young guns to come in these smaller classes as well. I keep forgetting that they tend to come down in the late afternoon, as we continue to see bikes getting off the line. Great to see. Oh, Zach Heath, another young fella from Alice, 153rd currently. So Sam Hunt across the line as well. Reece Cole was off the line. The X74 making its way as well. That was Callum Heberman. 20th for him. He's done really well there. 5 minutes and 28 seconds. That's provisional P20, but a great ride from him. And yeah, we continue to have the vehicles make their way through. Once again, we shouldn't be too far away from Callum Norton getting off the start line whatsoever, but we're going to go down to Amanda, who's got some more competitors to have a chat with.
I've got Corey here from just outside of Melbourne in Victoria. Corey, it is your first Finke, mate. What are you expecting?
I don't know yet. Hopefully it's easy on the body.
Well, look, you look kitted out. The blue's very nice. How long do you expect it to stay clean?
Probably the first corner.
Yeah. Yeah.
After that, who knows?
And tell me what you think about the Prologue track. Did you get out there earlier this morning?
I went out there yesterday, had
Okay.
a look. Looked very rough.
Yeah.
And a few of the other mates who's come back, they said it's very rough.
Mate, there's been a few cars and bikes that have gone down that track now, so I think it's going to be a little bit even more torn up. And how about the actual Finke track tomorrow, all the way there? How you feel you're going to go?
I just want to make it there and back, so that's all we can hope for.
Get that spike, Corey. I believe in you. You can do it. All right, let's move down the line a little bit. Hello, mate. What was your name?
Ben Greenshields.
Ben, where have you travelled from to come to Finke?
Up at Beaconsfield, it's southeast Melbourne.
Oh, I love it. Another Melbourneite. All right, well, tell me what you're expecting for Finke.
Not to come off, hopefully. Not to come off and just to get there and back.
I love it. How long have you been riding for?
Oh, well, desert, not that much, but maybe 10 years, like, you know.
Okay, all right. Well, you've come to a good one. It's the 50th. It's massive. We just hope you have fun and get there and back, hey?
Yep, thank you. Thank you.
No worries. All right, let's move down a little more. Oh, check out the goggles and the helmet here. You're looking great, mate. What was your name?
Ian Ellis.
Ian, where have you travelled from to come to Finke?
From Wyler, South Australia.
Okay, have you done a Finke before?
Nah, this is my first one.
What are you expecting?
Just to go out there and enjoy it and just make it there and back.
What crew have you brought with you that's going to be over at the Finke end?
One of my sponsors, AAA Towing. He's there with all the spare wheels, spare levers, spare parts and that, so massive thanks to him for doing that.
Nice. Well, I hope to see you Finke end tomorrow afternoon, mate. Well done.
Yep, thank you.
All the best.
Again, great to hear from some more of our competitors making their way around. So, Ryder Arnold, Noah Hart, Jason McMillan, Brendan Rose, Daniel Allen, Emerson Swift, Toby Fraser, Lewis Russian, and Thomas Maloney all across the line here in Alice Springs for the Method Race Wheels Prologue.
So, boys, I was just down in the stadium just a second ago when Walshy came across the line. The cheers were loud. It was amazing. It was cool to see. We watched him on the live screen. Obviously, you guys can see it up here. He came in hot and loose. It was left it all out there. And I know the Honda boys were pacing around as well, waiting for him to come in. It was a long breath for them, I tell you that.
Yeah, no, definitely would have been.
But he looked really good. He looked really fast and really hungry as well. We all laughed that he doesn't know how to do corners, but he seemed to have railed a couple of them. The first one, maybe not so much, but after that, he kind of got it together. And at that time as well, his average speed is just absolutely crazy. We're talking 98 kilometres an hour. You have to take that into account. That's a slow section through the stadium. So to have a 98k an hour average, he must have been booking it out in the back part of the Prologue track. I'm talking, this is an 8-kilometre track. So to have an average of 98, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Curtis Smith across the line on the X52. Puts himself into 82nd, not bad at all, 6 minutes 26. For those wondering, watching at home, we are in class number 5 at the moment, and we're not too far away from Callum Norton making his way out onto the track. Reece Cole on the X47, though, puts himself into P30. So, continuing to give some great updates you'll be able to see if you're watching the live stream at home. In the bottom left-hand corner, we'll continue competitors to pop up, and when they finish it, it will now also, in brackets, have their position. So,
technology.
Yeah, we absolutely love it. The production crew behind us are working their absolute backsides off to make sure you guys all get the best of everything going on here this weekend. It's a really big shout out to them. They stand out in this weather all day with the cameras getting absolutely dusted out.
And help us pronounce sponsors' names right,
yes,
which is
exactly,
very important.
Yes. Apologies for that one, I do.
Now, I wanted to also bring something up. I was standing out there watching Walshy. I kind of abandoned this because I needed to feel it.
Yep.
Did you guys notice when Walshy was taking off how he was slipping that rear wheel? Did anybody see that kind of stuff? That's that level of knowledge of this track. That first couple of inches can be really soft. We're watching these riders take off and skating all over the shop, trying to find that grip. He was slowly sliding that wheel. He then found that grip. And how much further ahead did he get from those other riders?
Oh yeah, he gapped them like
before the creek. He was a good 20, 30, 40 meters ahead of them. That was that knowledge of slipping that rear wheel, trying to find that grip, getting it into there and heading off.
Yeah, no, definitely. And the man he knows this boat track, like he knows this Prologue track like the back of his hand. He also knows the full 200 odd Ks very, very well.
He knows the dirt. He knows how it forms. He knows how the wind changes the track. He just knows the whole place of it. He kind of can feel the track in his blood, I feel. But that's kind of that knowledge you get only from being out here all that time. That local knowledge of how everything's going to form up, where that grip is going to be. Because he did come into that corner at the first kind of entrance of the Prologue Stadium and had a slip. But I tell you what, he was able to manage the bike, move it around to how he wanted to, and really dominate it through that last section, especially through this fast little chicane before the finish line. Watching him how he worked that bike, got that rear tyre to really find that grip and settle in. It was awesome. It was a full masterclass.
You know, definitely. And it looks like now the XO1 is on the line. So Callum Norton for Joe Rascal Racing about to start his Prologue lap. It's going to be very interesting indeed to see what that Ducati can do.
Listen to this bike roar. Just enjoy every bit of valve that is going to be leaving the channel.
Hopefully not.
Oh, it is, because that bike could do it and then do it again and do it again. It is a beautiful thing.
So solid amber means 30 seconds to go. Once we get the flashing ones,
come on, Callum.
We're not too far away from the start whatsoever. Here we go. Revs build, green light. He's got a really good start on the XO1.
Yeah.
He's done the same as Walshy.
That gap.
Yep.
He got that
Gap.
grip, he got that gap. Now watch him go through this corner. Watch how his bike control and that throttle is really going to help push him through those corners.
Definitely. While we were watching the start, we've had quite a few competitors make their way across the line as well. Ryder Harding, Chevy Shields, Jacob Russell, Black Pedersen, Mitch Van Vliet, Riley Dixon, Blaine Burke, Charlie Howard, Ethan Furman, Bailey Clare, Zach King, Hayden Wall, Scott Fuller, Aaron Hyde, all across the line here.
Now
for Method Race Wheels Prologue.
We'll actually mention it now. If we look out on the track, that dust is huge. Walshy had a big couple of minutes break between that last class and here, so he had fresh air. Callum now is going to be racing in what is a little bit of dust, but it can kind of throw you off. They are also at the part of the track where it is absolutely chopped and dropped like anything else right now. So it is going to be interesting. But I mean, Callum also is an absolute surgeon when it comes to the desert. Yeah. His time at Hattah really does prove it. So hopefully we can see him do something special too. Andy Brack, actually, another great name. Andy Brack's out there, absolute legend from Western Australia. So big shout out to that.
So Callum's matched Walshy's sector one time, 106.8. Yep. So
he's hoofing.
He's
hoofing.
He's on the bopper. It's going to be close.
Another one, like you said, though, interesting is the mental ability of these guys to be able to just dust themselves off. Like you say, come in, made that little mistake in that corner, but then exactly like you said, for us that would be 4 or 5 corners thinking about it. What do I need to do? Trying to recover. By the time he's hit the next corner, he's already adjusted his riding style and has just, like you said, absolutely bossed that chicane in. But we'll throw down to Rihanna with a few more interviews on the start line.
We've got Ashton here, who's on the 250 this year for your first time at Finke. What made you want to take part in Finke this year, Ashton?
Just being a local, just sort of growing up, going camping every single year of my life since I can remember, and it's always just been a dream to race, and here we are.
How old are you?
17.
So young to be taking on such a massive challenge. I just saw your brother came over here, gave you a hug. He's racing as well. Tell us a little bit about who's with you this weekend.
Yes, my older brother, he's obviously racing with me, and then I got my old man and my uncles who flew around from Australia, and they're all here. My grandparents are here. Everyone's here. It's all really good.
Tell us a little bit about the bike you're on today.
So I'm on a 24 KTM. Not really sure. Got a race-built motor in it, which was pretty cool this year. Spent the extra bit of money. to do that, and yeah, hopefully we can put that to use and see what results we can come away with.
What are the tips that your brother just gave you before he left?
Don't take it too seriously. Everything happens. Not everything is in your control, so you just sort of got to roll with the punches, I guess.
That sounds like pretty good advice to me. Good luck. Enjoy it out there.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Might quickly grab one more if we can. Hello, mate. How are you?
Yeah, all right.
This your first time doing Fink?
Yeah, 16, first time.
Okay. What are you feeling right now sitting here?
Oh, pretty nervous, yeah.
Who have you got here helping you to get through?
Oh, just mum and dad and my sister. Yeah, that's it.
Have you had to travel far to get here this weekend?
Yeah, from South Australia, Christie's Beach, so yeah, pretty far drive, but not too far, yeah.
Why did you want to take part in Fink?
Oh, just wanted to do it when I was young, and here I am, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. We all the best, good luck, and try to enjoy it out there. We'll grab one more. Hello, mate, how are you?
Yeah, good, yourself?
Yeah, really good. Tell me a little bit about yourself and what brought you here.
My dad brought me here many years ago. He used to race it, got second, so big goal is just trying to do one better than him.
Yeah. Tell me, how old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
Yeah. So nervous, excited, what are you feeling?
I'm pretty excited, and yeah, just can't wait to get going.
Well, we'll let you get to it. Good luck, all the best. It's pretty cool. These young guys, so young to be tackling such a massive challenge.
Yeah, Class 4 is full of the young bucks, and it's some of them are proper quick, so make sure to keep an eye out for them. We're not too far away from seeing Mr. Callum Norton make his way into the stadium section either. Brody Smith, though, across the line, as well as Jeffro Duffy. Great to see them, as well as Anthony Carrera. So I do believe the XO1 is out there. No, that's the XO7.
Well, it's interesting. We don't have the helicopters around as much this time.
No,
so
we
it's
don't.
usually when we have those big names,
Yes,
there's some form of chopper. Jaden from J8, it's usually hovering around.
Yes,
so
yep.
it's interesting to see this year. Not as much air traffic. So hopefully we can see them, because then it's usually on the way home. We could have seen Walshy and things like that kind of make their way back to the stadium. The speed, though, they're running. I mean, another name we should be talking about is also Nathan Triggy.
Yeah.
He's out there. He's on the number 2, in the 200 class. So he's always been someone cool to watch in the desert scene, especially if you know desert racing. Triggy's got Triggy Farm, things like that. He's big name in Hattah. He's been on Sherco's for years and kind of worked his way around. So I am excited to see when Triggy pulls up and see what he can do.
Yeah, no, definitely. Just a reminder to everyone watching at home and here at the venue, the classes are run in, so like we're currently in class 5 you'll have a 500 out the front of their number, so that's how you can tell what class we're in. Some do have X's or M's or T's or stuff like that, just because there are so many competitors this year. And that's how you, it's a stupid amount of people here this weekend. So that's how you can tell what class we are following or what we're currently in. So when we say a 596 of Lee Kelly, that is because he is in class 5. We're not too far away. Also from getting class 4s underway, but still a while. We're only at around about the 570 mark in those classes. So the XO3 is across the line as well. Zachary?
I feel like we should have started a timer for Old Norton, so we
should have. Hey.
I tell you what, his team members are down there pacing as well. It'll be one of those hold your breath moments. Can you hold your breath for 5 minutes? Because inside that is where we want Callum to be, and it's going to be testing for him. I know he's had such a long history at Hattah, and he knows how to ride in the dust. He knows how to ride in that real gritty, eaten out terrain, but here is there's a lot of pressure for the poor kid. Hopefully he can put through, and we can even see in the stadium there's other bikes. I mean, other guys that have come through, especially in that top 20, who've set some amazing speeds, they've got the stadium to themselves. So having traffic in the stadium and with that dust is difficult.
599 across the line. I don't want to say anything. 597.
I feel like you just did.
Yeah, you started something.
No, I did. What does that say? 6 minutes to sector 2. I think something's gone a cropper, unfortunately. I hate to point it out.
No, you got someone else.
No, I got someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm already in enough trouble because I was giving Ryan Taylor raps and looked out the window, and as he was rolling at mid-sentence, as I was saying, he looked like he was on a good run. So I'm not saying nothing about nobody. I don't know nothing about no stolen generator, and it's all a good time out here. But how good is this? Hey, these boys, the 5.87, the 5.91 as well. What a great little battle.
Yeah, Regan Smith across the line in P67.
It's great to see so many different bikes as well with sticker kits and things like that. The retro look has really come back this year. Walking through Scrutineering Night, it was great to see so many different kind of styles throughout the range of bikes. They may be new, but they're definitely looking old at the same time.
The effort that people are putting into presenting not just their cars and their rate, but the bikes as well. Like we said last night, even just on the live stream, we didn't get too much of an opportunity to walk down, but on the camera, some of the livery, some of the sticker kits, the sticker kits, the way they had them done up, it's a fantastic effort, huge effort for the 50th.
Oh, it's a big thing, and I guess it all comes into it. It's a show. You know, we want everyone to be able to see. You want your car to be seen, your sponsor to be seen. It's just that show that Fink can bring to you.
Definitely Dion on the 587 across the line does well as well. The 592 making its way in as well. Bill McGregor is across the line as well as Riley Dubalks, or Delbalks, across the line in 97th. And the 580 making its way in as well. Do we know what class Liam Walsh is in? Is he
Class 2? He's
class 2,
riding a KTM 500.
500.
Class 2, yes.
Yeah.
So that's another one to wait for.
But boys, right now we've got a bit of a 450 lockout.
We do. All top four positions.
Our front two rows currently, like you said, there are a few dark horses in the class 2.
Yep.
We've got some timing things going on here as well.
Yeah.
Seems to be a bit all over the shop with Callum. Hopefully he's doing all right. He's just coming through 2.3 and 2. Yeah, so 15. Hopefully, let's hope he's doing all right.
Yeah.
These other riders are still killing it. It's always great to see the energy.
Yeah.
The energy maybe have gone for the excitement of the first front runners, but I tell you what, these backpack boys and they really still know how to put it on, turn it on, and kind of put it all out there. You don't want to go too hard though, because it's still a long 2 days in front of you.
No, exactly. But these guys have been waiting around since 10 o'clock this morning. Really, let's be honest.
A lot of them went home. They, they got in, they did the briefing, then went home. Had a spa, had a bit of a lay down, had a hot dog, and then it's come back for race day.
Went and had some German sausage.
Oh, bratwurst. Yeah, I know the crepes over there. The crepes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I did have some of the fried chicken yesterday afternoon as well. It was quite delicious. So that's one of the great things they do here. If you are waiting around for watching one of your friends or family, there's a bar here. There's plenty of food, undercover areas with seats and tables. You know, it's a wonderful, wonderful event just to be at.
Definitely is. Jack Lawrence across the line as well on the 578 machine. Sam Murphy as well as Stephen Breen across the line as well. Yep, I did say Sam Murphy. He's across the line. The 575 making its way in as well to the stadium section. And just great to see all these competitors making their way through. And there we go. The XO1 is across the line.
That doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good.
That was that's a defeated
11 minutes.
Yeah, it's a defeated man. I don't know whether the bars are a little bit turned down. I think if you maybe everyone take a bit of a run to the Norton thing to make sure he's okay, because that's not ideal for the big fella. It's not good to see, but it's obviously great to have him here.
Yeah, no, that is, you hate to see it, and that's the thing. So much pressure on some of these boys to perform this weekend, and it was looking really, really good off the line, and unfortunately, Sector 1 was on song to Walshies, and then when it was 6 minutes to Sector 2, I really did grimace up here in the box. So yeah, if hopefully the Joe Rascal boys are down there and making sure he's all good. So yeah,
it's always tough.
Yeah,
it's always tough. And then we've said before that these guys are now going out in dust. They're going out and chop that track.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to see it, and it's all part of racing. And you know, Callum's had great years and he's had tough years. So, I mean, just to have him back is amazing. Just to see him on the bike and trying something new, I think is really important. So, like, whatever's happened, we know he can. If he can pull it together tomorrow, he can still do really good things.
Yeah. Hopefully, he'll be able to bounce back from that one.
He's tougher than woodpecker lips, mate.
Yeah.
That's what he is. He's a tough boy. He is. He's the flying red, but I tell you what, he's tough as they come. I mean, if you look back at his history, I mean, even last year, I mean, he didn't finish because he was super sick.
Yes.
Like I think he was on death's door by the sounds of it. And, all the reports from that end were saying, "Oh, I think Callum needs a hospital. He's that sick." So this year, he's come back. I mean, Haddar as well. Haddar, he's pushed through with some crazy fights, crazy battles with some of the top riders: Jack Simpson, Corey McMahon, Milner, all that kind of stuff. So he is tough. And like I said, this year, that lead up with Ducati was a big one. It was a great kept secret compared to others. So to see him here, hopefully he can figure it out, move forward anyway.
So quite a few competitors making their way through now as well. Cooper Wegman, Casey Larkin, Riley Fletcher, Jack Pengelly, Braden Nevitt, Eddie Johnson, Charles Martin, Lockie Gibb, Tim Mutton, Kobe Boyd, and Corey Harrison all across the line, as well as Aaron Atkinson.
So many riders. Such a long day for them all to be sitting in the sun. Now they get their moment to shine. Have a good 5 to 7 minutes, depending on how they look, or a bit longer, unfortunately, if it's not your day. So it's great to see him here, but it's a long one for him, and then it's only going to get longer from there.
That start line is getting diabolical at the moment. There's been some very close moments to it all ending just on the start line for some of our competitors, as Billy Grimes comes across the line.
We were laughing just before because you'd hate to be starting on the line with, say, Callum Norton, David Walsh, Liam Walsh, and you're the guy that, cuts him off. You're the one that slows him down. That's not something good. That's not something you want in your conscience, So you kind of want to just go, oh, look, Liam's next to me. I'll just give him 10 seconds. I'll just let him go in front. No, I don't need to battle that. Or you go for it. It's a risk.
That's exactly right. I was going to say, for a good 100 metres there, you could be a Fink legend. You could be the guy that hole shotted David Walsh.
Or holds up. So, you could be the guy that cost him 30 seconds. That's something I can't sleep with.
Well, we talk about the times. Look at the times between Raymond Cole and Brodie Waters. We are talking about just over a 1/10 of a second. Like you said, that little slip, if you came across on the start line and he had to get off the gas, get back on the gas, that's that 1/10 we're talking about. So that's also, it's not something that happens in the cars because our prologue order is set. But, gee, I tell you what, it is super important that finish position from the year before, giving you that top 30, the track all to yourself. That is a huge advantage and something really worth fighting for.
And as I said before, with Callum bowing out last year, yes, he didn't finish the race, but it didn't set him up for this year. And so those things going to get put into these top guys' minds is that even if you're not feeling the best, you still got to finish. And Brodie said the same thing. He crossed the line broken and busted, but he knows that he may not get that top spot. It's going to set him up though for this year, and that's what it always is. It's not just always winning about this year. It's making sure you set yourself up for the following year.
Yes.
As we've now seen, with Callum, unfortunately, whatever's happened there, it potentially could have been contributed to being so far in the pack when he started. Obviously, David was able to have it and got away nice and early. He got a bit of fresh air, maybe, something along those lines. But things like that can really play a factor in really pushing as hard as you can. Obviously, we all want a great position, but if you're planning on coming back the next year, getting up as best you can is always key.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. So Kieran Lennon across the line, David Irving as well, Travis Pollard, Jai Cosgriff, Angus Smith, Jordan Glover-Smith, Daniel Piggott and Ian Ellis all across the line here for Method Race Wheels Prologue just over 200 bikes still to come. We're getting through them pretty well, though, let's be honest. 3 did not start, 1 confirmed did not finish at the moment.
Which is good. I mean,
Yeah,
the amount of bikes
yeah.
and cars that have gone through, boys and girls are doing really well to be able to come through and only have 1 DNF. I think we may have seen that one coming through in the meat wagon, but hopefully it wasn't too bad. There was a bit of a laugh and chuckle, so it can't have been that bad. I think maybe it was just a bit of an attention thing, you know, get a bit of love.
Yeah. KTM rider? Question mark?
Your words. I didn't say that publicly. That's the difference.
Sponge bath down at the Alice Springs Public Hospital, you know.
Yep. And you're the lead sponge technician, mate.
Look, we all have things we're good at. But it's I think you hit such an interesting point there, Jeremy. Like, you know, with the Prologue and the way it works for the bikes, there is so much pressure on these guys this year. You know, like you said, Callum's year almost kind of, you know, he was starting this year behind the 8 ball due to the illness last year. It's phenomenal the effort these guys go to every year, and the jockeying for position that happens well before the race even starts. Now that is T99 there. So we're also looking for the T98. I believe that is Liam Walsh. He could be one of our smokies from the back of the pack as well.
Well, Liam, a fun fact for him is he only got clearance about 6 weeks ago to ride. He went through a bone graft or whatever they do, and he only just got clearance. That crash last year really wiped him out, and I think that's also a big part of racing. I mean, we've talked to so many riders now who've had a massive crash, and to come back, Lukey Hayes, another one, you know, the Lord of Grogtown, he's somewhere in there. So to have him back as well, he snapped his femur just before the race. I mean, Liam snapping themselves before the race, it can be put down to think juju. You know, running a week before is always a bit risky. So those boys coming back, and it really does happen. It's called throttle therapy, trying to get back into that race mode, getting that helmet on. Brodie Waters took 12 months after his crash in Kalgoorlie. So it's really hard so for these boys to line up and to put 100% in, it can take a while.
Yeah, no, it definitely does, but we're going to head back down to the start line with Amanda for some more chats with some of our competitors.
In a sea of bikes, I've managed to find local legend Luke Hayes. How you going, mate?
Well, thanks. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Oh, good. Now, we know that you had that podium finish in 2017, was it? Yeah, so tell me, how's the body feeling?
Yeah, the body's good. It's been, you know, a bit of a process. Obviously, last year didn't quite get to line up and compete due to some injuries. So, yeah, we're just thankful to be back out here and participating, and yeah, looking forward to what the weekend holds.
And did you get a good pre-run in the lead-up?
Yeah, the lead-up's been great. The team behind me have been really good. You know, we've developed the bike a little bit more, and yeah, you know, it's a tough, rough track, but it's a dry year this year, and I prefer the track when it's dry. So yeah, just it should be a good one.
How do you feel you're going to go in Prologue today?
Yeah, hopefully going to get a good run. I mean, like, it's pretty challenging, you know, sort of back in the thick of it here a little bit. There's lots of dust and the conditions are obviously pretty challenging out there, and we don't get much of a look. So yeah, it's sort of the fine line between playing it smart and getting the job done as well.
Love it. Now tomorrow, Arvo, who have you got waiting on Finken for you?
Yeah, going to have the CBS team down there, and Greenie from GDR Suspension, and just the whole crew that sort of help us get to this point. So yeah, just a few close friends, and yeah, the people that are in my corner.
I love it. All the locals are behind you, mate, and as well as the many other people. So all the best, okay?
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Great to hear from our local legend, Luke Hayes. I feel absolutely terrible because I forgot that he was riding again this year. So there's been that many people.
Sacrilege. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here to help
you out,
Jeremy,
mate. Because I would have been killed.
Lukey Hayes, I mean, he's one of the guys that we love. We have a massive love for him, and to see him come back, he's got a little one on the way as well. Yes. So that's really exciting. And to see him come back on this new bike, it's one of the bikes we'll definitely talk about tomorrow, because I think he's got a different setup to most, and it's kind of transferred to a few bikes. So Lukey's definitely one of my favourites out here. He's had such a long history. I mean, he's been under the KTM banner for so long. Now the CBS team, he's done some rallies as well. He's done like the Sunraysia. So for him to be here, amazing. To see him healing up after a massive crash last year, it was huge. So he managed to get that speed, and he's one of the... Oh, there it is. Oh, in the hard pack on that greasy stuff, absolutely slipped down. He has unfortunately had a bit of a nap. He decided the bike was tired. It needed to have a bit of a sleep. And we caught that on camera. Sorry, mate, that will now be a part of Finke history for the next 50 years.
He's got back on, though, and he's going to finish his prologue lap. So great to see that he's all good as he makes his way back through now. He'll be a little bit shaken and stern, but he will make it back.
It's that rattle. It's that as soon as you drop it, it's that rattle that we were just talking about before. Whether you can capitalise on it and kind of pull yourself together to figure out how it's going to go, or does it slow you down and you really shut off as a rider to go into some form of survival mode? It is hard, and we saw, as we said before, Walshy came in super hot, kind of cooked the corner, managed to regroup, and then keep that pace all the way through. It is a really, really interesting racecraft to be able to learn. Is that kind of dropping it, picking it up. A great rider that had it was Sam Davies. Sammy, massive love for that guy. He was one of those great riders that just could get knocked down but then come back up. He's not racing. We're pushing hard for him to come back. Come back, Sammy. But it is interesting to see what kind of mentality riders can have once they have a bit of a whoopsie-whoops.
Yeah, definitely. And like, just that footage with Walshy that we were watching, it was hard in the mouth moment, but that is the first of many big moments these boys on bikes are going to have this weekend.
Yeah, and probably 6 or 7 of them, or 70% of the big moments that we're not even going to witness. They're going to happen. It's going to be witnessed by a sand dune and a tree on the side of the road. And probably some spectators that are going to get some of the best footage they've ever seen of their entire life. So if you are on the side of the track, enjoy the show, because I tell you what, you are geared up and going to have a heck of a display for the Tatts Finke Desert Race 50th anniversary. We've still got 198 bikes yet to start. What an awesome event. It feels like they've been leaving the line in groups of 4 for hours now. But how great.
I mean, for you boys, it must be a long day. For the rest of the committee too, they've been here since the break of dawn. It's been a long day, and I think that's the great thing about Finke is so many volunteers for this committee come together to put an amazing event on. I mean, actually, before we go further, look at the ruts to start that race. Holy moly! Wow, they're peg scrapers for sure.
Yeah, and they're not the railing ruts; they're the starting ruts.
What are we at a Supercross? Damn, that is some good footage.
So, looks like we're into class number 4 now. They're about to get underway. Just waiting for the ambers to flash up on our screen.
So our class 4 bikes, these are 250 and below 4 strokes. So you're going to hear all the RPMs, the calculator's out, the numbers up. We're going to hear bikes revving in excess of a lot of RPM.
Yes.
A lot of the time.
If you're a big fan of the bopper, you're about to hear plenty of it. Here we go. Amber's flashing, which means we are about to go green in class 4 for Prologue here. Method race wheels.
Now the other thing that's super exciting about class 4, the 250 class here, is it's a lot of the young guns. So these are the young bulls. You know what I mean? Like, these are the lads that are willing to throw it all on the line to be first to that first corner.
It's also a proving ground.
Yes.
Yeah. We said it before, 250 is a proving ground to be able to then learn how to ride 500. I think we've all been all guilty of just jumping on a 500 and just sending it, but these 250 riders, it's kind of that stepping stone to learn how to ride a track, how to learn how to ride whoops, all those kind of things, because in a 500 you can be lazy. You just have to twist that throttle and it will move the earth for you. Whereas a 250, you really have to get up and get going.
Yeah, quite a few competitors continuing to make their way across. Good times from our Class 5s. But one to watch there out on track now in Class 4 is Daniel Briggs, his first event, but he is looking very quick indeed here this weekend. You've got Chase Gibson, Archie Jones, and Jet Bryan also off the line. Brody Hodges across the line though. Here we go. Class 4. A lot of young local lads in this class, and that's the thing. In going back to the CBS team, they were supposed to have young gun Austin Shaw on the bike, riding alongside Luke Hayes this year, and had to have an extremely stout top 20 finish last year, and unfortunately had a big off in pre-running, so didn't get to make it to the start line. And I think that's the story sort of leading into this event is the track was very, very rough, and it took a lot of big names out.
It took them out before as well. I mean, that was the big thing. I mean, every year it seems to. I mean, this year I think there's been 2 spinals this year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just in the lead up, and it's always a scary thought because Fink is hard as it is, but you add pre-running into it, and a lot of people. I mean, today I went down the track today to have a bit of a look, and there were people pre-running it because this is the only time they get.
Yeah.
So you're taking a bike, trying to pre-run it on the day that you're prologuing. It's a lot, and we don't always get the time to be able to go and spend as much as we want on the track. So when it comes to this, and you have to push. You have to go at one part of the track at least to 80% of your race pace because you're not going to know. You're not going to know if it works. It's all good to ride at 50%, kind of see how the bike works, but I know it sounds stupid. There is a massive difference between going on your bike at 50% to going at 80% on this track. The way it works, the way the bike revs, even just the way the back will sit. You really have to push it.
Well, it's not a flat-out race on the bikes anymore like it used to be.
Smart. You have to ride smart.
Yeah, you
have to push where you need to and stay where you can't. Actually, in this one, Jason Whitington, he was another one of the guys that we've kind of caught up with, a great local lad on the 250. It's cool to see him out here. He's done a lot of training in the sand back home in South Australia, so it's interesting to see him here and putting in such an effort because, as I said, it's the 50th. We all want to come, but a 250, it's a lot more hard work. And the way I like to see it is that the 500s do it great and they're absolute beasts, but you do it on a 250 and you keep that 250 in the top 20, there's something special. Jesse Ryan is definitely one of those riders who can do that.
Yeah, no, definitely. And yeah, Jason is a great bloke. It's lovely to hear his thoughts on the race on the podcast and the lead up to the event. And yeah, definitely a great listen there. Just to hear about like really a first timer's perspective of coming into the race. So great to see him out here this weekend as Jack Knight and Cam Abbott get off the line, as well as a couple other competitors, but we shouldn't be too far away from seeing that first gaggle of Class 4s making their way back into the stadium section now.
It is great to see these bikes. I mean, a lot of these bikes are a lot more motocrossy as well. They're not as enduro like the other ones, obviously the 500s and things like that. Yes, they're an enduro style bike that can be modified. When you get down a bit lower, they're a motocross bike, and a lot of times these bikes are actually a bit more Frankenstein-y too. I know sometimes the head can get changed for like the Supercross style head or the SXF head, and the bottom can be the enduro style bottom, so they can retain the gearbox. There's a lot of kind of combinations that these bikes do, and whether it be the Hondas or the KTMs, the motors do get worked, and sometimes the 250 is a bit of a stretch in its kind of capacity. It could be a little bit more. So that's the great thing about these bikes. You really can do so much to them to get a power package that can work for what you want to do.
Declan Abbott and Jared Winnett off the line as well. We're really not too far away whatsoever now from seeing the first of our Class 4s across the line here. I think it's the 499 on a big push towards us here at the start-finish line. What sort of a time?
Just sitting on the back of that bike, coming across, using all the seat too, even just hanging off that desert seat to try and get as much weight backwards as you can. Those desert seats are a big thing still here. I mean, it is crazy to see. I mean, it's a bit of a balance as well. Some people like them. Some people think that that puts the center of balance off so much. So it's always an interesting topic when it comes to seats.
Daniel Briggs across the line, the 497, a great run there. Currently, provisionally P32, 5 minutes 42. A good run from the young fella here from Alice.
I think it is one of the cool things about desert racing and off-road racing is there's so many different options and there's so many different ways to do it, but it's more about what's comfortable for you, what gets you in the right mindset, you know, where you're happy riding a bike. You know, I'm sure if you probably, I might be wrong here, but I'm sure if you probably took Corey Hammond off his bike and put him on David Walsh's bike and did the switcheroo, they'd be a little bit uncomfortable in that, you know, with handlebar heights, all these little things, all the little modifications you can make to your bike to get yourself comfortable off-road. It's not just about having to race a production thing. There's not a not a mould. There's very limited guidelines that we operate within, and within that rule book, you're allowed to make lots of modifications to your motorcycle yourself and get it set up exactly the way you want it.
I think the biggest one this year has been suspension setting. Usually in the past, they've run it quite soft. And this year especially, I know they've been having a lot of changes with it. I mean, if you took, say, the bikes from last year to this year, they're actually a lot stiffer, which is a kind of a sign of how the weather has changed the track. We haven't really spoken before about how wet it was out here, you know, up 2-3 months ago. Now that has changed the track dramatically. We've had erosion, we've had kind of rivers forming where there never was before. That really has changed. And when the grader goes over, it takes that soft, that kind of dirt on the top, and fills in holes, which creates bigger square edges. Yeah. The square edges don't always have to kind of be inside the in the whoop. They can be on the other side as well. So it is quite difficult to kind of get one bike that fits all.
No, it definitely is. Class 4s absolutely ripping towards us here. Kate Chapman across the line. Provisionally P33. Great run from here. Archie Jones as well in the 4.95 across the line.
But you're right about Walsh's bike. There's they may be the same team, but not the same one.
Now, I'll throw you in here a bit as well, Jeremy. I'll ask you, because you're Honda's aluminum frame, aluminium frame.
Aluminum.
Yeah, that's very American of me. I apologise.
I don't know what it is.
I'll see myself an aluminium frame or a steel frame.
I'm assuming it was aluminum.
Yeah, aluminium. Yeah. I set myself up there. Yes. I'm going to get flamed in the comment section. I can.
You don't need much flame for aluminum. Actually.
Yeah.
It's quite a cold steel.
Jet fuel would melt that.
Yeah. All the redness coming off that face, mate. That's going to melt it as well.
Yeah, that's right. I can't believe Danny Curran, made that statement. But
there's the bus.
Yeah. So a steel frame naturally has a bit more flex and a bit more give in it compared to the aluminium frames.
Whoa.
Wow, I'm really stitching up here. Sorry.
You're going deep. We're going techie deep, aren't we? Look at this.
Now, this is me from just watching a bit of AMA Supercross, but I believe they talk about the KTMs being a little bit softer in the steel frame, having the flex compared to the aluminium frame. But we might be able to do some research of this, and we're saved by the bell, because Rihanna is coming in to do an interview, and I'm not going to Google this while the break is on, but we'll throw down to Rihanna.
Here with Anthony, another Finke first timer. Anthony, what's triggered you to say, yep, this is my year for Finke?
The old man said, let's go do it. It's the 50th, so we just travelled up from Toowoomba, and here we are, ready to do it.
Talk to me about the preparation that you guys have done in the lead up for this weekend.
We came out a couple of weeks earlier and just started doing some pre-running, and thank God we did. So yeah, the track was pretty good back then, but yeah, see how it goes today.
Nervous, excited, what's running through your mind?
Pretty nervous, but excited to get it over and done with.
And much riding in the last year or so on the bike?
No, not for me. I had ACL surgery, so I was off the bike for a bit, but we're back on now. So
what is the plan of attack for Prologue here?
We'll just see how we go, give the crowd what they want. That's it, yeah.
Well, look, we wish you all the best. Enjoy it out there. Good luck.
Thank you.
No worries. We'll try to grab a couple more of our guys over here. Come say hello. Hello, mate.
How you going?
Yeah, I'm really good. You?
Going good.
First time Finke, or you been here before?
No, first time. First time riding. Been here as a pit crew a few times. But yeah, first time.
Seeing it from the other side, what was it about this year that you thought, I've got to be here?
It's the 50th. Can't miss the 50th.
Plan of attack for Prologue this afternoon. It's been a long afternoon. You guys have had to wait a little bit.
Go round and round and stay in one piece. I think that's the plan.
Tell me a little bit about the people you've got with you to help make this happen.
We've got a fairly decent crew here. Old man's here, a good mate from home's here, and then a heap of family friends, just all pitching in to get it done.
What's your bike? Tell me about it.
Gas 500.
That's the winning one?
It's got to be, doesn't it?
Looks like it. You look the part. All the best. Good luck. We'll grab one more. Hello, mate. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good. Tell me about first Finke. Been here before?
I've been here before in 23, second Finke, so yeah, exciting.
You with mates, family? What's the
family and friends? Yeah. Yep.
You've got a couple of messages I can notice on the back of your head.
Parkway Drive. Yeah, the band, my favourite band.
Yep.
So
just a bit of inspiration as you're going around.
Yeah, get you going, get you a bit pumped up, I suppose. Yep. It's a long haul down.
Tell me a little bit about who you're here with. Like who's got
here with my girlfriend and here with my dad to help support. So yeah.
Well, we wish you all the best. Go out and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Good luck.
great to hear from some more competitors. Once again, the girls are really doing the hard yards out there today. Over 600 bike competitors they've been having to try and have a chat to, as well as all the car competitors as well. But our bike competitors are continuing to make their way through. Class 4 having a good old rip roar. Kay Chapman, Archie Jones, Chase Gibson, Nathan Connolly, Connor Cretson, Tej Freeburn, Riley Till, Caleb Winter, Jason Whitington, Jack Knight, Declan Abbott and Cam Abbott all across the line for their prologue run. As well as Nathan Connolly, who just outside the top 100. But we're getting to the pointy end of Class 4. The 411 just having a real old 2 bikes. One actually stuck out there and
found a deep spot. I reckon it's that aluminum frame. It's really slowed him down.
Class 3's also
One go.
out on track.
One go.
It's okay.
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes. Don't worry, there'll be many of mine, mate. Don't worry about it. I'd also hate to pronounce a sponsor wrong too. That would really stick with you for a while.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be getting the call back next year.
All 3 of us, we're done. This is it.
Hey, my man throwing up a bit of a wheelie there as well. Looks like we've moved into Class 3 as well, which is our 250 2-strokes as well.
Now these are ringers. These are towing it tough.
These guys might be some of the toughest, most mentally unstable people you will ever meet in your entire life.
My man. My man. It's a lot. We talk about the 500s and how they dance, and even the 450s, they can really work it. These 300s, I mean, if you've ever ridden a 2-stroke at some point, you'll understand exactly where the power is, and it's not where you need it when it comes to desert racing. The power's there, but you've really got to ride the socks off it. So gearing, even tyre choice, we can talk about how wide a tyre is. That can really affect how these bikes go through the sand, whether it be a 110, 120. 140 is obviously what a 500 run, a nice wide tyre because they've got the traction, but these ones are quite skinny because they just don't have that power.
Yeah, obviously being a 250 2-stroke, they got to get them up into that power band, get them on the pipe, and have a bit of a have a very attacking riding style all the time.
You talked about kind of how bike setups are. You'll find these bikes are set up completely different sometimes to a 500 because of the way they need, and because they don't have that power to kind of skip on the whoops. If you're not like proficient enough or confident enough, you are going to be riding every single one of them. That 4 hours may not be long enough for you. So the way they set these bikes up can be completely different, all the way even to the steering dampers and the geometry of where your bars are. It's going to change a lot because when it comes to, say, a 300, you're going to probably be a lot more attacky. Your steggies are going to be a lot further back to try and get that weight back to keep that front as light as you can. Because if you do roll off the throttle on a 2-stroke, you don't have that aggressive torque to pick you up and pull you like a 5's does.
So would they also go down, like you were talking about different, the boys getting after it there off the start line, different tyre width, but also say like a different tyre pattern compared to say like a conventional knobby? Would they be more interested in running a scoop tyre, trying to be able to get that drive and get up on top of the whoops?
Look, it is hard. That's going to depend on you. That's going to depend on how you want to ride. I know when we talk to, say, like Catherine Scoble, she does it. She runs in a motocross style tyre because she finds that easier to kind of transition through the whoops. And hearing that was made me start looking more and more at tyres and kind of how it works. I think it's going to depend on you and how confident you are. If you are confident enough to hit those whoops and know that you can at least double them maybe and try and jump from whoop to whoop, then you are going to choose a tyre that's a little wider to try and help grab that grip from the sides, especially when you're coming through some of the square edges. Whereas if you're going to roll it, maybe have a thinner tyre. That way you can kind of roll through it and not get caught up. As I said, it's also the sections that we don't see. The sections out the back, that white powdery chalk, that's where I stress to everyone when I talk to them, that's what you need to focus on. That's where you've got to set your bike up for, because that's where the big ones are that you don't see.
So it looks like we've gotten to the pointy end of Class 3 as well, so we're not too far away from seeing Class 2. And looking out for Liam Walsh and Lukey Hayes, the next two sort of people out there.
The forgotten one, as we like to call him.
Poor Lukey, he's going to kill me after this.
I didn't forget about him. Did you forget about him, Jeremy?
Never.
Yeah,
Never
so
forget about Lukey.
he was only forgotten by one person. I'm just doing this to try and get over my aluminium gaff.
Yeah, that aluminum frame will stay with you. I'm going to buy you one now and just have it hung up here just for you, my friend.
The Lords of Grogtown are not going to be happy with me. Can't believe I did that to my man Lukey Hayes, but
we also have a bike getting pushed in. So
yes, we do.
That's dedication. We should give him a big round of applause when he comes in, because it's a lot to have to push your bike all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, unfortunately, he might have just underfueled it or something like that.
Underfueled it, yes.
Hey, you never know.
No. What kind of idiot would go out on Prologue and not have enough fuel in their bike?
Someone who probably runs aluminium.
No, but probably related to someone that would say aluminium frame.
Aluminium. That's where we're going now.
Can you not half tell that we have done over 500 bikes and we're it's getting late in the afternoon. It's been a long day for us up here in the box, but we're having a great time doing it. I believe it's the 422 making its way, or the 423, sorry, walking back down. Give him a big round of applause down on the finish line straight. He's walking his bike all the way down.
Oh, he's going to run it. That's it.
Yeah.
Run it for the gram.
That is dedication right there.
And if you've ever worked in motorbike boots, it is not fun.
No.
Not fun. And pushing a bike too.
While someone rides past you as well, just to really rub salt.
And there's a crowd, and
yes.
the camera's now on you.
Yep.
Oh, you've done well, mate.
The commentators are now talking about you.
I know, we're talking about how amazing you are, and fuel and things like that, which have no relevance to what has happened on you.
No, exactly.
Gee, now what an impressive run here. Like, Jesse Ryan with that get-off, still looking through the class times, is our fastest 254 stroke rider.
Damn.
What an incredible, so still 5 minutes 31, and then Kate Chapman in the 490, a 5 minute 41. So 10 seconds difference, even with that lay in the ground. A great run there by Jesse Ryan.
Well, I mean, we saw, as we said, we keep mentioning, we saw Walshy have a little moment.
Yes.
And that could have really pushed him, but it only put him, what is he, like?
Second.
Second by still
5.5 seconds. Yep.
I mean, that's crazy.
Crazy.
I mean, so how, if he hadn't had that little bit, are we talking maybe 6 seconds? I mean, those little split seconds really happen. I mean, unfortunately, Hamo with a 447.
Yeah.
That's moving.
Yep.
That's shaking. 447 to David Walsh's 553. That's a big. That's gaps. You know, that's a big one.
Another 10, pretty much 10 seconds back to Raymond Cole in third. So
yeah,
it's
and look, to be honest, all this means really is a starting order. It doesn't mean anything out
exactly.
there.
No, absolutely
it means nothing out there. In fact, that will just make Walshy even more dangerous tomorrow, and Hamo would know that too, because Walshy will pick you off one by one, and it looks great in the field, and we get excited about Prologue because it is a sprint, but it means nothing out there. Absolutely.
No, exactly.
So, I mean, for all it is, it's great to see. I mean, it's great to see Honda 1-2 and a 1-2-4 at this stage.
And only 1/10 of a second off a 1-2-3.
But also Yamaha. I mean,
yes.
Yamaha were the first winners.
Yes.
Yamaha had the most wins in the first decade of this. Like, Yamaha is a strong presence.
Yes.
So it's great. It's kind of an old school form of kind of results at the moment. Honda and Yamaha, that was kind of how it was.
Here we go, class number 2, about to get underway.
Can't you hear a difference in the noise that comes out of these big boppers, these class 2s, these?
It's the vibrations through the aluminum that really kind of helps the sound move.
Can we get this guy muted? Sound guy, if you can hear me. Comms 1, mute that guy.
Oh yeah, I'm only a blow-in, mate. You can't get rid of this. I'm here now. You can't get rid of this. But you're right. The sound is great. It vibrates through you, and it's one of the things I think just needs to stay with Fink.
Yes. Yeah, we can't. This right here is exhibit A of why electric bikes just will not work at Fink.
No.
The sights, the sound.
I mean, they have their place, don't get me wrong. I mean, especially the Australian Hard Enduro Championship at the moment have introduced electric bikes, and now riding a couple, and I've ridden a bit of a range. They dominate in the hard stuff. They do. They've got amazing torque. They can lug. They can just work really well. I can't speak for it here enough until we can get one, have it in here to actually try. I just don't know if the place is in the desert.
Yep.
So the first of our Class 2s off the line with Liam Walsh, Jordan Stewart, Will Chitani and Alexander Wiggett. It'll be very interesting to see what that T98 bike can do.
It's been great to see him back. I mean, we haven't seen it very much on social media. I've kind of seen it through like little parcels here and there, through someone kind of getting a snippet. It was kind of like the Yowie, kind of spotted in the bush only rarely. So to have him back and under the tent as well, which is great.
So racing under the STE banner?
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So local boy Luke.
Who?
Oh,
I forgot him and wrong name. Here we go.
Lukey Hayes, God Almighty. He was out on that grid. Jack Doyle, Reece James.
My face at the casino if I was you, mate.
Ben Adamson all off the line. I don't think I need to after my Thursday night shenanigans at Bojangles. That's all I'm going to say. Charlie Hadson across the line as well on the Class 3 machine, as well as Brody Ward.
And it is an interesting sound, the two-strokes, when they're out here in the desert too, because they, as you like to say, they're on the bopper. They definitely ring a lot more, and you kind of hear them coming. And it is funny once you start hearing them hit some whoops, hitting some areas where they lose that traction. It does sound a lot different and kind of out of place.
You know, definitely, and that is the thing. Walshy was down in the pack, a lot of bikes had actually been out before him, so that 5 seconds is really in the grand scheme of things isn't very much at all, because if he would have had open track, I think he would have been a lot closer there.
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, the last couple of years he's done some times where he's pushed him further a bit back. So
yeah.
I think this is an amazing thing for him, and I think it shows that he's really been working on that sprint format to get up and get that bike moving.
Well, we're going to go back down to the start line for another chat with one of our competitors.
I'm here with Billy Barlow. Now, Billy, I know you're a local kid. Tell me, I believe it is your granddad that we have to thank for all the magic of Finke. Mr. Peter Gunner, tell us about him.
Yeah, great-granddad Gunner. So, yeah, him and a bunch of mates decided to, start it back in the day pretty well. He was the president of the club at the time, and he sort of got us all involved in it. So, yeah.
So the Finke blood runs thick through your veins.
Yeah, I've got uncles, cousins. Bradley's been in the top 10 multiple times.
Yeah.
My dad on the other side races it. Yeah, it's thick through all of it pretty well.
Does that mean you're going to absolutely crush this prologue?
Probably not. Try and get through it and, get there and back and have some fun.
What do you think is the magic about Finke?
I don't know. It's just there's nothing like it. Yeah. Like it's the only one in the world like it, and it's so much fun.
How proud of your great granddad that he created this. It's so cool, mate. I hope you have a ball this weekend, hey?
Nah, it'll be excellent. Hopefully it's a good time. Thank you.
Great to hear some awesome stories, and see, this race just tends to go through generation of generation. It's great to see Billy out there, one of the Alice locals. It will be great to see what sort of a time he does, but we shouldn't be too far away from this man. And there you go, on cue, the T98 of Liam Walsh.
He looks good, doesn't he?
He does.
He looks good. And if you remember how I was coming in about how he's talking, see how high his elbows are, see where his shoulders is.
Yeah.
See how he's in that real attack form. He's coming in really nice. He'll kind of rail that as good as he did. Look, he's holding that beautiful line, which is really hard on the 500 because it will want to step out.
Yeah.
He's taken the inside line too, so he's got that motocrossy feel. He knows how to ride on that kind of hard pack, on that slick kind of ground. He really knows how to push the bike around and kind of get him to a good position.
Yeah, definitely. He's in all the sector times is right up there to put himself in this this top 10, this top 20 here at the moment. Let's see what he can do as he comes around the last sort of berm. Yeah.
Look how he pushes through that berm. I mean, a lot of the other riders kind of getting booted, but he was able just to push through, absolutely fly. Look at that front wheel twitching, coming in.
Great run.
Look how good he is. Look at his feet position. That's textbook.
Yeah, Liam Walsh puts himself into provisional P number 9, 5 minutes and 8 seconds.
Oh, he pushed Grabo down.
He did.
Oh, look at that.
A great run there from Liam Walsh.
Ashby got pushed out, Smithy got pushed
Yes.
out. Oh, Outram. Oh, sorry, boys. Jack Dooley as well. Where did Dooley get?
Dooley's currently P15, so still a great run there.
That's great. That's powerful, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like we've got eyes on the next of our riders through.
Now, this is a rider you watch. This is why he's one of my favourite riders to watch. Luke is strong. He's big. He knows how to push those bike around. Watch the same thing in coming out of this kind of berm section. He'll put that power down hard. Look how he's sitting with his elbows really high. He just absorbs the absolute hell out of those bumps. And then watch the speed coming. Look how he holds it. Look at him.
Lukey Hayes goes provisional number 7, 5:05.
That power coming out through that corner, that last chicane shows exactly why he's one of my favourites. He knows how to push that bike. That front end twitched so much, but he was able just to absolutely hold onto it, use his size, use his power to push those legs into that drive, get through. That was beautiful. That's textbook. That's Walshy. Oh, that's Walshy stuff.
Yes.
From a Hayes. That's awesome.
You love to see it.
Oh.
Great run by Lukey Hayes there. Will Tatani did well as well. Got provisional P59. Another one of those local boys. Jordan Stewart through, as well as Reece James, who comes through provisionally 33, so 5 minutes 34. No slouch whatsoever. But Luke Hayes, what a run.
Oh, mate, don't talk about him now.
Hey,
now that he's had a good run.
He's my man. He's my man. I may have said his name wrong first, and I may have forgotten that he was racing, but he's still my man. He'll forgive me. As more bikes make their way across the line, Ben Adamson and Alexander Wiggett across the line there. And quite a few Class 2s making their way through those big rolling whoops at the back there as they make their way into the stadium section. But we've got a couple of more people down with Rihanna for another interview.
I met Will Deppler in 2024 when it was your very first Fink. You missed last year. You're back again this year. But, mate, you've had to conquer some challenges. You've had a big injury. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, at the end of 2024, I broke my ankle at Kalgoorlie on the second lap. Hit a ski jump at about 150, 160. Landed in a hole. Didn't come off, but I just absolutely obliterated my ankle. But you know what? It took me a long time. I got surgery in February in 25. Bit bummed that I had to sit on the couch in a boot for the next 6 months watching this race, wishing I was here. But look, I can't thank my family and my sponsors enough. Mum and Dad have been the biggest support. I love everyone that's helped me out. It's been a great, it feels great to be back. Like I've been waiting for it, and my first race back in nearly 20 months. So it's bloody awesome to be back at Fink.
What caught my eye the first year was the fact that you go pink for Fink. You're pink again this year. What's this year about? Is it just wanting to be back on the bike and be back out there?
This year is just to see where I'm at. Being off for so long, it's just one of those ones where I'm like, yeah, look, we'll see how it goes. I want to kick ass out there, so I'm just hoping for a clear run at Prologue, smooth run on the way up, and a clean run on the way back, because I know I'm going to be sore.
And you're on a bigger bike this year. Tell me about it.
Yeah, on the 500 this year, I raced it in 24 on a 250. I was the old 414, but now we've got the old 202. So if all the Holden guys out there know their motors, the 202 doesn't die. So yeah, but 500 definitely helps with being a bigger boy. So I can't wait to just see how Fink holds me up. But yeah.
Awesome to have you back. So great to see that you've been able to recover from that nasty injury. Just try to enjoy it out there, hey?
Yeah, that's it. We're bringing Pink to Fink 2.0. So
we love it. Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
And guys, take a look at that. We're nearly there at the end of the last few bikes that will head out for the Method Race Wheels Prologue.
Oh, great to hear, Rihanna. I hope you've been having a great time. We just saw online what happened with.
Well, yeah, we saw the after effects.
The after effects.
It looks like the reports have come through that Cal Norton has had a big one in the ruts. It's kind of given him a full 360, which could be a high side, could have something like that. He's hit that ruts, and unfortunately he's come off. We've noticed that his bars were quite bent all the way down, which is not right, even for some aluminum. So it's hopefully he's going to be all right. He's in the team truck getting healed up. We hope the best for him, and hopefully he can come do so. ADB magazine, Australian Turbo magazine, was able to keep it up to date. So go check that out, because they will have heaps more videos and photos of this kind of unfolding story, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, no, definitely. Nathan Trigg out on track. On track though, so
missed that. Triggy's gone.
Definitely interesting to see.
The fastest farmer I have ever met in my entire life, Nathan Trigg.
Oh, and the most humble and quiet dude. Yep. Oh, he loves it. I mean, I remember he had a long history with Sherco, and really made those Sherco sing for a long, long time. It was great to see the 500 Sherco. So it has been good to kind of see him transition back, but stay on the 500 as well, and back here and pushing hard. So hopefully we can see, because he's one of those guys you can't kind of put to the back either. He has something special. And when he's hungry, he knows how to eat it.
Fantastic talent, a great rider, just one of those guys where quite often the stars haven't aligned for him. You know, I think it's one of the guys we'll see up there if he has a good run inside that top 50, sneak into the top 30 as well. A little bit older, a little bit wiser, got a young family. Some of those things definitely can affect your decision making out there in a good way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, and it's kind of been the year for it as well. A lot of competitors now have kind of got into that family mentality. They've kind of got a bit older and longer in the tooth, as we like to say, and it can really start to affect you. And it takes a bit longer to kind of get that kind of into the back of your head and focus on Fink and focus on racing.
Yeah, no, definitely, and sort of gives you the wake-up call sometimes when you're out on track and when you're pushing as hard as you are, when you've got family at home. So sometimes for the better, continuing to let the Class 2s off. Just over 100 bikes still to go.
Okay, so a bit more info is coming in for Norton. And sorry, Norton, if you're sitting in your truck in here, mate, I know it's very hard. We hope you're doing all right, but supposedly he binned it in a berm, which is even harder, and he hit a bit of a 360, hit the deck and on the right side. His claim is all good, which is great, which is what we want to hear. Callum, if you can hear us, man, good luck. Hopefully you're not too frustrated with yourself, mate, because it's racing. So head up, mate. Let's get it, regroup, and head back out tomorrow.
Nathan Trigg across the line did a great time of 5 minutes 20, puts him in the provisional top 20, so 18th currently. Very good indeed. As the next grid of bikes down on the start line, man, those start line ruts are getting big.
Big and beautiful. That's like that every year, isn't it? You know,
it is.
The last rows to go out are always going to cop the hardest ruts, and I suppose it's no different to going out at the track. Just the dust at the moment is just woeful, and I mean it's like that every year. It always kind of gets real bad in these afternoons when it just turns that talcum powder sound, that bull dust that kind of lingers. There is a lot of wind, but it's just not enough to push it out of the way fast enough.
No, definitely not. Since Nathan Trigg crossed the line, though, Joshua Granger, Luke Thompson, Jack Colbert, Josh McLeod and Daniel Sieve all across the line on their Class 2 bikes. Jake Everingham over the line as well.
We also talked about how the sun goes down and starts changing the shadows. That can play a big part of it. So now you're battling through dust. You're battling through the shadows and how that forms on the track, where it sits on a berm, where it sits in the ruts. Are the ruts actually bigger than what that shadow's cast? It does can play a lot on your mind, but the sun setting can do the same thing.
Yeah, Tim Lonsdale came through on the 278. He's provisionally in 30th, but Jack Colbert, if I'm not mistaken, puts himself in provisional P13 on the 277 with a 5:11. In these conditions, that is absolutely amazing. So hats off to Jack there. He's had an absolute stellar run there.
Yeah, come through late in the afternoon there for Jack. That's a great run. I mean, any run inside our top 20, and that's what we knew. We were going to see a little bit of a shuffle with our Class 2 bikes, our big bopper 4-strokes coming out. And as like you said, we looked through the list. There was plenty of talent. There was probably a few names in there that people overlooked, but they're going to regret doing that. Having a look down our list, like you said, Lukey Hayes, Liam Walsh. We see Jack Colbert. As you said, Nathan Trigg has popped into our sort of top 20 as well. So a little bit of a shuffle. We've been a bit stagnant for a while in our top 20, but a good little shuffle lately.
But it's also good to see that even we are so far back in the pack, we're still seeing some aggressive riding. We're really kind of seeing a lot of different styles too. I mean, that corner there that's on the screen, absolutely getting blown out, but it's definitely changed the way that you're coming into the chicane, whether you're trying to ride that back wheel, leading that front wheel skip. We saw Lukey Hayes come through before, absolutely manhandle that bike. He was pushing everything to try and keep that back wheel drive while that front wheel would just skid. So you have to remember, we are later in the day. This track has just it's blown out. Like it's one of those things now. There's railroads everywhere through it. It's great to see that we can still see such pace through it, and also so much more determination. Just look at what's on screen now. That berm, I swear, has been pushed out a metre. It looks like it's getting pushed out further and further, which is exposing a lot more of that hard pack, that rock underneath, which becomes even more sketchier. So this is all part of racing. It's all the fun part, and it makes Prologue as exciting as it is now.
You know, definitely does. And Anthony Fox across the line. Sorry, I had to get that one out somehow. He gets across the line in 7 minutes and 3 seconds, and we're at the 99 mark. So not too far away from getting all our competitors through and done and dusted for the day. Class 2 still.
One thing we probably didn't even mention as well, and just thought I'd slip in there as well, is the fact that due to the sheer amount of cars and bikes we had to get through, sighting lap got cancelled for the bike riders as well. So for a lot of these guys, this is their first look, other than a walk around the Prologue track, which they could have done earlier in the week. This is actually their first look at the track.
Yeah, it is, and that could be a big thing. Sometimes going in blind, as you said, is kind of wing it and see. For the sighting lap, especially for the top guys, it can mean a lot. They don't know where to go, where to see, what's coming up. It's hard because a lot of times trying to remember things on a track, even if it's only 8Ks, can be difficult. It's usually just trying to find a marker and say, I've got to hit this, I've got to hit that.
Well, even the way like say if they did a walk around on Wednesday, how the track would have changed in condition after we had close to 150 four-wheel vehicles across it this morning. Our juniors raced on it yesterday afternoon as well. So track conditions could be quite, I know the corner's the same, but the condition of that corner, like you said, ruts that already would have been starting to form up in it, some of the softer, sandier sections out the back, how they were holding up. Yeah, that not having a sighting lap, definitely a little bit of a spanner in the works for some of these guys, but once again, that is desert racing. That's what they've got to, they've come out here to take on the Finke Desert Race, one of Australia's toughest off-road races, and these are just the things that they need to take on.
And not only that, it's sometimes even just that transition points. If it's, because there can be some chicane sections like we can see here in the stadium. Knowing when to transition from one side to the other to cut the corner, that's a big part too. And if the buggies and the cars have kind of cut big ruts track through a middle, you've got to know to be ready to kind of almost jump them to cross over. And that there is a very important part of why we do say these sighting laps, to know exactly at what point we're going to transition from one side of the corner to the other.
Yeah, no, definitely. Still running through the bikes at the moment. Only 3 confirmed did not starts and only 2 confirmed did not finishes. So some pretty good odds out here out of the sheer number of bikes we've had running out here today. And the 252 making its way in. But quite a few bikes back across the line. Matt Willis, Casey Hayes, Brenton Cockram, Joshua Hill, Tyson Clark, Jack Redding, Benjamin Bertinazzi and Nicholas Boyd all finished their Prologue time. Man, it's looking rough out there on those last couple of corners now. Liam McKenzie, Max Fultron across the line there. Almost there, boys. Almost there.
It's one of those things as well. We talk about how late it is in the day. It's also quite a short time now before they go to race. I mean, the guys who started a lot earlier, even the ladies that started earlier, they get a nice early break to kind of get themselves up, also fix any issues with the bike. So, you know, sometimes starting late is pretty bad for you.
Yeah, no, definitely is. But we're going to go back down to the start line now. I believe Rihanna's got some people to talk to down on the start line.
With well over 600 riders, we've come to that very last rider to take on the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Lachlan Ivers, bike 102. You were officially the last man standing. Second Finke, I understand?
Yeah, second one. Saved the best for last, obviously. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Just get out there, get a lap in, get to the end, and get ready for the race tomorrow. So.
Now, here, the first time you did Fink wasn't the greatest result for you. You've been recovering from an injury. How's your body?
Yeah, feeling good. Feeling good. We did 150 Ks on Thursday. Pretty well easy. Just cruised through, set my own pace. We're not trying to get anywhere near the pointy end. We're just trying to make it through. So, body's feeling good. Bit of a massage back at the room, and yeah, feeling ready to go. So.
Have you got a big support crew helping you out?
No, just mum and dad. They've done a lot of the work getting me up here, driving up, and Mrs. Lauren. She's all been a big help getting me here. The boys at Race Ready Suspension in Ballarat put in massive effort. Always look after me with the bike. Just made it so much better to ride. All the help they've put in is massive. So massive props to those guys. And yeah, everyone sort of put the event on. It's a great job. Yeah.
What's the plan of attack to get through this?
Just get a good start, and then yeah, we'll see how dusty it is. Just going to be smooth. Smooth is fast. Not going to try and do anything crazy. Just get a lap in, and yeah, keep it upright. That's the main thing. Yeah.
Absolutely. Get out there and enjoy it. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Far out, very, very close there at the finish line. A great run there.
Pushed him to 31st though.
Yeah, great run from Tyler. Across the line as well. We had Kyle Borchard, Sam Harmon as well. So the bikes continue to make their way out on track, and I do believe Billy Barlow was a part of that group, the 210. Another one of the Alice locals making their way out. And sort of almost to the end, to the pointy end once again of class number 2, class 1, and then we're all done for the day.
They don't give up, do they?
No, they don't. They're still
pushing through.
Yeah.
They've got the energy. I tell you what, they've got the energy to keep going.
They've sort of been held up in line all day and had the jitters all morning, and now they finally get to attack the track and
just hanging out.
They're hanging out and having a good time doing it.
Get done, get home, get some ice cream. I think my family's over there getting ice cream now, sending me photos. So thanks for that. I mean, I think that's what everyone else is waiting for back home too, is get some ice cream.
But what a good Saturday afternoon. Come to the Fink Desert Race. Watch some of the fastest off-road races the country has to offer. Some of the best riders. Get to meet legends like Ben Grabham. Toby Price was here early on. You've got David Walsh, Corey Hammond, all these people. Watch them and then head on over, get an ice cream, send photos to Dad, stir him up and say, sucks to be you. I mean, that's basically every young boy's dream, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I think it's that's what the great thing about Fink is, and we keep saying the Fink spirit is just these riders, these drivers. I mean, they're masters in most of our eyes, but they still just want to hang out. They still just kind of are happy to talk to us and interact. I mean, my kids have been getting signatures left, right, centre, everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, it's just a part of it growing up around this event. The amount of bike posters and car posters I've got hidden up in a drawer is absolutely ridiculous.
That special drawer is full of stuff. And so it's also one of the same things. Now my car's completely full of posters, and it's one of those things where that's just Fink though. Like, they come with a signing book, kids lined up everywhere. I mean, did you see the line at the street party for the signing table? It was huge.
It was massive.
More posters for your special draw, mate.
Yep, exactly. I'm getting thrown under the bus. But I put myself there, so.
Well, even one of the great things, isn't it? Like, as we said, a lot of these riders transition into being a little bit older kids. I can't quite remember, but Rihanna did a great interview down there with one of the teams. They actually had colouring in drawings for the kids. You know, what a great initiative, you know, a rider having something like that. It truly is a family-friendly. Yes.
It was a car.
It was a car, was it?
Yeah, we've got those posters. Yeah. I can't keep it in the lines. It's a message.
Next time, try not eating the crayons before you start colouring in.
It was because I was huffing aluminum. That's what it was. I was huffing a whole bunch of aluminum and I couldn't keep it in the line. So I apologise for that. Thanks for pointing out my flaws, my friend. I'd never do that to you. Never. there we go. That quieted up. That was anyway.
I was just trying to read Brad Luff across the finish line. But yeah, it is great. It is an event. Bring the kids down, bring the family, turn it into a trip. Like, a lot of the people that were here racing with the juniors, then the juniors were racing yesterday afternoon, and mum and dad were racing today. And, we'd heard of teams that have been on the road for 3 weeks. They'd come all the way from Tasmania. It's a wonderful event, Fink. It's one of those ones that just gets into your blood, and you'll find yourself more than addicted.
I mean, it's also Alice too. I mean, we've spoken, off the air about how Alice gets a bad rap sometimes. It's unfair because when you get here, it is a beautiful community. It's a warm community, and yep, there's little issues here and there, but you get that in any city. Yeah. Here in Alice, I still every time I drive to Alice, I still get kind of that overwhelming, amazed feeling because you drive through those big hills, those beautiful gorge style kind of entry to Alice, and you're in the red desert. I mean, it's nothing more beautiful. The sunsets, the sunrises. Coming out here with your family is even more special for me this year because it's the first time I've been able to do it. Yeah. And I tell you what, there is nothing like not only the race, but just being a part of it. And that's why I think sometimes the race can come second to just the lead up to Fink and that kind of feeling, that build up, that emotion, which I think is the best thing about Fink.
Oh, it is a beautiful town. And being a local, I've lived here all my life, I'm born and bred. Even if there was opportunities to move elsewhere, I don't think I would. I can't get the red dirt out of my veins, and it is a special town. Yes, sometimes we do get a bit of a bad rap, but you get that anywhere you live in the country, and it's such an iconic place, and we're so lucky. Like as you said, the gap coming through out to the start finish line, it is picturesque, and you'll see on the live stream over the next couple of mornings, as well as you would have seen this morning, the sunrises and the sunsets out here are absolutely spectacular. It's just amazing, and it's a great time to come to the territory as well. Like we've got the Tatts Finke Desert Race on this weekend, and in 2 weeks' time we've got the Better Darwin Triple Crown, the V8s up in Darwin. So
you had the AFL 2 weekends ago.
Yeah, we had the GWS Giants up against the Melbourne Demons, who had a good old crack here, and so it's a great time to come to the territory and experience it all.
Yeah, we didn't like the AFL though, mate. It's a sore subject. Okay? We don't talk about the results on that one.
The Adelaide Crows got up the other night, and I was extremely happy.
Yeah, well, as an Eagles fan, we don't like talking about the AFL. Yeah. It's a sore subject, okay?
But isn't it great, like you said, a township like this, that is thriving and enjoys events like this? They just get right behind it now. I'll get maybe the term wrong. Is it the Chief Minister last night? Yep. Mate, the Chief Minister was on camera rocking a Bojangles Saloon hoodie. Yeah. Like, that is the kind of support that not only just the people, but the actual politicians in the area have for events like this. And it's what makes these events go from strength to strength is not only the people, but when the government gets behind it, they realise the benefit, what these guys bring to the town. The races aren't here looking for trouble. They're not looking to cause any issues. The amount of money that they bring into the economy, but also on the road trip as well. So the guys that have come from Western Australia, South Australia, Queensland, all the money that gets invested into these small little communities along the way as well.
I love it. We spoke to a couple of riders. Aaron Hyde, he's a local boy who does a lot in the community with the Indigenous, and it's amazing he started an Indigenous team, motorcycle team, and they've done amazing things. I mean, their riders actually are based at the other end of the Fink track. They're another 70 Ks out there. I'm not going to pronounce the name of the town. I can't, but their riders are based at the other end. So when we talk about pre-running, they pre-run the back half of the track.
Yes.
And that's a crazy thing, and they get so much support and love, and I think that's the great thing about Fink. It's dragging everyone in. It brings even the locals together that help each other, and the Indigenous kind of get to have their own team and kind of have that highlight and show what they can do.
Yeah, and they're some of the best riders out there. Them boys can definitely hold off the back of them, and we love to see it. And I know the Fink community, Apachula, absolutely love having this event because it's like a Christmas to them. They have footy carnivals throughout the year, but Fink really is like a Christmas time to them. They get to see all these awesome machines and bikes come through. The bopper is getting hit on the way through. Absolutely love it. I do believe we're
one?
in Class 1,
Yeah.
the final class of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. It is still busy here at the start-finish line, might I add. It is still busy here.
It's great to see so many people still hanging around. I mean, that's great. It's big ups to them to enjoy the entire day, even if they don't have a race running. It's great that they're still hanging around, supporting everyone that's coming through. Sitting in the sun. I mean, where else would you want to be, though? Trackside, I think.
No, I couldn't think of many places I would much rather be today, or tomorrow, or Monday. And I think that's one of the unique things about Fink too, the fact that with the cars and the bike, the Prologue essentially being a whole day event. It's so cool. I think, like you said, the groups of 3, groups of 4, the different classes, 150 cars, over 600 bikes. The action just continues to roll in 24/7.
We're getting more exposure too, so we're actually able to see more of the track, we're able to see more of the racing. You know, no longer is it just names on a board that kind of flick through. We're actually going to see actual footage from the track and see that live timing matched with the footage. That's awesome. That's next level.
No, it really is. And we're expecting some really cool stuff tomorrow with following some of the top cars and some of the top bikes. It's really going to be very, very cool indeed. I know offroadracing.com .au got some pretty big things up their sleeves here this weekend. So,
well, a lot of the teams also have big camps with Starlink. So we managed to link into a few of them. So we're going to get live updates as we go through to try and keep up. Because I know a couple of years ago when I was lucky enough to be up here, then we were able to keep in contact with Corey McMahon and Callum Norton's pit crew and kind of see the timings come through. We got to see real-time footage come through, and that was super exciting. So we'll try and replicate that same thing and get as much.
That start line is sketchy as.
They were trying to touch each other.
Too late to get my application into race? No.
Class 1 out on track.
So this is 250cc or 251cc and above 2-stroke. So that's why we've gone back to hearing a bit of the two smokers out and about. But how good these lads have been waiting on the start line for a long time. Drivers or riders briefing about 11:30, and they've been here ever since. So make sure if you are still here at the track, hang out over the fence, give them a clap, give them a cheer, because these guys have been waiting a long time to put on a show for us.
Also, they're going to be doing it tough this weekend, so we really want to make sure they can find that massage place, because they're going to be absolutely brutal by the end of this. So give them a big love.
Marapar's massage parlour.
Well, it's the only place to be. The only place to be.
Sarsars is open late, just by the way, if anyone needs a local tip.
Never heard of it. Actually, genuinely never heard of it. Why don't you tell us more about it, Josh?
I wouldn't know. Wouldn't know anything. I don't ride or anything like that, so I'm right. Don't need any of that that help over the weekend.
It's okay. Yeah, we got this. We'll take
the reins from here.
Microphone off. Good
take
evening.
It from here,
Good afternoon.
Welcome to Fink.
Yeah. Tuning in for the first time.
You've missed a bit.
You're late to the party. But that's all right, because there are still 2 more days of full party action coming your way. The Method Race Wheels Prologue not far from wrapping up. Also, don't forget $1,000 on the line for the fastest bike. We've already seen our fastest 4-wheel vehicle, as well as our fastest side-by-side as well. So how good is that? Method getting behind the bike riders as well, making sure that they support them.
It's more exciting to see now what's going to happen on the main road heading out down Fink, because this is going to be an absolute highway at the moment, especially going out. This is we had a great crowd here, but I mean, I'm more interested to see what the crowd will be like down the track. This morning, absolute mayhem down that way. When I was coming back, it was like the highway. But now it'd be interesting to see how many camps are set up everywhere, all those kind of things, because that's the exciting part of the race, is trying to get your spot, get that campground.
So here we go, the last 2 bikes on the line.
Final 2, look at this. Yeah. It's been a big day.
Absolutely massive day. Solid orange means they're about to flick, and we are almost underway. green light will be
that's it.
away.
This is now the most watched race of the entire day. Everyone's going to get a big wheelie to start.
Lachlan Ivers, who we spoke to earlier, up against Christopher Shatter.
This here is now the most important race. Everybody's got all eyes on it. All cameras are going to be on it. So it's really great to see that.
Well, it seemed really relaxed there for a start, and then as the lights started flashing, they were both up over the bars. The shoulders come out, the elbows out. It got quite aggressive there.
The ring ting started, and that tunnel vision really kind of whops in.
Well, they often talk about it. You know, even a lot of the riders that we see in the top 10. You know, as you were talking about with the team changes, the new bikes, a lot of them were saying, "Oh, no pressure, just want to take it easy, just get down and back." But the second that helmet comes on,
goggle vision is a real thing, and I am unfortunately one of those people that gets stuck in it all the time.
Yes.
And by the time I started the bike, my arms are blown up. I'm T-Rexing on the side of the track. I am regretting everything. So goggle vision is real, and that's what they said, that racecraft, to understand where to push is hard. And I think, you know, Walshy and Hamo, those boys just know how to do it. Their racecraft's amazing. Same as Brody. He really knows how to kind of make sure he can last as long as he can all the way through.
Control the emotion, make sure that you haven't run the race. Like that's going to be a hard part for these guys now. You know, they know their sort of start finishing positions. They've had a couple of hours just resting, relaxing, but also, you know, running through their mind how their race is going to go tomorrow. Obviously being able to switch that off, rest, relax, get the body right for tomorrow is going to be a huge thing for these guys.
Most of these guys have already run this race in their mind a million times. They know everyone. They know where to push. They know where to hold back. Now that they've got their starting order, those kind of plans can really come into effect. They know exactly where they're going to push, which I say it all the time, but it's a real thing here. You know where, at what section, well, what bonnet you need to start pushing, where you need to back off, where you need to start transitioning weight to be able to get ready for the next section. That's all a part of this racecraft, about your plan going into the race and how to figure how you're going to get all the way to the end.
No, definitely. And just having a look at the live stream chat there, there's a couple of people sitting out at the 15K mark, and they said the traffic out there is absolutely crazy. It's just they're flying past.
That's
so,
great. Yeah, that's what we like to hear.
Definitely a heap of people heading out there, and a big shout out to everyone who's watching us out along the track. The lovely invention of Starlink. Gets our voices out to you.
Which we apologise for as well.
We do apologise for
that's
it.
Nothing you want in your ears. That's what I say on the podcast. I apologise for having my voice in your ears. That's a horrible.
I think they would have had enough cordials now to be laughing at our jokes and enjoying us.
There's a decline in sales of Starlink leading up to Finke as the commentators are announced.
But an increase in the place that you like to visit the most,
apparently.
Yes.
I've already had multiple people message me after those comments. So
for the address.
Yeah.
Yep. Don't worry, mate. It's okay.
I'll give you a discount code.
JGC10. Get you $10 off over any spend over 100. But Liam Thompson there, the 158 through in 84th as well. So late in the afternoon, we are still seeing hard charges into our top 100.
It's bragging rights too. I mean, we talk about the guys that are at the top, but in the back, it's bragging rights. You've got mates. You've also want to prove to yourself that you can do it and try and. No one wants to kind of be in that backpack, but at the same time, you know, that sometimes the battle's in your own head to try and get as far forward as you can.
Yes, Keanu Fleming across the line, as well as Nathan Hilanak. From what I can get there, 7:39. Puts himself in position.
I mean, we're still getting riders again putting themselves in the top 100 too. Liam Thompson pushed himself to 84th, which is huge this far late in the day. And in Class 1, he managed to get a bike in the top 100.
Yeah.
So, massive achievement. I'm pretty sure, though, these poor little Two Smokes Pro go for full rebuild after this. That's a complete engine pull out.
Well, we have had over 600 bikes out on this track today, as well as 150 plus cars. So these boys in Class 1, you've got to take your hat off to them, because it is
coming through the rollers like that. But so far it looks. I mean, unless we get an absolute screamer on the smoker.
Yeah.
Corey Hammond.
Yep.
David Walsh, Raymond Cole, Brodie Waters, Campbell Hall. There's your top 5.
Yep.
Massive loss to them. They've absolutely killed it today. The times are crazy too. A 4:47, 4:53, 4:57. that one there is so close, 57.5, 57.6 for Raymond Cole and Brodie Waters for that third, fourth spot. Absolutely amazing. And then obviously Campbell Hall with the 4:59. I mean, that's still crazy times.
Yeah.
But it also shows that gap that we can always pull later on down the track. As we keep saying, Prologue doesn't really mean what's going to happen on the race, but it kind of can show that hunger that maybe Corey just had a little bit more than the rest of them. That noggin in was really hungry.
Yeah,
definitely.
Well, I think you're right there. You say, look, it really doesn't. Who won Prologue last year? See, not sure. Who won Fink last year? Corey Hammond.
Yeah.
Well, so, but that's not taking away anything from Prologue, because this is the first little mental battle. This is the first little tick. Hey, I was faster than you in Prologue.
Yep.
So while you can't win the race at Prologue, you can start yourself off on the right foot. I think anyone in this top 10 would be very, very happy with where they are at this moment. That puts them on the first 5 grids off the line. But it's an interesting one. Exactly like you said, it's really about bragging rights today, getting yourself in a good dust-free spot. But
also, this is the first time these boys have probably pushed past 80%.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the first time that they're in that race mode in a while. I mean, I know that they don't do many events outside this. They do just spend a lot of time focusing. They do a lot of secret events here and there kind of throughout. But this is the first time that they go, this is what we want. This is where we're going. I've got to get this mode. And to really put that helmet on and push, past 80% for a lot of us is a lot, but for them, that's where they have to sit. So this is a good way to see if it's actually all that training paid off, because sometimes after this, they can sit back and go, whoa, I've missed something here. This is not working at all.
Yeah. Well, and also, exactly like you said, mental game, check. Yep. Suspension, check. Yep, where I wanted to be, the speed, the training, my fitness. Hey, I just banged out that 8Ks and the arms were good. I was mentally prepared, I was physically prepared, and the bike was prepared. So it is a nice little win here for Corey Hammond being on the top step for Prologue.
Also, I mean, it's another great thing because you're sizing everyone else up.
Yes.
You're sizing a lot of people up. You're kind of seeing where you are. And I mean, if your overall speed is good, that means something's working on the bike. Or if you're a couple of Ks behind, you're like, okay, maybe I need to work. Because, I mean, these guys don't always train together too, so they don't always know what each bike's doing. So somebody who may be on, say, the 500 go, okay, this is not working. Maybe I need to change my gearing to be a bit more aggressive. It's going to be one of those things where it can do a lot or not much at all.
Yeah, definitely is. Wow, what a day.
What a day, that's it, is it?
I believe so. I believe that is all the bikes done and dusted for today. A massive shout out to Method Race Wheels for their sponsorship of the Prologue here today, and I do believe we will have a little bit of a presentation for the fastest bike rider, the fastest two-wheeler. Corey Hammond, what a... God, see, it is late in the afternoon, I know. I need to go to bed.
Oh, Corey Hammond. Absolutely awesome. Corey, David, Raymond, congratulations. There's your 1, 2, 3, ladies and gentlemen, for 2026 Bike Prologue.
So we're going to head down to Amanda and Rihanna for their last words of today's Prologue session.
Yeah, thank you so much, boys. You've done an incredible job detailing every single one of the cars and bikes that have crossed the start-finish line for the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Amanda, we've been lucky enough to be amongst it throughout the entire day. Just share some of the highlights that you've had.
Oh my goodness, we were there for the first and the last. It has been an amazing long day of just interviewing riders, some of the top contenders, some of the people that have doing it for the first time. A standout to me was being able to catch up with Luke Hayes, local boy. He had a podium finish back in 2017. It's great to see him back again for sure.
It's been a long day, but it's really just about to get started. You're about to head off down to the Fink end. I know how excited you are to check it out and bring us all of the stories from down there.
I can't wait to experience the Fink end. Last year was my first year, but this time it's my first year at Fink end. I've heard it's incredible. Can't wait to see the stars. Can't wait to see the mateship over there. And can't wait to receive the very first people to make it into Fink tomorrow. Is it going to be the Robinsons? Let's see.
Well, there's plenty to play out over the next couple of days. Recapping the results from today, of course, taking out the Method Race Wheels cars outright was, of course, Travis Robertson and Paul Curry. Toby Price taking out the side-by-sides. Corey Hammond taking out the outright for the bikes. And Maddie Healy taking out the female class. We've had an excellent day down here, bringing you all of the action. We'll be back again live from the start-finish line from tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Central. From us down here, we'll say goodbye. Boys, congratulations on an outstanding day. Look forward to you calling all of the action tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you very much, ladies. We really do appreciate all the hard work you guys did down there, getting all the interviews we needed. And a massive shout out to both Jeremy and Josh beside me, as well as Dan in the background as well. A massive shout out to everyone here today. It's been a very entertaining day of Prologue. Corey Hammond, David Walsh and Raymond Cole, your top 3 for the bikes. Absolutely amazing. We will be back here tomorrow for both the cars and the bikes. Make sure to, again, hit subscribe, hit like on the live stream, and we will see you tomorrow morning bright and early for day 1 of racing here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race.